I never thought of myself as the kind of person who scared easily. I grew up in a noisy part of Chicago, surrounded by honking horns, yelling neighbors, and the constant hum of the L train. By the time I turned 30, I told myself I had earned some quiet. So when I found a small place on the outskirts of a sleepy Midwestern town, old, affordable, tucked between tall pines, I didn't hesitate. I liked the house the moment I stepped inside. Sure, the floors creaked and the basement smelled like wet concrete, but the kitchen had a big window overlooking the backyard, and the office upstairs caught the morning sun just right. My realtor told me the house had sat empty for almost a year, but she didn't get into why. I didn't press. I was too busy convincing myself that this move meant a fresh start. New job, new town, new habits. I imagined quiet mornings and long evenings where the only sound was the wind moving across the yard. Winter arrived early that year, heavier than I was used to, but the isolation didn't bother me, not at first. I liked the crisp, cold mornings, the way the frost formed lace patterns on the windows, the eerie calm when snow blanketed the street. I liked the silence, but silence has a way of amplifying everything else. By the time December came around, I was settling into a routine. Work late, brew too much coffee, stare out my office window at the dull glow of the street lamp across from my house. That night, the night everything changed, the storm was louder than usual. The kind of storm where the wind didn't just whistle. It pressed against the house like it wanted to come inside. I had no idea something else already had. It was just past 1:30 a.m. when I first saw the light. Not the street lamp. Something smaller, thinner, moving in a slow arc along the fence line. At first I thought it was a trick of the snow, but the movement was too steady, too intentional. Someone was out there. I leaned closer to the window, trying to figure out which neighbor would be wandering through my backyard during a storm like this. There weren't many homes nearby, and none close enough for someone to accidentally walk onto my property. The beam suddenly jerked upward, straight at my window. I stumbled back, heart pounding so hard the sound of it drowned out the wind. The light hovered for a few seconds, like the person holding it was deciding something. And then, just as abruptly, it disappeared. I tried to shake off the dread tightening around my chest. Maybe it was a utility worker, I told myself. Maybe someone checking on a busted pipe or a fallen branch. But the storm raged harder, making excuses harder to cling to. Around 2 a.m., the house began popping and cracking in ways that didn't feel natural. Not random expansions or contractions. These were deliberate rhythms, like footsteps testing each wooden plank. I held my breath and listened. Then something slammed downstairs. Not a thud, a slam, sharp enough to rattle the picture frames. I grabbed my flashlight and started down the stairs. Halfway down, every light in the house died at once. Not flickered, died. Total darkness fell so thick I couldn't see the steps below my feet. The storm couldn't have killed the power that fast. Not like that. Somewhere below, just barely audible over the storm, someone breathed, slow and steady. That was the moment I knew I wasn't alone. I stayed frozen on the staircase, gripping the rail so tight my knuckles hurt. The sound from below wasn't the house settling. It wasn't the wind. It was breathing, controlled, intentional, human. My throat tightened as I tried not to make noise. Then something brushed against the bottom steps. A hand. I could hear the faint slide of skin on wood, like someone guiding themselves up the stairs one careful inch at a time. I moved backward, step by silent step, until my heel touched the landing. I slipped into my bedroom and crouched behind the bed. My heart felt like it was punching through my ribs. The darkness didn't help. It felt like the whole house had been swallowed. I heard the intruder move with unsettling familiarity. Whoever it was knew the stairs, knew which parts creaked and which didn't. They ascended slowly, confidently, as if they'd climbed these stairs 1,000 times. When they reached the top, they paused. I clamped my hand over my mouth, praying they couldn't hear me breathing. The floorboard outside my bedroom door whispered under their weight. They were right there. I waited for the doorknob to turn, for the door to swing open, for a face, any face, to appear. But it didn't happen. Instead, they kept walking, their steps directed toward the other end of the hallway, toward my office. Why the office? Why go straight there? Something clicked inside me then. They weren't searching. They were following a route, a memorized path. This wasn't a random break-in. This was someone who knew the layout of my house. When the intruder disappeared into the office, I crawled, barely breathing, toward the window. I forced it open, feeling the icy air slice across my face. My bare feet hit the snow, sending shocks of pain up my legs, but I didn't stop. I sprinted to my car, jumped in, and peeled out onto the street. Only when I reached the end of the block did I call 911. By the time officers arrived, snow had already filled my footprints in the yard. I met them near my driveway, shivering in thin pajamas. 2 patrol cars pulled up, lights flashing against the storm like blue ghosts. Inside, the house felt colder than the outside air. The officers swept room by room, and I stood frozen in the doorway, afraid to step back inside. One of them returned after a few minutes, his jaw tight. "Who else has a key?" he asked. "No one," I said. "I live alone." "Well," he said, "someone was comfortable enough in here to walk straight to your fuse box." He led me to the basement door. The fuse panel hung open, every switch flipped off manually. There were muddy footprints on the concrete floor, long strides, confident ones, not the clumsy path of someone unfamiliar with the dark. Upstairs, they found more footprints. They traced a direct line from the staircase to my office. On my desk, the officer pointed to something I hadn't seen before. A smudge. A fingerprint on my computer monitor. Like someone had touched it while leaning in close. Then came the worst discovery. Footprints led from my office to my bedroom door. They stopped there. The officer turned to me. "You said you were hiding in the room?" I nodded. "He stood here," the officer said quietly, "right outside the door. For a while, judging by the prints." My stomach twisted. That meant he'd known exactly where I was. Maybe he had been deciding whether to come in. One officer found something else. A set of faint boot tracks outside leading to the backyard fence. They vanished into the snow beyond. "Looks like he left on foot," another officer said. "Whoever he is, he didn't panic, didn't rush." Of course he didn't. He knew the house better than I did, and that was the detail that never stopped haunting me. The police asked the usual questions. Had I noticed anything missing? Had I seen suspicious people in the neighborhood? But I kept circling back to the same thought. How did he know the house so well? The next morning, after the storm finally eased, an officer returned with information. "We did some digging," he said. "Your house was owned by a man named Carter Hayes before the bank foreclosed on it. He disappeared a year ago. Locals said he was off, spent most of his time alone, had a reputation for watching people." "Watching people?" I repeated, uneasy. "He didn't like that the house was taken from him," the officer continued. "We think he may have been coming back, maybe more than once." The idea that someone had been slipping in and out before I moved in made my skin crawl. Suddenly, the little things clicked. The occasional draft, the feeling of being watched in my own office, the mysterious scratches on the basement door, the faint smell of cologne I could never explain. Maybe he'd been inside the night before. Maybe he'd been inside many nights before. The officer tried to reassure me, but what comfort could he offer? They hadn't found him. I doubted they ever would. And every creak, every shift in the house afterward made my pulse jump. I moved out 2 weeks later, left behind more than furniture, left behind the version of myself who believed quiet places were safe. Now I check every lock twice. I sleep with lights on, and every winter storm reminds me of the man who knew my home in the dark, and who walked its halls like he still owned it. I don't think he came to steal anything. I think he came to see who had taken his place. No matter how peaceful a place seems, never ignore your instincts. Safety isn't just about locked doors. It's about being aware, cautious, and trusting the quiet warnings your mind gives you before danger becomes visible. I've always believed that starting over requires a clean break, but I never expected mine to take the shape of a small 1960s rental sitting on the outskirts of Duluth. After my breakup with Matt, loud, messy, and the kind that leaves your pride scattered across 3 counties, I wanted quiet. Real quiet. So when my coworker mentioned her aunt's old place available for cheap, I didn't hesitate. The house wasn't pretty in any modern sense. Faded yellow siding, a sagging porch step, and windows with stubborn drafts. But it had privacy, and that was enough. My dog, Hank, a heavy German Shepherd mix, adjusted faster than I did. He liked the big fenced yard and the quiet gravel road that wound through leafless trees. Most nights I'd sit on the couch with a blanket and a mug of peppermint tea, letting the silence feel like healing instead of punishment. By January, the cold settled in for good. Duluth cold isn't polite. It squeezes itself into the seams of your jacket and takes your breath away. Still, the house felt like a place I could rebuild myself, slowly, piece by piece. I didn't tell many people how lonely I really was, how the nights stretched long, how the breakup still replayed in my head like a bad movie. But there was something strangely comforting about the creaks and groans of an older home settling against the winter wind. It felt lived in, familiar, safe, even. I believed that right up until the Tuesday night when the furnace stopped. The hallway went dark, and every quiet thing in that house decided to become something else entirely. It was just after 11 when it happened. I was wrapped in my worn fleece blanket, half watching a true crime documentary I'd already seen twice, when the furnace cut out mid-cycle. Not powered down, stopped. The sudden silence hit like a slap. Even Hank lifted his head, ears high, eyes alert. Probably the filter again, I muttered, trying to sound casual. But Hank didn't buy it. He stood up on the couch, rigid, staring down the hallway like he'd spotted something I couldn't. Then he growled, low, steady, the kind that vibrates through the floorboards. "Hank, hey, it's fine." It wasn't. I muted the TV and listened. The house ticked and settled like always, until I heard it. A soft shuffle, like someone dragging a bare foot across carpet fibers. Slow, deliberate. Cold prickled the back of my neck. I waited for a second sound, hoped I had imagined it. Then it came again, followed by a drawn-out exhale. Too human to be the furnace and too close to ignore. I grabbed my phone and tried calling my sister. The call failed. Tried again. Failed. My service bars flashed full, then suddenly dropped to 0. No service. "What is happening?" I whispered, more to myself than anything. The hallway darkened unnaturally, shadows stretching in ways shadows shouldn't. Then I saw it, a faint pale glow near the far bedroom, low to the ground, about ankle height. It moved, slow and steady, turning the carpet fibers silver as it slid forward. Hank backed into me, trembling. That was when every instinct in my body screamed, "Someone is here who shouldn't be." I took a step back, bumping into the edge of the coffee table. My breath caught as the glow brightened, outlining what looked like bare feet. Long, narrow, unnaturally pale. Above them, the hem of something fabric. A nightgown, maybe. Something old-fashioned. "Hello?" My voice cracked. "Who's there?" No answer, just the whisper of fabric brushing carpet. I retreated toward the front door, keeping my eyes fixed on the hallway. My fingers fumbled at the deadbolt. It jammed halfway, like something inside the mechanism resisted. Come on," I whispered through clenched teeth. Then a whisper drifted toward me. Soft, tired, heartbreakingly close. "You're in my room." Every hair on my arms rose. I yanked the deadbolt again. It didn't move. Behind me, Hank barked. Sharp. Panicked. Nothing like his usual bark. I spun around just long enough to shove my shoulder against the door. The metal finally gave way with a clunk, and icy air rushed inside. I didn't think. I ran, barefoot into the snow, cold biting instantly into my skin. Hank bolted beside me, both of us slipping down the porch steps. I sprinted to my car, fumbling with the keys, crying without realizing. Behind us, the house stood dark except for that faint glow still floating halfway down the hall. I got the engine started and tore down the driveway, gravel popping under the tires, adrenaline drowning every thought except go. I didn't stop until I reached the bright fluorescent safety of a gas station on the highway. Only then did I let myself breathe and start shaking all over. The night clerk took one look at my bare feet and called the police before I even finished explaining. Hank sat pressed against my leg, still trembling, still staring at the doorway as if he expected something to follow us. 2 officers arrived within 20 minutes. Officer Keller, tall and soft-spoken, asked me to walk him through everything. I'll never forget how he paused when I said the words bare footsteps and whisper. Not disbelief. Concern. You didn't see a face? He asked. No, just the bottom half. And the glow. He exchanged a look with his partner, a quick, subtle glance that unsettled me more than I expected. All right, we'll go check the house. You stay here with the clerk. Watching their cruiser lights disappear into the snowy dark felt like handing over my last bit of courage. I wrapped my arms around myself, trying to stop shaking. Hank whined softly, resting his head in my lap. It felt like an hour before they returned, though the clock said 20 minutes. Officer Keller stepped inside with snow dusted across his shoulders. There's no intruder, he said gently. All doors locked. No signs of forced entry. My stomach dropped. But I heard. No, I saw. I believe you heard something. He hesitated. But there was one thing we did find. My heart hammered painfully. What? He pulled off his gloves, voice low. Footprints. Wet ones. Human-shaped, but not right. Not right how? Too long. Too narrow. And the temperature in that hallway was 20 degrees colder than the rest of the house. I went cold all over. So what do I do? He looked at me with a softness I didn't expect. You don't go back there tonight. Maybe don't go back at all. I stayed at a motel that night, Hank curled beside me like a living shield. I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that pale glow sliding toward me, heard the whisper telling me I was in her room. By morning, the police had arranged for me to collect my things in daylight, with an officer escorting me. I felt embarrassed needing the help, but the moment we stepped inside, I knew I couldn't have done it alone. The hallway carpet was still damp in distinct footprints, long, narrow, arched strangely, almost like someone who had never quite learned to walk right. The air temperature dipped with every step we took toward the bedrooms. Officer Keller watched me pack. You're making the right call, he said. This house has history. What kind of history? He hesitated, then sighed. Former tenant died here. Woman in her 70s. Lived alone. She was confused near the end. Used to wander at night, thinking people were in her room. She passed in the hallway. I felt a chill seep into my spine. She wasn't dangerous, he added. Just lost, confused. But sometimes these old places hold on to things. I nodded, throat tight. I don't think she meant to scare you, he finished. But staying here won't help you heal. He was right. Moving out felt like reclaiming something. My safety, my sanity, my future. I found a new place within 2 weeks, a sunny apartment downtown where Hank naps by the window and the walls don't whisper at night. I never drove back down that gravel road again. When life forces you to start over, trust your instincts, even the fearful ones. Safety isn't just about locking doors. It's about recognizing when a place, situation, or person no longer supports your peace. Walking away isn't weakness. Sometimes it's survival. I've always loved winter road trips. There's something peaceful about being alone on an open highway with nothing but engine noise and the radio crackling its way through static. But last December, peace was the last thing I found. I'd been driving from Washington to Idaho to spend Christmas break with my cousin. Finals had drained me, and the idea of a quiet week away from campus sounded perfect. By the time I hit rural Idaho, snow had swallowed the road so completely that the landscape turned into one endless white blur. The painted lines were gone, the guardrails looked like vague shadows, and my wipers had been fighting for their lives for hours. I slid twice on black ice, full sideways skid, each one sending a jolt of adrenaline that made my hands shake for minutes afterward. I told myself I'd pull off at the next gas station or rest stop, but those things become rare once you're deep enough into nowhere. I was starting to wonder if I'd misjudged the route entirely when a flickering neon sign materialized through the snow. Starlight Diner, the S half dead, the light buzzing like a mosquito. Civilization, or at least heat and coffee. Inside, it was quiet. Too quiet for a place meant to be a safe stop. A young cook leaned against the counter cleaning a knife that didn't look dirty. A woman in her late 30s poured coffee like she needed it more than oxygen. A pale, thin man sat in the booth furthest from the door, his eyes fixed on the windows rather than the room. No music played, no television, just the hum of the neon outside. Something about their silence made me pause, but exhaustion won out, and I took a seat, praying the warmth would clear my head. I had no idea what waited in that storm outside. For the first 10 minutes, nobody talked. The cook muttered a half-hearted evening, and the woman gave me a soft, nervous smile as she topped off my mug. But the man in the back booth, he didn't even acknowledge me. Pale face, hollow cheeks, unmoving. His hands rested on the table like they were bolted in place. I tried to shake off the tension. People get weird during storms, I told myself. Maybe they were worried about the roads or power outages. Still, the quiet pressed hard on my nerves. After a while, the woman finally said, "Rough out there, huh?" Like driving through milk, I joked weakly. The cook chuckled without humor. "Storm like this, you should have stopped earlier. Folks get stranded out here." The pale man never moved, didn't sip his coffee, didn't blink much. He only stared at the windows like he was waiting for someone to appear. I tried not to stare, but he made it impossible. Every minute or so, his neck twitched. Just a small movement, but enough to make my stomach flip. Then a trucker stepped in, stomping the snow off his boots. "Hell of a storm," he said. "You folks know if there's a motel nearby?" The pale man's head jerked at the sound, and he stood up so fast his chair screeched across the floor. He didn't speak, didn't look at anyone except the trucker, and then he walked out the front door. No coat, no payment, no hesitation. "What the hell?" I whispered. The cook let out a long breath, his shoulders dropping like he'd been holding them tense for hours. "Thank God," he muttered. The woman shot him a warning look. I didn't understand their reaction then. I would soon. 20 minutes passed. The trucker finished his coffee, thanked the woman, and pulled his coat tight before heading back outside. He'd barely closed the door when the woman frowned. She kept glancing out the window, chewing her lip. "Something wrong?" I asked. "It's nothing," she said, though her eyes said otherwise. Another 5 minutes crawled by. Then she suddenly set her mug down and rushed outside. Through the window, I saw her run into the swirling snow and disappear behind the corner of the building. A few seconds later, she stumbled back inside, face pale as the frost on the windows. "His truck," she whispered to the cook, "is still there. Both doors open. His footprints stop at the trees." A heavy silence fell. The cook swallowed, jaw clenching. Without a word, he walked to the back hall and quietly turned the deadbolt on the rear exit. The metallic clunk echoed through the diner. "Hey," I said, standing. "What's going on?" The cook didn't look at me. "Storm's bad. Don't want the wind blowing the door open." That was a lie. Even I could hear it. The woman wrapped her arms around herself, eyes darting toward the pitch-black windows. "He shouldn't have gone out alone," she murmured. "Storms bring out things." "What things?" I demanded. Before she could answer, the lights flickered. Once, twice. Then everything dimmed to a dull glow. The cook cursed under his breath. "Fuse box again. I'll check it." He grabbed a flashlight and pushed open the storage room door. The beam disappeared inside, and he let the door swing shut behind him. The diner fell silent. 3 seconds later, pounding footsteps circled the building, heavy, erratic, fast, kicking up snow against every wall. The woman grabbed my arm. "Get away from the windows." She didn't need to tell me twice. A tall, thin silhouette drifted past the windows, head tilted, movements jerky and unnatural, as if its limbs didn't quite match the pace of its steps. The neon sign flickered behind it, outlining the shape in sickly purple light. The figure circled once, twice, slow enough to let us see it, slow enough to let us know it was choosing. The woman whispered, "It isn't the storm you have to worry about. Locals say he comes out when the roads shut down, follows travelers, watches for stranded ones." My pulse hammered so hard I felt it in my teeth. "What about the trucker?" I asked quietly. She didn't answer. Another circuit around the diner. Then a scraping sound along the metal siding, like fingernails dragging. When the storage room door suddenly swung open, I jumped back. The cook was gone. His flashlight lay on the floor, still on, pointed toward the back exit, the same door he had locked minutes earlier. Snow blew in through a gap, the lock dangling useless from its hinge. "He wouldn't go outside," the woman whispered. "Not him. Not now." A cold dread settled into my bones. Something had taken him. We backed into the restroom, the only room without windows, and shut ourselves inside. The woman held the door handle with both hands while I turned off the lights. For several minutes, something moved in the hallway. Slow, scraping, dragging movements against the walls. Then the gentle rattle of the bathroom doorknob. Once, twice. Then a long, deliberate pause. We didn't breathe. And then, silence. Hours passed like frozen molasses. When the storm finally eased near dawn, the woman whispered, "We have to go. Now." We cracked open the door, both of us trembling, and slipped into the hallway. The diner looked like a crime scene. Snow drifted through the back door, forming a small pile. Footprints, too long, too deep, trailed through the kitchen and then out into the forest. Not human, not natural. Outside, wind bit at our faces as we ran into the gray morning light. 3 vehicles sat abandoned in the lot. The trucker's rig, the cook's old sedan, and the pale man's station wagon. None had been touched. Snow had buried their windows. "Don't look at the trees," the woman warned. But I did. Halfway between the pines, a tall figure stood barely visible, head tilted, still as ice, watching. Police arrived an hour later. Their tracks filled the lot. Their radios crackled with disbelief. They searched the forest, combing through the snow until one officer shouted. A body, half buried near the tree line. Not the cook, not the trucker, the pale man. The officer said he'd been dead for hours. long before he had walked out of the diner. I didn't believe it then. I'm not sure I believe it now. The other two men were never found. Every winter since, the first snowfall brings back the memory of that silhouette drifting past the windows of the Starlight Diner, that quiet hum of the doorknob turning, that feeling of being watched, not by something human, but something patient, something that waits for storms, something that follows travelers. When your instincts tell you something is wrong, listen. Survival often depends less on courage and more on awareness, and knowing when to leave before danger steps out of the shadows. I picked up food delivery during winter break from college because textbooks don't pay for themselves and my car insurance was overdue. Again, most nights were easy. Pizza runs, late-night tacos, suburban houses with glowing porch lights. Nothing special. But winter in my town hits hard. The kind of cold that makes your breath feel like broken glass. The kind of cold that makes people tip well because they know you're suffering. That night started normal enough, aside from the temperature dropping fast. 0 degrees, maybe lower with wind chill. My phone buzzed as I sat in a parking lot warming my hands over the car heater. It was a huge order. 4 entrees, 2 soups, 3 sides, from an address miles outside the main town. The payout made my eyebrows jump, enough to cover half my insurance bill. I accepted before I thought twice. The restaurant workers even joked about it. "Big family dinner?" one asked. "Or a party," another said. But something felt off about the address, just a set of coordinates more than a normal street. When I messaged the customer, he replied instantly, "Drive to the marked spot, you'll see the path." I brushed off the weirdness. Money is money. So I loaded the bags into my back seat and headed out. The drive took me through silent farmland, past fields frozen solid. The further I got, the darker it became. No houses, no barns, just forest swallowing both sides of the road. When my GPS announced I'd arrived, my headlights revealed nothing but a narrow path half buried in snow, vanishing into pitch-black trees. No driveway, no sign, not even a mailbox. I should have turned around right then, but I didn't. I called the customer to confirm, mostly because I needed reassurance that I wasn't about to deliver dinner to a moose. He answered on the second ring. His voice was low, hoarse, and unsettlingly calm. "Yes, that's my driveway. Snow hides it every winter. Just walk in. House is close." "Close like 50 feet close?" I asked. A pause. "Just a short walk." Something in his tone made the hair on my neck stand straight. Still, the payout flashed in my mind like a neon sign. I grabbed the bags, pulled up my hood, and stepped into the woods. My phone flashlight carved out a thin, wavering tunnel through the dark. Every breath froze before it left my mouth. The world grew quieter with each step, as if the trees swallowed the sound. About 10 minutes in, I noticed prints in the snow ahead of me. Fresh ones. They weren't mine. The stride was long, too wide for a normal step. The tracks curved randomly, doubling back, circling trees. At one point they stopped completely, just vanished, then reappeared several feet away, angled toward me. That was when I heard a crunch behind me. I spun fast, light shaking in my hand. Nothing but trees. I convinced myself it was a falling branch or an animal. I kept walking, faster now, gripping the food bags like they might protect me. But the path didn't reveal a house. No lights, no structure, not even a clearing. Just woods stretching endlessly. My chest tightened. The cold felt heavier. When my phone buzzed with a call failed notification, I realized I'd lost service. The trees closed in around me. Snow began drifting thicker. That was when I saw it, far ahead, a soft glow between the branches. A faint, wavering light like a lantern swaying in someone's hand. But the lantern didn't move like a hand would, and it was too tall. I tried calling the customer again out of instinct, hoping the signal might catch. The phone rang once, then cut off with a distorted crackle. The glow between the trees swayed gently, like someone breathing. I whispered to myself, "It's a porch light, just a porch light." But deep down I knew better. The light was wrong, too white, too steady, like reflection, not illumination. Then the glow blinked, not flickered. Blink, 2 points of light, 2 eyes. I didn't drop the food intentionally. My fingers simply went numb and the bags fell into the snow with a soft thud. I stepped back, barely breathing. The eyes tilted, following me. Then they rose, higher, stretching above human height. "Nope," I whispered. "Absolutely not." I turned and ran. Branches whipped against my jacket. Snow exploded beneath my feet. My phone beam jolted wildly, catching glimpses of tree trunks and drifting frost. Behind me, something moved. Slow, heavy, dragging through deep snow. Not running, following. Every time I paused to catch my breath, the sound stopped too. The forest listened with me. At one point, the thing let out a low, crackling exhale, like cold wind passing through dry lungs. That pushed me into full panic. My visibility shrank to a tunnel of pixelated light from my half-frozen phone. My lungs burned. My legs felt like wet cement. The trees looked identical in every direction, and for a terrifying moment, I couldn't tell if I was going the right way. Then, faint but unmistakable, I saw the glow of my car headlights reflecting off the snow far through the trees. I ran harder, nearly slipping on a hidden stump, my pulse pounding so loud it drowned out everything else. But as I reached the edge of the woods, I saw something that froze me mid-stride. My passenger window was cracked open, and snow had been packed inside. My first thought wasn't fear, it was confusion. I always locked my car, even during quick drop-offs, especially in places like this. But the window sat open just enough for someone to reach inside. Snow covered the passenger seat like someone had pressed handfuls of it through the gap. I moved closer, heart thundering. That was when I noticed the front tire, shredded, not punctured, torn. Ribbons of rubber curled outward like something had clawed it. "It followed me out here," I whispered. Behind me, the dragging footsteps emerged from the woods again. Slow, intentional. I scrambled into the driver's seat, slammed the door, and turned the ignition. The engine roared like salvation. The slashed tire thumped and jerked, but the car lurched forward anyway. Branches scraped the sides as I accelerated wildly, refusing to look in the rearview mirror. I didn't want to see what might be there. The road back toward town felt endless. The rim spat sparks on the ice, the steering wheel vibrated violently, and the car groaned with every second I forced it forward. But stopping was not an option. By the time I reached the gas station on the edge of town, my hands were trembling so badly I could barely dial the police. The clerk took one look at me and brought over a blanket without saying a word. When the officer arrived, he listened politely, but his expression was the same one adults use when kids talk about monsters under the bed. "Probably an animal," he said. "Cougars roam that area." "Cougars don't slash tires," I snapped. "Maybe you hit something." "And opened my window from the inside?" I asked. He had no answer to that. But the part that haunted me most came later. 3 days after the incident, I looked up the address again, half out of curiosity, half out of morbid dread. There was nothing. No house listed, no property, not even an empty lot. The pin dropped onto a blank patch of forest not owned by anyone, as if someone had placed it manually, guiding me to a void in the middle of nowhere. I tried calling the customer's number again. "Number not in service." I checked my order history. The receipt still existed, but the customer name field was blank. Delivery apps glitch sometimes, but not like that. I considered telling my parents, but what would I say? That glowing eyes chased me through the woods. That something too tall to be human followed my footprints. That someone or something waited in the dark for a stranger to walk far enough in. I still drive past that area sometimes, but never at night. Never in winter. Even during the day, there's something wrong about those woods. A stillness, a silence that feels like held breath. And every winter, when the first snow falls and the world goes quiet, I see it again in my mind. Those two pale glimmers between the trees. Not lantern light, not a flashlight. Eyes, watching me, waiting for someone else to follow a pin into the cold. Trust your instincts. No amount of money is worth walking into a situation your gut is screaming against. Safety is priceless, and the woods, the dark, and the unknown don't care how much you're being paid. People always say nothing happens in rural Indiana. That's partly why I agreed to house sit for my aunt. A quiet weekend in a peaceful town sounded like exactly what my brain needed after grinding through the winter semester. My aunt's place sat at the edge of an enormous cornfield, the kind that feels endless even in February when nothing's growing. Just rows of broken stalks poking through snow like brittle bones. I'd spent a lot of my childhood around this area, visiting during summers. Back then, the isolation felt magical, like I'd stepped outside normal life. Now, at 24, it felt more like a test. Could I handle being alone with nothing but wind and space? My aunt left early Friday morning for a work trip to Denver, giving me her usual list. Water the plants, bring in the mail, watch the thermostat. The house itself was modern. Big windows, clean lines, the kind of place that looked brighter on the inside than out. I settled in with a throw blanket, a mug of cocoa, and a determination to enjoy the quiet. The cold front hit around midnight. I could hear the wind forcing itself through the ventilation ducts like it was trying to come inside. By 1 a.m, I finished my movie and stretched, thinking about heading to bed. I remember feeling grateful for the warmth, grateful for being somewhere safe. That feeling didn't last long. It changed the moment I walked into the kitchen, flipped on the light, and saw the sliding glass door. The kitchen light hummed to life, and that's when I froze. The huge sliding door facing the backyard was fogged completely white, except for one small, perfectly clear circle at eye level, like someone had pressed their forehead directly against the glass just minutes earlier. I didn't move at first. My brain refused to make sense of it. I stepped closer, slow and careful. Smudges streaked down the glass beneath the clear circle, thin, uneven lines that looked disturbingly like finger trails. "Hank, did you do that?" I whispered, even though the only pet in the house was my aunt's old tabby cat, who couldn't reach that high even if she stacked kitchen chairs. I leaned in just enough to see my own reflection. The circle was too precise, too defined, as if someone had stood there for a long time, breathing against the window. Then the outside motion sensor lights snapped on, bathing the yard in harsh white. I pressed my hand to my chest, trying to quiet my heartbeat long enough to see outside clearly. At first, nothing. Just snow swirling in the wind, the shed half buried behind a drift, the broken rows of corn stalks stretching into darkness. Then something shifted at the edge of the light. 2 figures. Tall, still, half hidden behind the shed, both staring in the direction of the house. I backed away so fast I hit the counter behind me. Okay. Call 911. My hands shook as I reached for my phone. The dispatcher's voice sounded far too calm when she told me officers were busy with storm-related accidents. "We'll send someone as soon as possible." I wasn't sure I had that long. I crouched behind the kitchen island, the cordless phone clutched to my chest like some kind of shield. The sliding door loomed ahead of me, the kitchen pitch dark except for the faint glow from the stovetop clock. I peeked out. One of the figures had moved. He stood at the edge of the patio now, maybe 10 yards away, tall and bundled in dark winter clothing. Hood up, hands at his sides. No flashlight, no phone, just watching. My breath fogged the air. "Please let the police get here soon. Please," I whispered, barely making a sound. The second figure remained by the shed, blocking the quickest path to the road. My stomach sank with the realization. They weren't just wandering. They were staging themselves. Then I heard it. A slow scraping sound from the front of the house, as if someone was dragging something across the siding. I crawled toward the hallway, my knees knocking against the hardwood floor. The entryway window was frosted over, but a shadow moved across it, tall, unmistakable. Someone was at the front door. The doorknob jiggled. My pulse slammed in my ears. I scrambled back toward the laundry room, the only space in the house with no exterior windows. I closed the door softly, praying the hinges wouldn't squeak. Outside, I heard tapping, windows being tested, soft thumps along the siding, footsteps circling. They moved with purpose, mapping the house from every angle. It felt like the walls were shrinking around me, like the quiet house I'd trusted had turned into a trap. And all I could do was wait. Those 15 minutes stretched into something indescribable, an empty, suffocating quiet punctuated by sounds that didn't belong. Slow footfalls on the deck, the rhythmic tapping on the sliding door, a low hum, like someone murmuring just outside the frame of the house, the kind of sounds that make your body react before your mind does. I held the cordless phone so tightly my knuckles ached. Every nerve in my body was begging to run, but there was nowhere safe to go. The men outside seemed to know every exit before I did. Then, through the howling wind, I heard something else. Distant at first. Growing. Sirens. The tapping stopped. Footsteps scuffled through snow. Multiple sets. Fast. Urgent. The figures didn't bother hiding now. They were running. Not toward the road, not toward the shed, but straight into the cornfield. The police pounded on the front door a moment later. "Sheriff's Department. Aaron, you can come out." My legs barely held me as I left the laundry room. The officers swept through the house, flashlight in hand, calling clear on each room. When they reached the sliding door, they paused. One officer crouched down, studying the glass. "That circle. You didn't touch this?" "No," I whispered. Someone was looking inside. Outside, the yard showed nothing. The storm had eaten every footprint. "Tracks should be everywhere," the deputy said, frowning. "Even in snow like this." "They ran into the cornfield," I insisted. He shook his head. "We checked. Couldn't find so much as a broken stalk." The empty yard felt like a threat all by itself. I didn't sleep at all that night, even with 2 officers parked outside until sunrise. My body felt wired, like fear had settled deep in my bones. I kept replaying the image of that clear circle on the glass, so perfect, so human, so close. The next morning, my aunt flew home early. The moment she hugged me, I broke down, all the adrenaline I'd held inside spilling out in one overwhelming rush. "You're not staying another night here," she said immediately. "Absolutely not." I packed my things with shaky hands. Every window felt like a set of eyes. Every shadow felt too deep. Even the daylight couldn't soften the memory of those figures watching from the yard. A neighbor stopped by later that afternoon, having heard the police were out the previous night. He was an older man, soft-spoken, the kind who'd lived beside that cornfield his whole life. "You're not the first to see them," he said quietly. "Tall men, dark coats, out by the fields at night. Nobody knows who they are. They don't come close to most houses." He paused, eyes drifting to the sliding door. "But sometimes they do." My aunt stood protectively between us, one hand on my shoulder. "We're moving," she said. "This place is going on the market." I didn't argue. I didn't even look back when we drove away. Some places don't want you there. Some warnings you don't question. And I was never going to set foot in that house or that field again. I didn't move into the old Victorian to find myself. I moved in because I had nowhere else to go. After weeks of arguing with my family, shouting matches that drained the air from every room, I grabbed whatever fit into my car and drove until I couldn't anymore. That's how I ended up at the Pale Blue House on Linden Street, a 3-story Victorian that had been chopped into rental units by a landlord who looked permanently tired. It creaks a lot at night, he told me as he handed over the keys. Old bones. Don't let it freak you out. My new apartment sat on the top floor, tucked under slanted ceilings. The place smelled faintly of warm dust and lemon cleaner. I tried to feel grateful. I tried to breathe, but that first night, during a February storm that rattled the windows like someone knocking to be let in, the house felt less like a home and more like a large, restless animal. Creaks came from everywhere, floorboards, walls, even the radiator that clanged like a metal heartbeat. I told myself I could handle it. I needed to handle it. The vent near my bed, though, that was different. It started with faint clicking, like someone gently tapping a pencil on the metal. Then a soft, rhythmic puff of air, too steady to be random drafts. I pulled my blanket up and whispered, "Just settling sounds, just settling," but then something whispered back. A clear, breathy voice drifting through the vent. "I see you." I froze. The storm outside kept howling, but everything inside me went dead still. I waited for laughter or more voices, some other tenant messing around. Nothing. Then came the scratching. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a raccoon got into the ducts. Maybe the neighbor downstairs was messing with the vents. I pressed my ear close to the metal. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Long and deliberate, traveling from one end of the vent to the other. It sounded like fingernails dragging slow trails through dust and rust. My skin prickled. "Knock it off," I shouted, and smacked the vent with my palm. Silence. I exhaled shakily and climbed back into bed, angry at myself for getting spooked so quickly. I stared at the ceiling, counting the seconds until sleep finally tugged me under. It couldn't have been more than an hour later when I woke to a noise that punched straight through my half-dreaming haze. Crawling. Something was inside the ventilation system, dragging itself through the narrow ductwork. The sound was awful. Knees scraping metal, elbows thudding. A slow, uneven shuffle like someone forcing themselves forward inch by inch. My digital clock glowed 2:14 a.m. I whispered, "No, no, no, no." The crawling stopped directly above my bed. A cold draft slid through the room even though the heat was off, lifting the hair on my arms. Then, with a soft metallic creak, the vent cover above me flexed. A hand slid through the grate. Small, pale, gray-tinted. Dust coated its impossibly thin fingers, each one bony and wrong, like the joints were reversed. The hand gripped the metal edges and began to pry, lifting the cover bit by bit with slow, patient effort. My scream caught in my throat. I stumbled out of bed and bolted into the living room, shaking so hard I almost dropped my phone as I dialed 911. 911. "What's your emergency?" My voice broke. "Someone's in my vents. Someone's in my apartment. Please, please send someone." The dispatcher asked for my address, my name, whether I could lock myself somewhere safe. I told her I was behind the couch. I didn't dare turn on the lights. The vent in my bedroom made a metallic bang, something heavy dropping onto the floor. Then came footsteps. Soft. Slow. Unhurried. Like the thing that had crawled through the ducts now walked upright. Each step was measured, almost curious. Brushing through the dust I hadn't noticed on the floor earlier. My apartment grew colder. The kind of cold that slipped through your ribs and stayed there. I clamped a hand over my mouth as the footsteps wandered toward the living room. They stopped inches from me, just on the other side of the couch. I could hear it breathing, not like a person. Too long, too wet, like it was trying to inhale the entire room at once. It sniffed, once, twice, searching. Then, from the front door, came pounding police, knocking hard enough to shake the walls. The footsteps vanished, not ran, not retreated, vanished. The cold faded with them, like the temperature itself, followed the thing wherever it went. "Ma'am, we're coming in." The door swung open, and 3 officers swept through the apartment with flashlights drawn. What they found made my blood run colder than anything I'd heard in the vents. The vent cover in my bedroom ripped partly off, dust coating the floor in thick trails, long scratches in the wood far too long for any person, but nothing alive in sight. I sat on the couch wrapped in a blanket while the police continued checking every inch of the place. My hands trembled so badly I could barely hold the warm mug of water they gave me. Officer Ramirez knelt in front of me. "You're safe now. There's no intruder here." I almost laughed. It came out more like a choke. There was something in my vents. It touched the grate. It dropped into my room. I heard it walking. He exchanged a look with his partner. They'd clearly seen the scratches and the dust trails. They just didn't know what to do with them. My landlord arrived 20 minutes later, rubbing sleep from his eyes. When he saw the torn vent, his whole face tightened, not with surprise, but with recognition. "Can we talk?" he asked quietly. I followed him into the hallway. The storm outside rattled the windows again. He sighed. "I should have told you more when you moved in. Nobody stays in that unit long." My stomach twisted. "Why?" "The original owner," he said, lowering his voice, "was found dead in the ducts in the 1970 seconds. A mental health crisis. He crawled in during a breakdown and got stuck. They didn't find him for days." I felt bile rise in my throat. "Ever since," he continued, "tenants claim they hear movement in the vents, whispers at night. Some say they wake up to see the grate bent or fingernail marks around the screws. I never believed any of it." He glanced toward my bedroom. "Until now." I stared at him, stunned. "You rented it to me anyway?" He swallowed. "People need places to stay. And it never gets violent. Just restless." A cold shiver ran down my spine. Restless felt like the wrong word entirely. An officer stayed with me while I packed. I didn't argue, didn't hesitate. I just threw everything I owned into 2 garbage bags and a duffel. The apartment felt wrong now, like the air itself was holding its breath. When I stepped into the bedroom one last time, the vent hung half open, dust still drifting from the opening. A faint track, almost like a handprint, smudged the wall beneath it. I didn't look closer. The officer followed me out, closing the door behind us. My landlord stood in the hallway, wringing his hands. "I'm sorry," he said softly. I nodded because I didn't trust my voice. I didn't trust anything about that house. Outside, the storm had eased, but the wind still rushed through the trees like whispering voices. I climbed into my car, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles went white. As I pulled away, I glanced back at the top floor window. For a split second, I thought I saw movement behind the blinds, a shifting shadow, something small slipping back into the vent. My chest tightened. I didn't look again. The landlord later emailed me, saying he planned to leave the apartment vacant indefinitely. "Some places aren't meant to be lived in," he wrote. He was right. Some places keep their dead too close. And some things never stop crawling. When your instincts warn you, listen. Fear is not a flaw, it's a survival tool. Protect yourself, speak up, and walk away from places or people that make you feel unsafe. You never owe your safety to silence. When I first moved into the cabin, the silence felt like a blessing. After years of city noise, sirens, shouting neighbors, garbage trucks at dawn, I thought isolation would be the cure for my burned-out brain. The rental listing had called it a peaceful forest retreat. That was true, I guess, depending on your definition of peaceful. The nearest grocery store was 30 minutes away. My closest neighbor lived down a dirt road so overgrown I wasn't sure anyone actually lived there. Still, the place had charm. An old wood stove, pine walls that smelled like sap, and a deck that creaked under the weight of snow. My new remote job let me work from anywhere, and I wanted to believe this was my fresh start. The first 2 nights were fine, cold, quiet, uneventful. I read books by lantern light when the power flickered, listened to the forest breathing through the pines, tried to convince myself that the loneliness was good for me. Everything changed on night 3. Around 1 a.m., I was on the couch, halfway through a mystery novel, when I heard footsteps outside. Heavy, deliberate, crunching across the frosted needles. People don't walk out here at night. Animals do. And animals, especially bears, don't care about personal space. I turned off the lamp, sat completely still, and let my eyes adjust. That's when I saw a silhouette rise behind the kitchen window. A person tall, impossibly thin. I froze, book slipping from my hand, then the head tilted. Too far. So far it looked broken, and I understood immediately. This was not a person. The silhouette didn't move at first. It just stood there, pressed against the moonless dark beyond the window. My cabin lights were off, so I knew whoever or whatever was out there shouldn't have been able to see me clearly. But it tapped anyway. A crisp, deliberate tap. Tap. I swallowed hard, reaching for my phone. The screen lit up, but the keypad froze. Every time I tried to dial 911, the phone glitched, white lines streaking across the display like static. It had never done that before. I forced myself to look at the window again. A thin cloud drifted past the stars, letting a faint trace of light spill through the trees. For one awful second, the shape outside became clear. A man, or something shaped like one. Its arms bent backward at the elbows, hanging at angles that made my stomach lurch. Its legs bowed in directions no joints should allow. But the worst part, the part that made my throat close, was its face. The thing stood with its back to the glass, yet its face, twisted around, rotated too far, stared directly at me with a wide, unnatural smile. The teeth were sharp, uneven, like they'd been filed by hand. My breath hitched. The smile widened. Then the thing began to move, not walking forward, but sliding sideways in these jerky, unnatural motions, like its limbs were being operated by broken puppet strings. It disappeared from the kitchen window. A second later, it appeared at the living room window, then the bedroom, then the sliding door. Too fast, too silent, too wrong. I slammed the curtains shut and backed away. My heart hammering so hard the whole cabin seemed to pulse with it. I needed somewhere to hide. I ducked into the pantry, the only room without a window, and shut the door quietly, trying not to breathe too loudly. The space was small, boxed in by shelves and cool, dusty air. My phone still refused to work, flickering like a dying firefly. Outside, the creature dragged something sharp along the cabin's siding, scratching slowly, testing the walls. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying it would lose interest. But the sound didn't fade. Then everything went quiet. At first, I thought maybe it had left. That maybe, against all odds, the thing had lost track of me. Then the attic creaked. Not the soft settling of wood. No, this was weight. Slow, uneven weight pressing into the beams above my head. My breath froze in my lungs. It was inside. I heard its steps, bones cracking, joints popping with each movement as it dragged itself across the attic floor. The creature moved like it had too many limbs, and none of them worked right. Something scraped against the pantry ceiling. Then silence again. I counted the seconds in my head. 1, 2, 3. Footsteps landed outside the pantry. Close. Too close. A shadow passed under the door, long and distorted, legs bending backward like a deer that had been turned inside out. The creature sniffed loudly, dragging air through those jagged teeth. I clamped my hand over my mouth, terrified even a single breath would give me away. The scratching started at the bottom of the door, tracing the wood grain. Slow, curious, patient, then suddenly, nothing. The air went still. The cabin went silent. I didn't move. Not until morning light seeped through the cracks in the curtains. The moment I stepped out of the pantry, I felt like I'd aged years. I kept expecting to see the creature standing in the corner of the room, joints twisted, head rotated too far, but the cabin looked empty. Wrong, but empty. Sunrise filtered through the curtains in pale, forgiving stripes. I moved slowly, checking each room. What I found made my stomach churn. Deep gouges along the window frames, far deeper than any person could have made without tools. Scratches cut across the siding outside, long and looping as though the creature had dragged its fingers lazily along the walls. The attic ladder was slightly lowered. I hadn't touched it, ever. I grabbed my keys, my wallet, and nothing else. My hands shook so badly I dropped my coat twice before finally getting out the front door. The cabin stood behind me like a hollow shell, wounded and watching. I drove straight to the ranger station the moment I hit the main road. A ranger named Sullivan listened without interrupting. When I finished, he rubbed his jaw and said, "Locals have seen something out there. Tall, wrong-looking, walks strange." My skin prickled. "You're not the first," he added quietly. He didn't look surprised, just tired. He told me some people called it the backward man, a thing that moved like it was trying to imitate humans but didn't understand how. "Folks who see him never stay long," Sullivan said, "and they always leave something behind." "What do you mean?" I asked. He looked at me seriously. "You left more than your belongings in that cabin. You left your attention. He won't get that again." I didn't go back. I left Oregon that same afternoon, driving until the trees thinned and the world felt normal again. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I didn't stop to breathe. I didn't stop for gas until my car nearly stalled. Every time I blinked, I pictured that smile too wide, too sharp, too wrong, and the way it circled my cabin like it already knew the layout, as if it had been waiting for someone to move in, waiting for me. The police later contacted me, confirming what they found at the cabin: gouges in the ceiling beams, scratches near every entry point, shredded curtain rods, no footprints, no signs of forced entry, nothing to suggest a human intruder. I didn't need their confirmation. I knew what I saw. I moved into an apartment in the city, surrounded by people, noise, lights, things that feel human. But some nights, around 1 a.m., when the world outside gets quiet, I swear I hear faint tapping from the fire escape. Once, twice. Like something is reminding me it remembers. I keep the curtains closed. I keep my lights bright. And I never, ever, look out the window after dark. Some things in the woods aren't meant to be seen, and some things don't forget the people who see them. My name's Jordan, and until last winter, I worked the 11 p.m., 7 a.m. shift at a Walmart in rural Nebraska. People joke that the night shift is easy, just restocking shelves and dodging the occasional weirdo at 3 a.m. But the truth is, something happens to that building after closing. When the last customer leaves and the doors lock, the store feels too big, too hollow. Like every aisle stretches farther than it should, sounds echo wrong, shadows move in ways they shouldn't. Still, I needed the paycheck, so I learned to ignore the uneasy feeling. Most nights were nothing more than boredom, fluorescent lights, and endless carts of freight. But the night the blizzard hit, everything changed. The storm rolled in around 9 p.m., dumping snow thick enough to swallow headlights. By the time the district manager called, it was clear we weren't getting home anytime soon. "Stay put," he said. "We'll check on you in the morning." Most of the staff didn't even try to come in. It was just me, Angela, at the register, and Carl, the janitor who lived off instant ramen and conspiracy radio. "Gonna be a rough night," Carl muttered as he pushed his mop bucket toward the back rooms. Angela just shrugged, scrolling through her phone. Around 1:45 a.m., the lights flickered. Half the store went dark, leaving everything drowned in dim emergency red glow. No skylight shadows, no sense of direction, just that cavernous silence you get in places too big for 3 people. I was zoning the cereal aisle when the intercom crackled. "Jordan, aisle 4. Static swallowed the rest. Angela swore she didn't touch the system. Carl wasn't even near the registers. So who the hell said my name? I grabbed my flashlight and headed toward aisle 4. My first thought was that maybe someone slipped in before closing or hid in the bathrooms. Homeless folks sometimes tried that during storms. I wasn't scared, just annoyed, until I turned the corner. A single shopping cart sat perfectly centered in the aisle, dead center, like someone had measured the distance from each shelf. The cart was half full: paper towels, a wrench, a Christmas pillow, tortilla chips, a single baby shoe. None of it made sense together. But what froze me were the wheels. They were wet, dripping, snowmelt pooled beneath them. Nobody came in wet. The doors were locked. That cart did not belong there. I backed away and went to the nearest terminal to pull up the cameras. The feed glitched, rolling static across the screen. For a split second, just long enough to register, a tall figure stood at the very edge of aisle 4, leaning just enough around the corner that I could see the outline of a hooded head. Then the screen cut to black. "Angela, call the police," I yelled across the store. She tried. The phone line was dead. The storm had taken it out. Then all the emergency lights shut off. Pitch black swallowed every aisle. Somewhere deep in the store, something fell, then something else, then a heavy crash that rattled the metal shelves. The footsteps that followed weren't human. Long strides, too fast. Angela screamed. Carl radioed me, voice shaking. Something knocked over the mop bucket. "I think there's someone back here." Then the intercom clicked again. "Jordan. Behind you." I spun around so fast I slipped on the tile. No one was there, but we were not alone. My flashlight beam shook as I swept it across the cosmetics aisle. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but no. A tall figure stood at the far end of the aisle, motionless, wrapped in a dark parka that sagged strangely, as if the person inside wasn't shaped the way a person should be. The hood hung low, too heavy, as though something weighed it down. He didn't move, didn't even sway. He just stood there watching me. "Sir?" I whispered, even though every instinct screamed to run. When lightning flashed through the front doors, the whole store lit up for half a second. That second was enough. The figure was now 15 feet closer. Same posture, same stillness. But the hood tilted, and inside it wasn't a face. It was a smear, like someone had dragged a wet cloth across a photograph. Just dark pits where eyes should be, glistening like something alive inside them. I stumbled backward. Angela! Carl! Get to the dairy cooler now. We ran. The footsteps behind us didn't sound like running, they sounded like sliding. Fast. Smooth. Wrong. The dairy cooler door slammed shut just as something slammed into it from the other side. Steel bent inward with each hit. Angela cried, knees pulled to her chest. Carl whispered prayers between panicked breaths. The pounding grew harder, then slower, then stopped altogether. We held our breath. Minutes passed. Silence. I didn't trust it. None of us did. We waited in the suffocating cold, listening for anything beyond the humming cooler fans. Nothing. Not until dawn. At exactly 7:02 a.m., the managers unlocked the front doors from outside, their voices muffled through the store speakers. Overnight crew. Anyone here? We burst out of the cooler, shaking so badly the manager thought we were having some kind of breakdown. Angela clung to me. Carl kept glancing over his shoulder like something might still be lurking behind the pallets. You three look like hell, the assistant manager said. Then she saw the store. Aisles knocked over, shelves bent, products scattered across the floor like something had torn through the place in a frenzy. Deep gouges in the tile, straight lines, curved lines, sharp arcs that looked almost deliberate. Wet footprints, bare feet, long, narrow prints, led from frozen foods to toys, then into the wall. Not beside the wall, into it, as if the person stepped through solid structure. Who else was here? The store manager demanded. No one, I said. Just us. He didn't believe us. Not until we checked the cameras. Almost every file was corrupted, static, black screens, distorted frames, all except one, a still image. Me standing in aisle 4, and behind me, inches away, the hooded figure, blurred face, dark pits for eyes, head tilted at an impossible angle. Managers stared at the screen in dead silence. Finally, one whispered, "What is that?" I didn't have an answer. All I knew was that thing had been close enough to touch me. I quit on the spot. So did Angela. Carl never returned either. I expected nightmares after what happened, but what I got was worse. Every time I pass that Walmart, whether in daylight or dusk, the automatic doors slide open even when no one is near them. Managers say it's a glitch. Just the sensors misfiring, they claim. But I've seen those doors open before. At 4 a.m., for the hooded man with the blurred face. I moved 3 towns over. I started a new job. I try not to think about that night. But sometimes, when winter storms roll through and the sky turns the same dead gray as that morning, I swear I hear the intercom crackle in my memory. Jordan, aisle 4. I tell myself it's just trauma, just my mind replaying the worst shift of my life. But deep down, I know better. Things happened in that store that defy explanation. Those footprints weren't human. That face, if you can call it a face, wasn't human. And something about the way it moved. Sliding, appearing closer each time the lights flickered. No living body moves like that. Some nights, when the wind is loud enough to drown the world out, I hear tapping on my apartment window. Soft at first. Tap. Pause. Tap. Like someone reminding me they remember. Like someone waiting to be invited in. I keep the blinds shut. I don't look outside after midnight. And I don't walk down retail aisles alone. Ever again. When your instincts scream that something is wrong, listen. Fear exists for a reason, and ignoring it can put you closer to danger than you ever imagined. Never dismiss your intuition. It might be the only thing standing between you and something you were never meant to see. I wasn't supposed to take the late bus. I had left work early, grabbed dinner on the way out, and planned to walk home before the storm rolled in. But the sky cracked open sooner than the forecast predicted, and within minutes the sidewalks flooded. I wasn't in the mood to swim 3 miles home, so I ducked under the cracked plastic bus shelter and waited. That's when I noticed him. A man sat alone on the bench, lean, soaked, wearing a jacket at least 2 sizes too big, the sleeves hanging past his fingers. He didn't check the bus schedule or look at the road. He stared at me, blinking in slow, stiff motions like each blink was something he had to remind himself to do. I tried not to make eye contact, but it's hard to ignore someone staring straight at you. When the bus finally arrived, the headlights cutting through the rain like knives, I hurried on. He didn't move, didn't make an attempt to board. He just mouthed something as I passed him. No sound, just lips forming deliberate shapes. I thought, he said. I'll be there soon. Weird. Sure, but bus stops attract weird. The ride home was uneventful. My clothes dripped everywhere, my shoes squelched, and the heater barely worked. When I finally reached my apartment, I microwaved a cup of noodles, watched a few stupid videos, and fell asleep on the couch with the TV still glowing. At 3:17 a.m., I woke up, not from a nightmare, from tapping, slow, steady, not on the door, on the living room window. At first, I assumed the storm had rattled a branch loose and the wind was pushing it against the glass. I sat there for a moment, heart drumming, listening. The tapping wasn't random. It had rhythm. 3 taps, pause, 3 taps again. I stood up, wiped the fog from the window, and pulled the curtain back. A wet handprint dragged down the outside of the glass, long, pale fingers smearing through the condensation. I stumbled backward so fast I knocked over the lamp. "What the hell?" I whispered, grabbing my phone. Right then, the power cut out. My apartment and the entire neighborhood collapsed into darkness. Lightning flashed and briefly lit up the street. In that split-second burst of white light, I saw him, the bus stop man, standing on the sidewalk in front of my house, facing me, head tilted far too much to one side, like his neck had softened. His arms hung stiff and loose at the same time, a wrongness I can't describe without feeling sick. Lightning flashed again. He was at the edge of my yard. Another flash. He stood at the porch railing. He didn't step. He didn't walk. He just appeared closer each time light hit the world. Then came the tapping again. But this time, it came from inside my house. I froze. The sound was unmistakable. 3 taps, slow and deliberate, on the hallway wall. I backed into the bathroom and locked the door. The knob jiggled immediately, twisting with enough force to warp the metal. Then a voice, low and watery, seeped through the door. "You shouldn't have looked at me." My hands shook so violently I almost dropped my phone. I texted my friend, "Someone's in my house. Call 911, please." My battery was at 12%, sinking fast. The doorknob twisted again. This time it creaked, metal bending like soft clay. I grabbed a towel bar, pathetic as a weapon, but better than nothing, and backed onto the counter. My reflection in the mirror behind me looked like someone else. Eyes wide, hair sticking to my forehead, breath fogging the glass. Then the sound changed. Slap, slap, a wet dragging noise on the floorboards, something thick and heavy moving along the hallway. I pressed my ear to the door as lightly as I could. Drip, drip, water. Or something like water. Then I saw it. A dark, wet puddle seeping under the bathroom door. It didn't spread like normal liquid, it slid, inching inward like it had a purpose. "No, no, no," I whispered, pulling my feet up as the puddle reached the base of the cabinet. It pooled beneath me, moving as if tasting the air. Sirens finally cut through the storm outside, distant but approaching. The puddle quivered, then slowly drained backward, pulling itself away from the door. The footsteps returned, wet, dragging footsteps moving down the hallway. When the police burst through my front door minutes later, everything went dead silent. They found the back door wide open, rain pouring in, but no footprints, no intruder, just that puddle, evaporating before our eyes. And on the bathroom floor, a soaked bus ticket with a time written on it, 3:17 a.m. tomorrow. I didn't even pack properly. The officers told me it was probably a break-in, that my fear made things seem worse, but they couldn't explain the handprint on the window, or the puddle under the bathroom door, or why I kept smelling rainwater inside my apartment long after it dried. "I'm not staying," I said. "Not after that." One cop nodded like he understood. The other didn't. They offered to patrol the area overnight, but I wasn't sticking around to test fate. I speed-packed a duffel bag, grabbed my wallet and keys, and got into my car. The storm had calmed, leaving everything shiny and black under the streetlights. Before I pulled away, I looked toward my porch. For a second, I could have sworn someone was standing behind the railing, half hidden in shadow. I floored it out of the neighborhood. I crashed on my cousin's couch that night. She kept asking what happened, but I just said, "Someone followed me home." It wasn't a lie. I just didn't tell her he wasn't exactly alive. At 3:17:01, I lay awake on her couch listening to the hum of her fridge. No tapping, no footsteps, no puddles sliding under doors. But as I stared at the ceiling, I felt something sinking into my chest. A sense that the world had tilted, that whatever I'd seen wasn't finished yet. The bus ticket weighed heavy in my pocket. I took it out. The ink had changed. Below 3:17 a.m. tomorrow, another line had appeared. New stop. Wherever you hide. I dropped the ticket and didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next day, I bought a plane ticket one way, as far from Nebraska as I could. I didn't go home to get anything else. I didn't return the keys. I didn't file a notice. I just left. At the airport, I kept scanning the crowd. Every tall man, every soaked jacket, every slow blink. I jumped at reflections in the glass. Avoided sitting near the windows. My nerves were fried, but fear keeps you alive, at least that's what I told myself. When my boarding group was called, I practically ran onto the plane. I slumped into the seat and breathed, for the first time in 24 hours, like maybe I was safe. Then the overhead lights flickered. Once, twice, the same rhythm as the tapping. I squeezed my eyes shut. It's just bad wiring. It's just your nerves. It's just... The intercom crackled. Not the flight attendant. Not the pilot. A low, wet voice whispered through the speakers. I told you. I'd be there soon. I bolted upright. Passengers glanced around, confused. No one else reacted like they heard it. No one looked terrified. No one saw what I saw, a drip of water sliding down the inside of the cabin wall. I pressed the call button and whispered to the attendant, I need off this plane. Please, please let me off. She frowned but let me leave. I didn't argue. I didn't run. I walked out of the airport and into the sunlight like I'd survived an accident nobody else witnessed. I'm still running from that night, but I never take buses, and I never look at strangers for too long. Trust your instincts. The moment something feels wrong, no matter how small, remove yourself. Ignoring fear doesn't make you brave. It just blinds you to danger. Sometimes survival depends on listening to the warnings your mind gives, long before your eyes catch up.
I live alone on 40 acres of land that stretches like a forgotten blanket across the edge of a town that barely notices it exists. No neighbors, no streetlights, no shared walls, just the house, the fields, and me. I tell people I like the quiet. That's the polite version. The truth is, I like the control. No one to argue with, no one to walk in unannounced, no one to judge how I live my life. Solitude is a kind of armor. That changed one fall evening when I was packing up my yard for winter. The air was thick and still, like the world had paused its breath. I was stacking tools in my old wooden shed when I saw him. A man walking down the empty road that cuts past my driveway. Not a local farmer, not a hiker. Just jeans, a dark jacket, hands in pockets. No bag, no hat. He didn't glance at my property, but something about his gait made my skin crawl. It was off-kilter, like a marionette puppet mimicking a human walk. I brushed it off as a drifter and went inside. But that image, his too perfect mimicry of a normal person, stuck in my brain. By the time dusk turned into that deep rural darkness, I realized the world beyond my walls had gone silent. No rustling trees, no coyotes, not even the distant hum of the road. Just me, my house, and the unnatural stillness. Then, from the direction of the shed, a single, hollow thud, wood on wood, the door hitting its frame. I told myself it was the wind. I always lock that shed door because it warps in the rain and is a pain to fix. But when I went out, it was wide open. No footprints, no sign of anything disturbed. I closed it, slid the bolt, and tested it twice. Walking back to the house, I felt that hunted feeling. The sense that something was matching my steps, just beyond the edge of the light. I scanned the field, half expecting to catch someone mid-step, pretending they hadn't been there at all. Inside, the air smelled faintly of earth, like damp soil and old leaves. I thought I'd tracked something in until I saw it. A partial shoe print, dark and fresh, angled away from the door instead of toward it. It led down the hallway, a stain of dirt and something smeared, heading straight for my spare room.
My chest tightened in that slow, cold way that comes when your mind already knows what your eyes haven't fully registered yet. Somebody had been in my house while I was out at the shed. Possibly still was. I grabbed my rifle, the one I keep loaded but mostly for show. It's not that I'm paranoid. It's that I've always believed in being prepared. You don't live alone on that much land without learning to trust your instincts. I followed the print down the hall, each step feeling like I was shrinking into a smaller and smaller room, even though I was technically going deeper into the house. The spare bedroom door was mostly closed, just a sliver of dark between the door and the frame. On instinct, I pressed my ear against the wood. There it was. Breathing. Not panicked, not excited. Just steady, patient. Like whoever was in there had all the time in the world. Before I could talk myself out of it, the doorknob twisted under my hand, not yanked, but turned with this slow, deliberate pressure. I stepped back as the door opened, and I finally saw him. He looked wrong. Not monstrous wrong, but in that uncanny way where every detail is almost, but not quite, familiar. His hair was cut like mine. He was about my height. Even his clothes were similar to stuff I owned. But his face, it was like someone had tried to draw me from a blurry memory and missed by a few crucial strokes. The angles were off. His eyes were a shade too dark, his mouth a fraction too wide. He held an old shovel, the one I keep in the shed, with both hands like a weapon. There was dirt caked all the way up the handle, and something darker under his fingernails. We stared at each other, my rifle leveled at his chest, his grip tightening on the shovel. The rage in his eyes wasn't random. It was focused. Like he was furious at me personally. Like I'd taken something from him. My brain kept snagging on the fact that I recognized the scar along his jawline. I have it too, from when I fell off my bike as a kid. I yelled at him to drop the shovel and get out, but my voice cracked, too thin to match the weight of what was happening. He tilted his head, like he was analyzing the sound. Then, as if he'd made a decision, he gave me this tiny, resentful half-smile and hurled the shovel toward me. I flinched and staggered back. By the time I recovered, he'd turned and climbed out the spare room window in one fluid motion, disappearing into the field without so much as a backward glance. I called the sheriff's office, but deep down I knew they weren't going to find anything. The deputy who showed up was polite, but his eyes carried that "we've seen this before" fatigue. He walked through the house, checked windows, looked under beds, took photos. "No footprints outside," he said. "No broken locks. No sign of forced entry." He glanced at the spare room door, then at me. "You sure you didn't maybe surprise a local kid?" he asked. "Or someone who thought this was their place?" I shook my head. He was at least my age, my build, and he had that scar. The deputy shrugged. "People look alike. Happens all the time." He didn't believe me. Or maybe he did, and just didn't care. He took my statement, scribbled something on his clipboard, and left a business card. "That's all we can do," he said, stepping back outside. "If anything else happens, call us." I stood in the hallway after he left, staring at the spare room door. It was closed now, locked, but the memory of that breathing, steady, patient, was still there. That night, I barely slept. When I did, I dreamed of standing in my own field, watching my house from the outside, unable to get in. The next morning, I went into the spare room in daylight. The bed was made, the window shut from the inside. There were only two things out of place. First, the old family photo I keep on the dresser. In it, I'm about 8, standing with my parents. Had been moved so it faced the bed instead of the door. Second, the mirror on the wall had a smear right where my face would be if I stood in front of it, like someone had dragged their fingers down it, scratching at an image that wasn't quite right. Days passed, but the house didn't get quieter. It just got emptier. I started sleeping with the lights on, kept the rifle within arm's reach, checked the locks on every door 3 times a night. But the silence wasn't the problem anymore. It was the feeling that I was being watched. I'd catch myself staring at reflections in windows, half expecting to see a second version of myself just behind me. I'd hear the faintest scrape of something moving in the walls, like dry leaves brushing against plaster. The spare room became a ghost room. I avoided it. I kept the door shut, the lights off. I told myself it was just my brain replaying the image of that man with the shovel. But then came the nights when I'd wake up to the sound of breathing again. Steady, patient, coming from the hallway. Not from the spare room this time, from the kitchen. I'd sit up in bed, heart hammering, listening to the silence that felt too thick. One night, I decided enough was enough. I grabbed the rifle, turned on every light in the house, and walked through room by room. Nothing. But in the kitchen, I noticed something odd. A smudge on the counter, near the stove. Wet, smelling faintly of earth. Like someone had been leaning against it, listening. I wiped it away, but it came back the next night, and the next. Each time the smudge was in a slightly different spot. Like whoever was doing it was moving around, trying to stay hidden, but unable to resist the urge to touch something. It felt less like a break-in, and more like someone was practicing being me. I stopped sleeping in the bedroom, started sleeping in the living room, where I could see the whole house from one angle. I told myself it was temporary, that I was just being dramatic, but the house didn't believe me. One night I woke up to the sound of the front door opening, not the soft click of a key, not the creak of old hinges, a heavy, deliberate push, like someone was testing how much force it would take. I sat up, rifle in hand, and listened. Silence. Then, from the hallway, the faintest sound of footsteps. Not walking, just shifting weight. Like someone standing still but refusing to be invisible. I stood, moved toward the hallway, and called out, "I know you're there!" No answer. Just the quiet hum of the house, waiting. I stepped into the hallway. The air felt colder here, sharper. And then I saw it. In the mirror on the wall, just past the spare room door, there was a reflection that didn't match what I saw in front of me. Me, except not me. The reflection was wearing the same clothes, had the same haircut, but its face was wrong. Too still. Too perfect. Like a mask carved from memory. It smiled. Not a real smile. A stretched, unnatural curve of lips that didn't belong to a real mouth. And then it turned its head slowly, deliberately, to look off into the dark part of the house where the light didn't reach. Like it was waiting for someone else. I blinked. The mirror was empty. Just me. But the feeling in the house hadn't changed. It still knew I was there. It still wanted me to know that whatever I thought was mine, my house, my land, my solitude, was never really mine at all. I was 18 the year I learned that home is just a word we use until something proves us wrong. My parents traveled a lot for work. By then, me staying alone wasn't a big production. I was the responsible teenager. Feed the cat, bring in the mail, lock the doors, don't throw a party. In return, I got a rare commodity: silence. No one asking where I was going, no one telling me to turn the TV down. It was early summer. The house felt like a private universe. I had every light I liked on, every show queued up, my phone in one hand and a bag of chips in the other. Outside, the sky was that deep indigo where your reflection in the window looks like a stranger if you glance too fast. I remember thinking, bizarrely, how safe it felt, how controlled. Around midnight, 3 knocks broke that illusion. Not frantic, not cautious. 3 slow, measured thuds on the front door, the kind that sound like someone practiced them. For a second, I moved on autopilot. Home equals safe, door equals formality. You open, that's what you do. My hand wrapped around the knob and stopped.
It wasn't a thought so much as a full-body red flag. Nobody comes here at midnight. We don't have close neighbors. My parents weren't due back for 3 days. There was no logical universe where a friendly visitor was at our door. I pulled my hand back, suddenly aware of how alone I actually was. The house, which had felt big, and mine, suddenly seemed full of corners I couldn't see from where I stood. I checked the peephole. That was the last normal action of that night. 2 men stood on the porch. They were too stiff to be casual, too coordinated to be random. Dark jackets, dark pants, not uniforms, but almost matching. The kind of clothes people wear when they want to look professional without actually being attached to anything official. No pizza boxes, no clipboards, no delivery truck in the driveway. They weren't looking at the door. They were staring straight ahead, like they were waiting for a cue. After a beat, one of them spoke. "We're here to speak with Mr. and Mrs. Ian," he said. My parents' last name, perfectly pronounced. The tone was wrong, though. It sounded rehearsed, like a line in a play. He didn't say your parents or the homeowners, just their names, like he knew them without knowing them. Every instinct in me screamed to stay silent. I could feel my pulse in my ears. The soft buzz of the ceiling light above me sounded like static. The air between my mouth and the door felt too fragile to risk words. I held my breath. They waited another moment, then glanced at each other. One muttered something I couldn't catch. Then they stepped out of the peephole's view. I didn't hear a car door. No engine turning over. Just the fridge humming behind me and the blood rushing in my head. I should have called someone then. My parents. A neighbor. 911. Instead, I did what people do when they're half scared and half in denial. I went back to the living room, sat on the couch, and pretended if I never unpaused the TV, the moment at the door wouldn't matter. I didn't turn the sound back on, though. Every groan of the house suddenly had edges. A couple of minutes later, I heard it. Footsteps along the side of the house where there is no sidewalk. Just dirt and weeds. Slow, measured steps. Too heavy to be an animal. Too hesitant to be normal. I moved to the back of the house and peeked through a tiny crack between the curtains. They were in the yard, not leaving, pivoting. One of them was slipping something slender and metallic from his pocket, working the latch on the back gate like he already knew how it was built. The other kept looking up at the dark windows, not scared, expectant. They hadn't gone away. They'd gone around. Panic is weird. It doesn't hit all at once. It arrives in layers. First layer. They're not supposed to be there. Second, they never left. They just chose a different entrance. Third, cold and clear. They're not here to talk. While one of them tested the back door, pressing, stepping back, looking at the frame like a contractor might, the other scanned the second-story windows. I backed away from the curtains like the glass had teeth. My phone was suddenly the heaviest thing I'd ever held. I texted my parents, "Call me now." Then I didn't wait. I dialed 911. I kept my voice low as I moved through the house, whispering to the dispatcher, trying to balance speed and silence. "There are 2 men at my house," I said. "They tried the front door and now they're in the backyard. My parents are out of town. I'm alone." "Stay on the line," she said. "Can you get somewhere safe you can lock?" The garage. It had a solid door to the house. No windows. I eased into it and clicked the door closed, heart hammering. Right after she told me officers were on their way, something metallic popped from the back of the house, hard enough that I felt it through the wall, the deadbolt giving way. Then the back door shut. My house has this specific echo when that door closes. A low, heavy thud through the floorboards. I'd felt it 1,000 times from upstairs. Hearing it from the dark garage felt like listening to someone else's heartbeat beating in my chest. Their footsteps inside were controlled. Not the hurried shuffle of thieves,
not the random wandering of drunk idiots. Slow, deliberate, weight spread out like they were savoring the quiet. I could trace their route by sound. Kitchen, dining room, hallway, then the stairs. They went up like they'd done it before, like they knew there was nothing for them on the first floor worth taking. One of them flicked a light switch. Another, probably surprised to find most of the house already dark. They spoke in low, clipped phrases I couldn't fully make out, except one word: wait. It came out of one of them in this tone that sounded like both an order and a summary. Wait. As in, wait here. As in, this is what we're here to do. Upstairs, doors opened and closed. Not dresser drawers, not cabinets. Full doors, bedroom, bathroom, closet, another bedroom. Then one door shut very softly, and the house went still. The dispatcher kept asking if I could hear them, if I was okay. I realized at some point I'd stopped answering out loud, afraid even my whisper would ride the air vents up to them. Time fell apart. 10 minutes felt like an hour spent under a boot. I didn't go upstairs. I didn't move at all except to breathe as quietly as I could. The garage was dark except for the thin LED light on the opener. My own shadow on the cement looked like someone else hunched there. I could still hear them above me, not moving exactly, but present. A weight on the ceiling. In that weird, stretched-out time, my brain did something I hated for. It started filling in the blanks. I could see them in my mind as clearly as if I'd stuck my head around the corner. Both of them in my parents' bedroom. The biggest room, the one you'd automatically gravitate to if you were planning an entrance. Sitting on the bed, in the dark or near dark, facing the door. Maybe one on each side of the frame. Maybe both at the foot. Maybe one standing, one sitting. It doesn't matter. The shape of it was the point. Waiting. I knew in a way that bypassed logic that if my parents had actually been due home that night, they would have walked straight into that. Keys in the front door, casual conversation about their trip, bags in hand, lights off because they'd think everyone was asleep, up the stairs, down the hallway, into a room where two men already knew their names. The dispatcher said, "They're almost there. Stay with me." Then, the crunch of tires on gravel, not fast enough to be a chase, but fast enough to mean business. No sirens, just presence. The house above me came to life. Fast footsteps across the upstairs hall. A door slamming. Hissed arguing, more urgent than before. The back door opened again. Officers shouting commands, their voices echoing in a way the men's hadn't. "The police are entering now," the dispatcher said, calm but with this undercurrent like, "Now we see which way this goes." They went straight upstairs. They didn't need anyone to tell them that's where the wrongness lived. Another voice came around the outside, close to the garage door. They knocked. Firm, but not pounding. They said my name through the wood over and over until I finally croaked, "Yeah." When I stepped out into my own driveway, my quiet, normal-looking house was lit in police red and blue. It looked like a crime scene before a crime had time to finish. They walked me to the sidewalk. I watched as two men in dark jackets came down my front steps in handcuffs. They didn't look at me. That was somehow worse. They didn't resist. That's something the officers kept repeating. They went quietly. They complied. They had no duffel bags full of electronics, no pillowcases full of jewelry, no visible weapons, just those heavy jackets and a script they'd half unfinished. At the station, they gave almost nothing up. Basic info. Names that might have been real. No priors in the system that screamed monster. Just minor crap. Trespass, shoplifting, whatever. They knew my parents' full names. Our address. That my parents traveled often. Roughly how long they were usually gone. Later, my parents checked their digital lives for leaks. No obvious social media oversharing, no travel photos posted in real time, no public calendars. The airline miles account was secure. The email confirmed tickets, sure, but not our address. We never did figure out how these men pieced it together, or how many houses they'd tried this on before. In the end, the cops could only hit them with breaking and entering an attempted burglary. There was no weapon on them, no injury, no stolen property. Nothing happened, officially. That's what haunts me, because something absolutely was happening. It just hadn't finished. My parents tried to make it a teachable moment. "See?" my mom said. "Never open the door that late. You did the right thing." She wasn't wrong, but it didn't feel like the point. The point to me was that their plan didn't start with a door. It started with a name, with a schedule, with a mental blueprint of our house. And that when that plan hit a snag, my silence, my refusal to answer, they didn't give up. They adapted. They went around. I can't prove this, but I know deep in that irrational, instinctive place that if I'd answered, "They're not home, it's just me," something in them would have clicked sideways. The scene upstairs would have been different. The target would have shifted. And I might not be here to tell the story in a casual horror thread on the internet. Now, whenever my parents leave town, I feel this continuation. Not fear of a new thing, but dread of something resuming where it left off. Sometimes a car will idle too long on our street at night. The headlights will wash over our front door. I'll pause whatever I'm watching, stand in the hallway, and listen, just to be sure. Sometimes I swear I can feel the echo of those 3 practiced knocks in my bones. Not yet on the door. Just rehearsing, waiting for the right timing, the right names, the right house that still thinks nothing like that could ever happen here. I didn't notice my life getting smaller. That's the worst part. It wasn't some dramatic collapse, just a slow tightening of a loop. Work, drive home, door shuts, TV on, brain off. I work in logistics, which is a fancy way of saying I argue with spreadsheets and tracking numbers until they behave. It's not a bad job, just gray. My days are fluorescent lit and climate controlled. My nights are blue lit and silent. When I bought my split level 3 years ago, everyone said the same thing. Nice starter place, good neighborhood. It looked like every other house on the block. Same siding, same half-hearted landscaping, same porch lights that freaked out over squirrels. I told myself I'd get to know the neighbors. I didn't. I waved a couple of times, then started timing my exits to avoid eye contact. My social life shrank down to one person, Mark, a guy from work who refused to let me disappear completely. He'd drag me out for wings or beers, keep me on the group chat, remind people I existed. That December, he started calling me Ghost. "You're like a rumor," he said once. "People at work are like, is he still here? Did he die at his desk?" "I'm just tired," I always said, which was true. But it wasn't the whole story. Tired is safe. Tired is easy. Tired is how you justify not noticing that no one would miss you for a few days if your porch light burned out and never turned back on. Mark's New Year's party was his last stand against my hermit phase. "You're coming," he said. "This isn't a question. You can sit in the corner and judge everyone, I don't care. Just show up." I went because saying no felt like admitting something I wasn't ready to name. The party was exactly what you'd expect. Too loud, too warm, too many conversations you drift in and out of without actually connecting with anyone. I drank cheap whiskey from red cups because it filled the silence when I couldn't think of small talk. Every time I checked my phone, the time was later than I thought. Around 1:30 a.m., I bailed. Told Mark I had an Uber coming and would get my car tomorrow. The ride home was quiet, streets empty. When the driver left me at the curb, the neighborhood felt hollow. No fireworks yet, no kids. Just a kind of suspended stillness. I got inside, maybe locked the door, maybe didn't. I thought I did. The act is so automatic I don't have a clean memory of it. just the feeling of key and lock, twist, click. I was drunk enough that probably felt like definitely. I collapsed on the couch fully dressed, shoes kicked halfway off, the remote digging into my hip. I didn't even turn on the TV. The darkness felt like mercy. The doorbell cut through my sleep like a blade. 4, maybe 5 hard presses in a row. Too urgent to be a drunk neighbor. Too impatient to be a delivery. I remember surfacing, disoriented, heart starting to pound. I did nothing. I lay there, heavy as wet sand, thinking, if I don't move, it stops being my problem. After a few seconds, it did stop. No knocks, no voices. My body, desperate for rest or escape or both, dragged me back under. I wish I could say I didn't know better. The truth is, I chose not to know anything at all. The next time I woke up, it wasn't to a sound, it was to a feeling. That cliché someone's watching you thing, it's real. It's like your nervous system wakes up before your thoughts do. My eyelids felt glued down, but every instinct I had was suddenly screaming. The darkness was wrong. My living room usually has this faint orange haze from the streetlights, but now it was almost pure black. As my eyes adjusted, I saw that thin stripe of light on the hallway wall, pale and still. The front door was open, just a few inches. Enough that the night bled in, enough that I knew, with absolute certainty, that I had not done that. Before panic had fully formed, I heard it. Footsteps upstairs. Not clumsy, not cautious, just normal. The way I walked when I was half awake, going to grab laundry or my phone charger. Floorboards creaked exactly where I knew they would. My whole body went cold. I slid off the couch like I was trying not to wake something. Crouched behind it, heart slamming so hard I could hear my pulse in my ears. 2 sets of footsteps, 2 different weights. A door opened. My bedroom. The tiny rattle of hangers, drawers sliding, closet doors bumping and re-bumping like someone didn't quite push them closed. A man's voice, casual, empty. Told you. Another voice, more annoyed. People stash stuff. Check all of it. Evan screwed up because he got lazy. They weren't whispering. They weren't rushing. They sounded like guys at the end of a shift, complaining about a coworker while they finished their checklist. They came downstairs. One went toward the kitchen. I heard the fridge door suck open, cabinets thud. The other's footsteps headed straight for the living room. I held my breath until my chest burned. He walked around the coffee table. I heard the remote clatter to the floor, batteries rolling. I felt his presence on the other side of the couch, the air shifting. He leaned over. I saw his shadow stretch across the wall, his arm reaching down between the cushions. His hand passed inches above my head, close enough that I could have grabbed him. He didn't look down. "Nothing," he muttered. "TV's cheap anyway. Not worth it." He straightened up, already bored. For a second, it felt less like I'd hidden well, and more like I just didn't register, like I wasn't part of the inventory. "Grab the router and we're good," he called. "He's a light packer." They laughed again as they walked to the door. "Door was practically open," one said. "People make this too easy." "He's blackout somewhere," the other replied. "We're just helping him declutter." The door closed with a soft, final click. The silence afterward felt thicker than the dark. I don't remember dialing 911. I remember my fingers not working right, the phone almost slipping, my voice coming out too quiet when the dispatcher answered. "2 men were just in my house," I said. "They took stuff. I'm still here. I was here." Saying that last part felt important, like if I didn't, they'd file this under empty home burglary and never think about me again. The cops were polite in that detached way that tells you you're not the worst thing they've seen tonight. They walked through my overturned drawers, the open closets, the missing electronics, narrating as they went like it was a training video. "No forced entry."
the older one said near the door. He ran a thumb along the latch. See that? Scuff marks. Small, but there. Tiny scratches I'd never noticed. Little half-moons in the paint where something had pressed or jimmied again and again. Someone's been testing this, he said. Pushing, pulling, seeing if it gives. Probably over a few nights. I felt weirdly offended, like I'd failed some exam without knowing I was taking it. My neighbor across the street, Halpern, shuffled over in his slippers when the cruisers pulled away. Everything okay? Got robbed, I said. The word felt foreign in my mouth. He frowned. Huh. Should have said something. I've seen a car just sitting out here a few nights lately. Small, dark SUV, lights off, 2 guys inside. Thought they were waiting for someone. Didn't have a plate light. How many nights? I asked. He shrugged. 3, 4, between 10 and midnight. Right about when you get home from work, come to think of it. Suddenly I could see it. Me, this predictable blip on their schedule. Garage light on at the same time every night. Porch light, TV glow. Me not talking to anyone. Me not being known by anyone on this street well enough for them to walk over and say, "Hey, that car looks weird." The cops left. Halpern went back to his lawn obsession. I stood in my own kitchen feeling like I was walking through a crime scene that happened to share my name. People tell you, at least you weren't hurt. At least you didn't wake up to them standing over you. It could have been so much worse. They mean well. They're not wrong. But what they don't understand is that my brain already lives in the place where it was worse. I can't stop running the alternate cut of that night. In that one, the doorbell rings, and instead of freezing, I do the normal, adult thing. I get up. I'm annoyed, a little drunk, maybe thinking it's a neighbor with a noise complaint or a rideshare mix-up. I don't check the peephole. I crack the door without really engaging my brain. They're there. Same guys. Same bored eyes, work night energy. One smiles, shows me something. Badge, ID, package, who knows? Maybe they say they saw my car at my friend's place, ask if I lent it out. Something that gets me to open the door a little wider, drop my guard. In that version, the cops don't find scuff marks at my door. They find blood on the carpet. Maybe they don't find me at all. Reality isn't that dramatic, thank God. But the line between what happened and what could have happened feels paper thin. Now, every time I wake up at 3 a.m., and it happens a lot, I lie there listening, not hearing footsteps exactly, but sensing some leftover echo of them. I feel like I've accidentally slid into the wrong timeline where I wasn't supposed to be on that couch, where they planned around me being gone. It messes with your head, realizing there are people out there who know your habits more clearly than your friends do, who have watched your lights, your comings and goings, your patterns, who see you not as a person, but as Tuesday, 10:30 p.m., likely empty. I added cameras, better locks, a bigger deadbolt plate. I joined the stupid neighborhood Facebook group I'd been ignoring. I learned my neighbors' names, not because I suddenly love small talk, but because I understand now that being a total ghost, it doesn't make you invisible. It just makes you easy. If you've ever scrolled through rental listings with your brain half offline, you know the type of house I'm talking about. I was visiting my brother 3 years ago. He lives in a cramped 1-bedroom with a roommate who basically lives in the kitchen. I didn't want to be the third body on their floor, and hotels in his area were stupid expensive, so I went the budget route. Short-term rental, entire place, low nightly rate, clean photos. The listing pictures showed a small, generic house. Beige walls, basic couch. Minimalist, if you're being kind. Staged for resale, if you're being honest. The reviews were short but positive. Clean. Good value. Convenient location. When I pulled up after a 6-hour drive, my first thought was that it looked like a model home they forgot to unbuild. The lawn was too neat, the blinds all at the same height, no kids' bikes or lawn chairs.
just a house-shaped object on a quiet street. Inside, it felt worse. There was furniture, but it had that thrown-together feel, like someone had walked through a thrift store and said, "That'll photograph fine." No books, no personal stuff, no weird knickknacks, just surfaces and angles. The air smelled wrong, too clean, but not in a fresh way. More like an overused cleaning product layered over something else. Bleach and something metallic hiding underneath. I told myself I was being dramatic. I was tired, stiff from the drive, irritable. I tossed my duffel on the neatly made bed, met my brother for dinner, and joked about my serial killer Airbnb. "Text me if a clown comes out of the vents," he said. I laughed. We both did. It felt like the kind of cheap, throwaway joke the universe loves to pin to a bulletin board. I got back to the house around 11 p.m., full of diner food and that sleepy road trip haze. I double-checked the code on the keypad, locked the deadbolt, and even tugged the door to feel it catch. The kind of overcautious thing you do more for your own anxiety than actual safety. Inside, the quiet felt heavy. No building hum, no neighbors through the walls, just the fridge cycling and the occasional car far off on the main road. I FaceTimed my brother for a bit, turned off the lamps, and crashed in the bedroom. The blackout curtains did their job too well. Once I closed my eyes, the world went away. Until about 3 a.m., I woke up like someone had snapped their fingers next to my ear. No dream, no gradual surfacing, just instant awareness and a feeling like I'd just missed something. The dark was total. My brain started trying to fill it, shapes in corners, shifts in the ceiling. I lay there, holding my breath, and that's when I heard it. Click. Not loud, not dramatic. Just the unmistakable, soft, controlled sound of a door latch engaging somewhere down the short hallway. No footsteps before it, no footsteps after. Just that single, careful sound, like someone easing a door shut so it wouldn't slam. Every part of me went cold. The thought came in fully formed. Someone has a key. I lay there for what might have been 5 minutes or 30, listening to a silence that suddenly felt packed with attention. My heartbeat was so loud in my ears it almost masked everything else. Finally, I swung my legs out of bed, grabbed my phone, and edged into the hall. The front door looked off. The deadbolt was turned the wrong way. The handle sat slightly open, the rubber weather strip not fully compressed. I knew I'd locked it. I shut it, locked it again, triple-checked it like an OCD ritual. I didn't call 911. It felt too big for something that could still be explained by "the cleaner forgot." Instead, I called the non-emergency line. The dispatcher listened, didn't sound surprised at all, and sent a patrol car just to check things out. 2 officers walked through the house with flashlights, opened closets, looked at windows. No signs of forced entry. No open doors. They were polite but radiated that "we've seen nervous travelers before" energy. Honestly, one of them said, "These places see a lot of foot traffic. Cleaners, owners, handymen. Stuff happens. Change the code. Keep everything locked. You'll be fine." The owner texted first thing in the morning. Long apology. New code. Lots of "this has never happened before." I wanted to believe that. To file it away as a weird but ultimately harmless story. If I'd listened to the part of me that didn't buy it, I would have checked into a hotel that day. I didn't. The second night started normal enough. That's what makes what happened feel worse. It slid in sideways, not as some cinematic horror moment, but as a series of small, dismissible things. All day, the house made me uneasy. The chemical smell seemed stronger, like the air had been scrubbed and something under it was still trying to leak through. Every room felt unused, despite the fact that I was there. Like my presence hadn't registered. My brother suggested I just crash at his place. "Dude, our couch is terrible," he said.
but bad furniture beats haunted knockoff IKEA. I laughed it off. I didn't want to be the needy sibling, didn't want to deal with his roommate, didn't want to admit I was spooked by a house. You're overthinking it, I told myself, locking the door again that night. New place, weird vibes, brain filling in gaps. Around 11, I was sprawled on the living room couch with the TV on silent, half watching, half scrolling my phone. The hallway was visible in my peripheral vision, a dark rectangle of space leading to the bedroom and bathroom. That's when I heard it, the sound of someone breathing behind me. Not a cartoonish gasp, just a slow, wet exhale through a nose. Human. Close. I whipped around so fast I made myself dizzy. The couch, the TV, the doorway. Nothing. No one. But the dark of the hallway had a presence to it. The only way I can describe it is that the shadows looked arranged, like someone had just stepped out of the line of sight and left their outline behind. Get a grip, I muttered. I did the anxious person thing, overcompensation through control. I walked the whole house, opened every closet, checked under the bed, pushed the shower curtain all the way aside, stared at the undersink cabinet like a raccoon was going to wink at me. Nothing. The smell in the bedroom was stronger, though. Bleach, mildew, and an edge of something sour and metallic under it, like old coins rubbed between fingers. I told myself it was just old pipes. Back in the living room, I turned the TV volume on low, some background noise to drown out the house's personality. 10 minutes later, from the bedroom, I heard the closet door slide shut. You know the sound of those cheap sliding doors on a metal track? It was that. A slow, controlled shk, then the soft bump of it settling into place. I hadn't gone near the closet. I was sure of it. My reality split. Rational me. Old house, uneven floors, draft. Door drifted shut. That's it. Animal me. There is something in that room, and it is closing itself off. I stared down the hallway, lamp in one hand like I was in some bad reenactment. The longer I waited, the more the air felt dense, like the hallway had filled with a substance thicker than oxygen. Eventually, I walked toward the bedroom, every step a bad decision I'd already committed to making. The closer I got, the more that coppery smell sharpened, threading into the back of my throat. The closet door was closed. There was a sliver of darkness where the panels met, a seam too narrow for anything to look through, but my brain supplied eyes anyway. I don't know why I started talking. Maybe I'd seen too many movies. Maybe I was trying to convince myself I wasn't terrified enough to run. I know someone's in there, I said, which sounded shaky and pathetic in the stillness. I've already called the cops once. I'll do it again. My voice didn't bounce around like normal. It felt like the room swallowed it. No answer, obviously. No sorry, wrong rental. No burst of adrenaline and sprint from an intruder. Just the hum of the house and that smell pushing at the edges of my composure. I reached out. My hand closed around the cheap little finger groove in the closet panel, just as I started to pull. The bedroom light went out. Not a flicker. A clean cut. 1 second I'm staring at the door. The next, I'm in absolute black. I froze. In that dark, all my senses tried to climb into my ears at once. That's when I felt it more than heard it. Weight shifting. A shoe, because it had that rubber on wood drag. Scuffing once. Inside the closet. 6 inches, maybe a foot, from where I stood. There is a level of fear that bypasses language. Nothing witty, nothing rational. Just an animal scream in your nervous system. I dropped the lamp without realizing it. My body had already decided to run. I bolted. Down the hallway, hands scraping the wall to orient myself. Into the living room, where the light from the street lamps outside made everything look washed out and unreal. The deadbolt suddenly felt like a puzzle I'd never solved before, fingers fumbling. All I could picture was that closet door sliding open behind me, silently, something stepping out into the hall. I yanked the front door open and didn't close it behind me.
just burst out onto the front stoop into the cold night air, like I'd been underwater too long. Under the wash of a nearby streetlight, I finally dialed 911 with fingers that couldn't hold still. "Short-term rental," I told the dispatcher, voice shaking. "Someone's in the house. I don't know how. I think they're in the bedroom closet." The light went out. She kept me talking until the sirens got close. I didn't go back in. Watching cops enter a place you just fled from is a weird experience. Part of you hopes they find someone, just to prove you're not crazy. Another part of you really, really hopes they don't. They swept the house, guns drawn at first, then relaxing into that slightly annoyed professionalism when nothing lunged at them. "No one inside," one of them said after a few minutes. "Windows secured, doors intact." The landlord, middle-aged woman, practical haircut, showed up in sweatpants, out of breath and apologizing before she even hit the porch. "I'm so sorry," she kept saying. "I've never had... This is... Oh my God." The officers brought us into the bedroom last. The smell hit me again, thick and chemical and coppery. One of them slid the closet door open. It was just a closet. Single bar, plastic hangers, extra pillows and plastic wrap on the shelf, shoes lined up too neatly. I thought, maybe I broke. Maybe this is what a panic attack does to your senses. Then the officer who'd opened the door frowned and stepped closer to the inside panel. "Ma'am," he said to the landlord, "you aware of this?" On the inside of the closet door, down low where you wouldn't see it unless you were looking, was a metal latch, newer than the door, a simple sliding bolt that could be locked from within. "That's not supposed to be there," the landlord said immediately. Her voice had that too quick quality of someone reacting before their brain could catch up. I didn't install that." The chemical smell seemed to tighten in that small space. One of the officers stepped back, hand over his mouth briefly, like he'd caught a whiff of something he couldn't place and didn't want to. They didn't say much in front of me after that. Some low murmurs between themselves, a couple of coded looks with the landlord. One of them took photos. Another radioed something in a calm, clipped tone. They suggested I find alternate accommodation for the night. The landlord offered, insisted on paying for, a hotel. I didn't argue. I watched the house recede in the rearview mirror and felt like the darkness in the bedroom was watching me go. For weeks after I went home, I checked the local news. Nothing about bodies found. Nothing about serial squatters. No arrests. The house didn't show up on any crime maps I could find. A month later, curiosity got the better of me. I opened the rental app and searched the neighborhood. The listing was gone. Relief flickered, until 2 weeks after that, when I saw what I'm 99% sure was the same house. Same street, same facade, slightly different angles in the photos. New host name, fresh listing, new furniture here and there. No mention of a recent incident. 5 stars. Reviews rolling in. So peaceful. Slept better here than I have in months. House feels very private. Perfect solo getaway. I stared at those words, thinking about the smell in that closet, the inside latch, the weight shift inches from my hand. Part of me wondered if what I heard those nights wasn't just someone in the walls or the closet now, but echoes of whoever had been in there before. People whose stays didn't end with them booking another trip. I've never reported the listing. I don't know what I'd even say that wouldn't sound like paranoia. All I know is that somewhere out there is a house whose walls have practiced this routine. A host who said, "That's not supposed to be there," like it was both true and not the whole truth. And a closet with a latch on the inside that didn't install itself. And strangers keep going there, looking for a cheap, peaceful place to sleep. It started with 3 dull thuds, spaced just far enough apart to sound intentional, not frantic, not friendly. Practiced. I was halfway off the couch before my brain caught up to my feet. We have a doorbell. Everyone who knows us uses the doorbell. The knocking itself should have been my first red flag. I padded down the hallway in socks, the house suddenly too quiet behind me. Our front door has one of those old warped peepholes that stretches faces like fisheye lenses, but you can still get a decent sense of who's out there. When I pressed my eye to it, my stomach did this slow rolling drop. Two men, late 30s, maybe early 40s, both tall, both standing with that weird stiff posture that screams, trying to look authoritative. Dark jackets, dark pants, no visible badges, no logo, no clipboard, just anonymity and duplicate. They weren't looking at the peephole. They were staring straight ahead, like they were posing for an invisible camera. After a few seconds, the one on the left spoke. His voice had the tone of someone reading from a teleprompter. "We're here to speak with Mr. and Mrs. Ian." He said my parents' last name perfectly. No hesitation, no mispronunciation. It sliced clean through my half-asleep haze. Only people who actually know my parents, or have their information, say it right the first time. My hand was already on the doorknob, but something in me locked up. I didn't answer. I didn't move. I just disappeared behind the wood. I hadn't decided not to talk. My body just chose for me. They waited, counted breaths. One of them shifted his weight, the smallest scrape of shoe on concrete. Then he turned his head slightly toward the other and muttered something low I couldn't catch. A moment later, they stepped out of the peephole's frame. No hello, no anyone home, no second knock, just gone. I waited for the sound of a car door, an engine, anything that would mark this as a normal interaction. Instead, the house swallowed everything. It was so quiet I could hear the ceiling light buzzing above me and my own heartbeat in my ears. Some part of me wanted to laugh it off. Wrong address, religious people, sales guys. But there was this colder piece, way in the center of my chest, that knew I had just avoided entering into something I didn't understand, and that whatever it was, wasn't finished. I backed away from the door and told myself I was being dramatic. I even went back to the couch and unpaused my show just to prove I could, but I didn't absorb a single frame. Every tiny noise in the house got amplified to 10 times its size. About 2 minutes later, I heard it, the faint crunch of gravel on the side of the house where no one ever walks. That strip is basically decorative weeds and dirt between us and the property line. There's no path, no gate, no reason for anyone to be there, unless they're trying not to be seen. I muted the TV again. The footsteps were slow, careful. One. Pause. Another. It sounded like they were rediscovering the layout, probing for weak spots. I moved to the back of the house and nudged the curtain barely an inch. The backyard was a flat smear of indigo, our patio table just a darker shape. Then my eyes adjusted, and there they were. The same two men, their outlines cutting against the yard. One was at the gate, crouched slightly, hands working the latch. The other stood a few feet back, angled so he could see every window at once. He tilted his head, scanning the second floor. For a second I had the sick, specific thought that he was counting bedrooms. Okay, no, I whispered to myself. Nope. I backed away from the glass, my heart climbing into my throat. My hands were shaking so hard I almost dropped my phone, pulling it from my pocket. I texted my parents first. Pure panic logic. Me. Call me now. The message went through, little delivered checkmark, mocking how useless it was at that hour on a different time zone. Then I dialed 911. When the operator answered, my voice came out in this thin, shaky whisper I barely recognized. I gave the address, explained there were two men trying to get into the house. "Are you somewhere safe inside the residence?" she asked. Her voice was calm in that almost inhuman dispatcher way, as if this whole situation was a math problem. "Kind of," I said. "They're at the back. The front is locked, I think. Can you move to a more secure room and stay on the line?"
The closest place that made sense was the garage. It has a heavy interior door with a deadbolt and no windows. I moved as quietly as I could, every step feeling like a shout. As I eased the door closed behind me, something metallic popped from the back of the house. Not a knock, not a kick. The sound of hardware giving way. They'd forced the back door. I felt it in the studs more than heard it. Our house has its own internal language. Doors slam, pipes hum, appliances whine. That particular echo, the hollow thud of the back door shutting, was as familiar as my own voice. Hearing it from the wrong side of a locked garage felt like listening to someone else inhale using your lungs. "Ma'am?" the dispatcher said. "Are you still there?" "Yeah," I whispered. "They're inside." From inside the dark garage, everything in the house was translated into blunt vibrations through drywall and concrete. I stood there, phone pressed to my ear, trying not to breathe too loud. Their footsteps came in like they owned the place. Slow, measured, definitely not the frantic shuffle of someone grabbing valuables. One pair was heavier, one a bit lighter, but their rhythm stayed almost identical. I could trace their path: kitchen tile, dining room wood, the subtle change to carpet at the base of the stairs. "Two adult males inside the residence," the dispatcher repeated, more for the recording than for me. "Officers are en route. Stay with me, okay?" I wanted to ask her if anything about this sounded normal to her. Instead, I just said, "Okay," and listened. They went upstairs. Our staircase has one board that squeaks on the 5th step. I counted under my breath. 1, 2, 3, 4. Squeak. 5. Then their weight shifted onto the 2nd floor. Drawers being rifled have a specific sound. Sharp pulls, wood hitting stops, objects clattering. What I heard instead was doors. Long, soft swishes as closet doors opened and closed. Hinges creaking on bedroom doors being tested. Every once in a while, one of them flicked a light switch. The soft click echoed down through the framing, but no new light filtered under the garage door. I had already turned everything off but the living room lamp. To them, it must have looked like a house that had gone to sleep hours ago. They weren't in any hurry. That was the worst part. No low "hurry up," no sounds of bags or zippers, nothing that said, "We're here to grab and go." It felt like reconnaissance. Once, the lighter-footed one spoke loud enough that his voice bled through the ceiling. One word, clear and sharp: "Wait." I don't know why that word bothered me so much. Maybe because there are two ways to hear it: as an order, or as a description of what they were doing. Waiting. Above me, a door clicked shut. Softly, deliberately, then silence. Not the chaotic silence of people leaving, but the dense, intentional kind. A silence with weight. In my head, a picture assembled without my permission. My parents' bedroom. The bed. The two men seated on it or beside it, facing the doorway like a stage where the next actor hadn't come on yet. "How far out are the officers?" I whispered. "They're almost there," the dispatcher said. "I need you to stay where you are. Do not attempt to confront anyone. Do you understand?" I understood way too clearly. I understood that if my parents were due home that night, these men would probably still be upstairs, staged, practicing their lines for when the front door opened and familiar footsteps came down the hall. The realization hit hard enough to make my knees feel weak. I hadn't interrupted a burglary. I'd interrupted a plan. When the first squad car pulled up, they killed the siren before hitting our street. All I heard was the crunch of tires on gravel and the low murmur of radio chatter coming through someone's open window. Inside the house, the stillness burst. Feet pounded across the upstairs hallway. A door slammed, then another. One of them cursed under his breath, just a muffled syllable, but the tone was unmistakable. Officers are entering now, the dispatcher said. You're doing great. Stay put until they come to you. The back door opened again, this time with authority. Voices barked commands. Sheriff's Department. Hands where I can see them. Boots thudding up the stairs. The controlled chaos of trained people stepping into someone else's mess. Another officer came around the side of the house and knocked gently on the interior garage door. My name? It's the police. You can open up. I froze for a second. Every movie I'd ever seen flashed through my head. Someone faking a voice, baiting the victim. I called out, badge through the mail slot, before my brain could tell my mouth that was insane. There was a tiny pause, then a quiet chuckle. Fair enough, the voice said, closer to normal now. Unit 24, I'll back up so you can open it. I still checked through the peephole. He was there. A uniform, reflective vest, radio on his shoulder. I unbolted the door with hands that felt like they belonged to someone else. The house looked wrong in red and blue. Our neat, neutral walls were slashed with emergency colors, making everything look staged, like the set of one of those gritty reconstructions on true crime shows. They walked me outside while other officers moved in and out, their radios hissing. After what felt like a long time and also no time at all, 2 men were led out in cuffs. Same jackets, same stiff posture, now just slightly deflated. They didn't look scared. They looked annoyed. Like this was a delay. One of them scanned the crowd and his gaze skimmed past me for a microsecond. No recognition. No surprise. Just a flicker, like he was checking which variables had changed. Do you know these men? An officer asked me. I shook my head. No, never seen them. Later, I overheard snippets. No weapons found on them. No stolen property. No obvious tools beyond whatever they'd used to pop the back lock. When questioned, they gave names the cops clearly didn't buy, and addresses that led to vacant buildings. They knew my parents' full names. They knew our address. They knew our travel dates. Roughly 3 days. Home Sunday. Could be they got your info from a data breach, one detective said when my parents finally flew home and met with them. Or social media. People post more than they realize. My parents don't post anything. No boarding passes, no vacation shots. Their profiles might as well be dead. We're charging them with breaking and entering, the detective said. Unfortunately, that's all we can get to stick right now. My mom's voice cracked. That's it? They were in our house. Yes, ma'am, but they didn't harm anyone. They didn't take anything, and they're not talking. That night, after everyone left and the house was finally, painfully quiet, my dad tried to lighten it. See, he said, forcing a smile. You did everything right. You didn't open the door. You called 911. Lesson learned. He meant it as comfort. But don't open the door to strangers felt microscopic next to what had actually happened. Because the scariest part wasn't that 2 men broke in. It was that they broke in and waited. Life has a messed up way of snapping back to normal after something like that. For everyone else, anyway. Locks get upgraded. A security system goes in. My parents add travel discretion to their list of rules. Then they go back to their flights and presentations and hotel points. I went back to kind of nothing. School, sure. Friends, sure. But mostly, living in the same house that had been rehearsed as a crime scene. Sleeping in the same bedroom under the same ceiling where 2 strangers had walked, paused, and decided to stay a while. For weeks, I kept picturing what would have happened if their timing had been different. If my parents' flight had landed early, if traffic had been lighter, if their "we'll be home by 11" turned into 10 instead. I'd see it like a movie in my head. The front door unlocking, my mom calling out my name, my dad dropping his suitcase in the hall, light flipping on at the top of the stairs.
Two men standing in the doorway of the master bedroom saying my parents' names in that practiced tone. "We're here to speak with Mr. and Mrs. Ian." I started noticing patterns I'd never paid attention to before. How predictable we were. The light we always left on over the stove. The habit of my dad checking the mail before taking off his shoes. My mom hanging her keys on the same hook every time. I could have written a script for our nightly routine. So could anyone watching long enough. That realization gutted whatever sense of safety I had left. I wasn't afraid of monsters or ghosts. I was afraid of Xiao. Rehearsal. Of people who practiced being harmless until the exact second they didn't need to be anymore. The legal process dragged on, then kind of fizzled, at least from what we were told. Without evidence of a bigger plan, the system treated it like a weird, failed break-in. A blip. The men pled to lesser charges. Time served, maybe probation. No one would say much. I still think about them, about how calm they were, about the way one of them said, "Wait upstairs," and how that one word felt like the center of a larger sentence none of us got to hear. Here's what lives with me now. Every time my parents book a trip, I get that same sinking feeling in my stomach. Not that something new will happen, but that something old will resume. Like somewhere, someone still has a copy of the script labeled Ian House, Night Interior, and is just waiting for the right cast to line up again. Sometimes, late at night, when a car slows down outside, I mute whatever I'm watching and stand in the hallway. I just listen. For gravel crunching along the side of the house where no one should walk. For the back latch trembling. For 3 measured knocks and a voice saying my parents' names, ready to pick up right where they left off. If you've ever hit that point in life where any job starts to sound noble, you'll get where I was. I just walked out of a small office job that had turned into slow-motion hell. No yelling, no drama, just constant pressure and quiet gaslighting, until I couldn't tell if I was bad at my job or bad at existing. I quit without a plan. Savings dwindled faster than my pride. Rent notices started getting that bold red ink. So yeah, when I saw the "Help Wanted, Flexible Hours" sign in the dusty window of a specialty shop in a dying strip mall, I went in. The place sold this weird mix of hobbyist junk, model kits, obscure board games, overpriced figurines. On a good day, it made maybe $11. The strip mall itself sat just off a state highway, the kind of place where people only slowed down if they missed their exit. My boss, Ron, was one of those guys who wore a company polo like it made him a CEO. He loved phrases like "small business family" and "we all sacrifice." Translation: he went home at 8, I stayed until 10. "You're young," he said during my interview. "Nights won't bother you. And hey, quiet is easy, right?" I told him I could handle it. I needed the paycheck more than I needed to feel safe. Quiet, I learned, is only easy until it starts watching you back. The plaza during the day was depressing. At night, it crossed into something else. By 8 p.m., the nail salon's neon open sign flicked off. The laundromat went from half busy to a single humming machine. The vape shop's owner would stand outside smoking, then vanish. After that, it was just me and the kind of silence you only get in failed commercial real estate. That's when I noticed him. The first time, I thought he was just a random guy killing time. Tall, gray hooded jacket, hands in pockets. Standing near the edge of the lot where the light didn't quite reach. He faced our row of shops but never moved toward any door. Second time, same spot. Third time closer, sitting on the low curb by the laundromat, elbows on knees, head angled down. Hood up, face shadowed. I started calling him the Watcher in my head because it made it feel like a character in a story instead of a person in my life. I asked the lady at the laundromat once, trying to sound casual, "Hey, you see that guy in the gray hoodie a lot?" She barely looked up from her phone. "Which guy?" "Tall, hood up, just stands around." She shrugged. "People come and go." Long as they don't bother me, I don't notice. The vape shop guy claimed, "Oh yeah, dude's been around forever." Then, a beat later, or maybe I'm thinking of someone else. I never saw him go into a single shop. Never saw a car for him. He was just there. Far enough away to ignore if I wanted to. Close enough that pretending I didn't see him started to feel dishonest. I told myself he was probably just lonely, that the strip mall was the closest thing to company he had. That explanation worked. Until the night he moved closer. My third week there, my coworker texted me an hour before his shift. "Sorry man, sick as hell. Can't make it." I forwarded it to Ron. He replied almost instantly, "You'll be fine. After 8, it's a ghost town." He meant it as reassurance. It didn't feel like that. By 9:30, I'd had one customer, some guy buying a pack of card sleeves with crumpled bills. The rest of the time, I wiped already clean shelves and watched my reflection in the front glass. The watcher was there. Not at the edge of the lot this time. He'd moved up, leaning against a lamppost directly opposite our store. The hood was up, hands in his pockets. The light behind him was blown out, so all I could see was a tall silhouette. I tried not to stare, told myself, "He's just a guy. Homeless maybe. Weird but not dangerous. If he wanted trouble, he would have started it already." At 9:50, the aisle lights flickered. One long blink, then two quick ones like they were trying to communicate something. The security monitor in the back stuttered into static for half a second, then came back. Old building, old wiring. I filed it under annoying but explainable. At 10 o'clock on the dot, I locked the front door, flipped the sign to closed, and went to count the drawer in the little back office. Bills, coins, the scratch of my pen on the closing sheet. The normal ritual started to calm me down. Then I heard it. A soft, slow drag along the front glass. Not knuckles. Fingernails. I stepped out from the office just far enough to see the door. The watcher was standing inches from the glass now, right up against it. His hood was angled down so sharply I couldn't see any part of his face, just darkness under the fabric. His left hand was flat on the door, fingers spread wide. From where I stood, it looked like he was feeling the glass, not knocking, not trying the handle, just connecting. My heart hammered against my ribs. I stayed frozen behind a display, watching. My phone buzzed in my pocket, a notification, too loud in the quiet. I flinched, looked down for a second, thumbed it silent. When I looked back up, the window was empty. No footsteps, no shadow walking away. Just gone. I went straight to the monitor. 4 angles, grainy black and white. Entrance, main aisle, side aisle, back hallway. I rewound the last 5 minutes. On the screen, the front of the store stayed completely empty. No man in a hoodie, no hand on the glass. While I was still trying to make sense of that, the feed glitched again. For one frame, maybe half a second, it showed me. Same uniform, same apron, standing at the register, counting cash. Timestamp, 2 nights earlier. Then it snapped back to live. I told myself it was a software bug. Old system, cheap cameras. Still, I shut the office door before I finished counting. The lock on that thin, hollow core door felt like a joke. I turned off the sales floor lights, one section at a time, until only the emergency strips glowed faintly. The store felt smaller, pressed in by its own inventory. I grabbed my keys and headed toward the back exit. The front door chime rang. Just once. Soft, cheerful. The same sound it made every time someone walked in during business hours. Except the front door was locked. I checked it myself. I was holding the only key. The air changed. It sounds stupid, but that's the only way I can describe it. The room felt thicker, like someone had just taken a deep breath and was standing there, waiting. I froze. From the center aisle came the faintest scrape, like a shoe sliding half an inch on tile. Not a crash, not a bump, just presence. I did not go toward it. I backed into the office instead, shut the door as quietly as I could, and locked it. My hands were shaking so hard it took 3 tries to dial the non-emergency police line. "I'm at the store name," I whispered. "I think someone's inside." The door's locked, but I heard... I stopped. What was I going to say? I heard a chime that shouldn't ring, and air that felt wrong. The dispatcher said officers were on the way. Stay put. Don't engage. So I watched the cameras. For a minute, the feeds were boring. Empty aisles, empty entrance, empty hallway. Then something appeared. No door opened. No frame flickered. 1 second, the front part of the store was empty. The next, there was a figure at the edge of the aisle, just inside the camera's view. Tall, hood up, edges blurred like the focus was off. He didn't move, didn't turn, just stood there, perfectly still, like he was posing for the worst portrait ever taken. The timestamp in the corner started to spin. Date and time cycled so fast it was unreadable. Last week, last month, last year, like the system couldn't decide when this was happening. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't look away. After what felt like forever, but was probably a few seconds, his head lifted toward the camera. It didn't zoom. The resolution didn't suddenly sharpen, but my brain filled in details anyway. The sense I got wasn't stranger's face. It was my own features, pulled and smeared under that hood. Too long in some places, too short in others. Like someone had taken me apart and put me back together wrong, then scrubbed out the actual details. Recognition and revulsion at the same time. My eyes watered. I blinked, and the monitor showed empty aisles again. When the officers finally knocked on the back door, I nearly screamed. They swept the store, checked every aisle, both doors, the small stockroom. "Nothing disturbed," one of them said. "Everything's locked up tight. Could have been someone rattling the door and running off." These plazas attract weirdos. I almost told them about the camera, about the timestamp, about the not quite me face. Instead, I just nodded, signed their form, and watched their taillights vanish into the highway traffic. Ron was more mad about the police cars than about me being scared. "We don't need that kind of reputation," he said the next day. "It spooks customers. Next time, just call me first." "Would you have come in?" I asked. He didn't answer. I lasted 2 more weeks. Each closing shift got worse in ways that would sound minor to anyone who wasn't there. The chime went off twice on different nights, even though the door stayed still on camera. I'd be restocking and feel the unmistakable sensation of someone standing just behind me, this pressure, like another body in my space, only to turn and find empty air. Twice, while I was alone, the monitor flashed that same single-frame image of me at the register from earlier nights. Same posture, same stack of bills in my hand. The timestamp was different each time, stretched by a few minutes or hours, like the system was building out a whole catalog of my routines. My last night there, I bent down to grab something from under the counter and felt a breath against the back of my neck. Warm, close. No one was there. I handed in my notice the next day. Ron tried to argue. "You're overreacting," he said. "You're young, your imagination runs wild. Nothing's happened. You're fine." "I don't feel fine," I said. "And I don't want to be here when whatever this is decides to stop playing around." He rolled his eyes but let me go. Now, months later, I still have dreams about that office. Not about Ron. Not about customers. About the monitor. In the dream, the 4 camera feeds are all me. Me shelving. Me counting. Me locking the door. Me standing at the glass, hand pressed flat against it, hood up. The timestamp never settles. It just keeps spinning. Sometimes when it finally looks up in the dream, there's no face at all. Just the reflection of those aisles, perfectly stocked, stretching on forever. When I drive past that strip mall now, I tell myself not to look. I always do. The nail place is gone. The vape shop's lights buzz. My old store has a for lease sign, but the interior lights sometimes flicker on at night. I never see the watcher, but the lot looks wrong. Too still, like a paused video. Like whatever happened there is still happening on some loop, waiting for the right set of eyes to press play. And on nights when my apartment is dark and my phone is face down and it's too quiet, I'll hear that soft, friendly chime in my head. A door opening for someone, not for me. I used to think I was the stable one between me and my sister. She was the social one, always out, always posting, always orbiting other people. I was the one who liked staying in, who double-checked the locks, who knew where the breaker box was and when the rent was due. We joked that if our lives were a horror movie, she'd be the one running toward danger with friends, and I'd be the one rolling my eyes from the couch, safe at home. We rented this small two-story house in one of those copy-paste neighborhoods where the developers change the paint color and call it variety. Every driveway was the same, every lawn equally tired. People waved if our trash cans happened to line up, but that was it. It felt anonymous in a comfortable way, like existing inside a wallpaper pattern. When my sister booked a week-long trip to Florida with her friends, I was almost relieved. No passive-aggressive arguments about dishes, no blasting music at 11 p.m., no strangers from her life drifting through my living room, just me, my routines, my noise level. "I'll text you my flight info," she said, hauling her suitcase to the Uber. "Try not to burn the place down." "Try not to bring home anything incurable," I shot back. We laughed. It felt like a temporary reset button. The first day alone, I cleaned on autopilot, wiped counters, moved the couch 3 inches to the left like I'd always wanted, opened windows to let the air cycle. The house felt bigger, but in a good way. My footsteps echoed differently. Looking back, I keep thinking, the house expanded just enough to fit one more presence I hadn't invited. It was mid-afternoon when someone knocked. Bright daylight, neighbor lawnmowers in the distance, totally unthreatening. My sister orders from online shops like it's a sport, so I assumed it was a package. I didn't even hesitate. I went straight to the door and opened it without checking. Standing there was a man I absolutely did not recognize. 40s maybe. Dark jacket despite the mild weather, washed out jeans, hands empty. No box, no envelope, no ID badge, no company logo. Everything about him was aggressively generic except his eyes. Those locked onto mine in a way that felt practiced. Can I help you?" I asked. He just stared for a beat too long, like my face was a test question. Then he smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. It looked like he'd rehearsed the motion in a mirror. "I'm looking for Anna," he said. My sister's name landed like a physical object between us. I hadn't said it. It wasn't on the mailbox. Our last name wasn't anywhere outside. My brain did that thing where it flips through explanations way too fast. Friend of hers, co-worker, delivery mix-up, stalker. "She's not here," I managed. "Who are you?" He let the question hang there. No answer, just that slight tilt of the head, like I'd thrown off his script. "Oh," he said finally. "I must have the wrong day." The wrong day? The way he said it made my skin crawl, like we were supposed to have some appointment I knew nothing about. He turned away without waiting for more. "No, sorry. No, wrong house. Just a quiet pivot down the porch steps." He walked down the sidewalk at this calm, unhurried pace, never looking back. I watched him through the window until he disappeared around the curve of the cul-de-sac. No car door, no engine, just gone somewhere that wasn't his house, because I knew everyone's car on our street and I had never seen his. That night, I triple-checked the locks, told myself he was a mix-up, a weird neighbor, a confused delivery guy. But underneath all that logic was a tight, coiled feeling I didn't have a name for yet. The sense that he hadn't been surprised to find me there, just mildly inconvenienced that it wasn't her. The second night, the house felt different. Not obviously. The lights were the same, the furniture was where I'd put it, the hum of the fridge unchanged. But underneath that was this subtle wrongness, like walking into a room where someone just had a heated conversation and left. The air buzzed with something unsaid. I went to bed later than usual, scrolling until my eyes hurt just to avoid the quiet. My bedroom is on the second floor, window facing the thin strip of dirt and fence between our house and the neighbors. There's nothing under that window. No ledge, no tree branch, nothing to stand on. Around 1 a.m., I woke up to a sound that my brain initially folded into a dream. A soft, rhythmic tap, tap, tap. Not loud, not random. It had a tempo. I lay there staring at the dark, trying to locate it. It wasn't the pipes. It wasn't the fridge. It wasn't the house settling. It was coming from my window. The tapping continued at the exact same pace, like someone drumming fingernails on glass while they thought. My heart started beating so hard I could feel it in my throat. I kept telling myself, wind, debris, a branch. We don't have a tree near that wall. I couldn't bring myself to jump up and yank the blinds. I slid my hand slowly toward my phone on the nightstand and watched the sliver of space where the window's shadow cut across the wall. Tap, tap, tap. It went on for maybe a full minute. Then it stopped. Not gradually, not like something swinging away, just off. I lay there frozen, counting to 100 in my head, then 200. Finally, I forced myself to get up and peek through the side of the blinds. Nothing. Just the faint shape of the fence and the neighbor's siding catching a bit of distant streetlight glow. No movement. No branch scraping. The next morning, in the full cruelty of daylight, I checked the window from outside. 3 faint vertical smears ran down the outside of the glass, spaced like finger widths, like someone had rested their hand near the top and slid it down slowly. I tried to dismiss it as dirt, rain, whatever carried dust. But that part of me that had tensed when the man said my sister's name tightened another notch. I didn't tell her. What was I going to say? Hey, hope Florida's fun. Some guy who knows your name might be tapping on my window. I didn't want to be the one freaking out over nothing. The problem is, nothing had started developing habits. It was the 4th night when he stopped hinting and started personalizing. I got home from work just after sunset. The neighborhood was in that low-activity lull. Kids inside, porch lights on, TV flickers visible through curtains. Our house looked normal from the outside. Nothing broken, no open windows, no obvious damage. The front door was still locked exactly how I'd left it. The key turned smoothly. For a split second, I let myself relax. Then I walked into the living room. The TV was on. We don't have cable, just a streaming stick that defaults to a home screen. But the screen was filled with static. Not a no-signal graphic, not a menu. Pure black and white noise, like someone had gone out of their way to find that dead channel. The volume was barely audible, just a low hiss under the hum of the lights. I hadn't used the TV that day. I'm obsessive about turning it off when I leave. Okay, I said out loud. Okay, maybe power flickered, maybe. I turned toward the shelves next to it and the words died in my throat. Every framed photo on the living room wall had been turned to face the wall. All of them. Grad photos, vacations, my parents. The frames were still hanging, but the photos were pressed flat against the paint, backs facing out. Every photo. Except one. On the end table by the couch sat the picture of me and my sister from last year. Us at some festival, sweaty, sunburned, laughing at something off camera. It was the only photo in the room still facing forward. Someone had taken a pen and neatly circled my sister's face. One clean loop around her head. Not a scribble, not vandalism.
a mark of focus. Targeting. I checked every door, every window, every closet on autopilot. No signs of forced entry. No pried latches. No broken locks. Nothing missing that I could see. My jewelry box, our laptop, my wallet, everything was still where it belonged. Whoever had been there hadn't come for stuff. They'd come to say, I can get in. I know who lives here. And I am interested in her. My hands shook so hard when I called my sister that I almost dropped the phone. She answered on the second ring. Bar noise and ocean waves in the background. "What's up?" she shouted over the din. "Do you know a guy in his 40s? I started, then realized how insane that sounded. Dark jacket, kind of average looking, maybe brown hair? She snorted. Wow, that narrows it down. Why? I told her about the man at the door, the way he'd said her name, the tapping, the photo. Her tone shifted from amused to defensive. I don't know anyone like that. I haven't given our address to anybody except for job stuff and deliveries. You're freaking yourself out. Are you sure? I pressed. Like, completely sure? Yeah, I'm sure, she snapped. Then softer. Look, I'm sorry, but I really don't know who you're talking about. We hung up with her telling me to call the landlord if I was that concerned. He, of course, brushed it off when I texted. Probably kids, maybe a glitch. He'd swing by and check the lock sometime. That night, I locked my bedroom door for the first time since moving in. The tiny click felt like drawing a line that wasn't going to matter to someone who'd already crossed all the others. It was somewhere around 3 a.m. when the house woke me up. Not a loud bang, not glass breaking. That would have been simpler. No, it was the subtle things that did it. The particular creak of our hallway floorboard, the one I step on every morning on my way to the bathroom. Creak. Then another. Slower. Someone walking down the hallway outside my room. I lay there in the dark, suddenly wide awake, every hair on my arm standing up. I grabbed my phone and clutched it in both hands, thumb hovering over the emergency call button. The footsteps stopped just outside my bedroom door. The gap under the door went darker, someone's feet blocking the light from the nightlight in the hallway. The doorknob jiggled once, a polite test. Then again, with more pressure, turning as far as the lock would allow. The lock clicked in protest. The knob strained but didn't give. Whoever was on the other side held it there for a beat, as if feeling the resistance, as if confirming, locked this time. I was holding my breath so hard my ribs hurt. In that silence, my phone suddenly buzzed. A text from my sister replying to something I'd sent earlier. The vibration sounded deafening in the dark. I dared a glance at the notification. A photo of her on a beach, time-stamped, her and her friends smiling with drinks. She was very clearly nowhere near my house. Then I heard it. A man's voice, right outside my door, low and too familiar in tone. Anna? He said her name like he'd said it before, not questioning who she was, not mispronouncing. It had that mix of affection and annoyance you use for someone you're used to dealing with. I didn't answer. Couldn't. My throat had locked up. The shadow under the door shifted, weight moving from one foot to the other. I could picture him standing there, head slightly tilted, listening. Anna, he repeated, softer this time. In the silence that followed, my mind did something horrible. It tried to fill in the backstory. How many times had he come when none of us were home? How many nights had he walked that same hall, stood at that same door, expecting her to open it? After what felt like years but was probably less than a minute, the pressure on the knob eased. The shadow slowly receded. The floorboard creaked again, footsteps moving away down the hall. I stared at the door until sunrise. Never called 911. Never left the bed. There was a part of me, twisted as it sounds, that was terrified of making whatever this was official, and then being told it didn't count because there was no broken glass, no bruises, no body. When the light started to creep through the blinds,
I finally unlocked my door and stepped into the hallway. Empty. Everything exactly where it should be. For a second, I almost convinced myself I'd dreamed all of it. Then I saw the living room. Every lock was still engaged. Front door deadbolt, back door chain, windows latch shut. No screens disturbed. Nothing obvious out of place. Except for the photo. The picture of my sister and me, the one he'd already edited, was no longer on the end table. It was lying flat on the coffee table in the center of the room, waiting like an object in an evidence bag. There were now 2 circles in blue pen on the glossy surface, one around my sister's face, one, added sometime between me locking my door and the sun coming up, around mine. Neat. Deliberate. You're included now. I picked it up with the corner of my sleeve, as if touching it barehanded would somehow link me more directly to whoever had done this. I told my sister everything again. Every detail, every sound. Sent her a photo of the marked picture. She was quiet a long time. "I swear to you," she finally said, voice thin over the line, "I don't know who that is. But I've had this weird feeling lately, like someone's been, I don't know, around. I thought I was just being paranoid." "Why didn't you say anything?" I asked. "Same reason you didn't," she said. "Because nothing had technically happened." I moved out a month later, found a smaller place, worse location, higher rent. I didn't care. I left my sister the lease and the landlord's indifference. There was no official complaint, no police report with weight behind it. Just a story that sounded, from the outside, like anxiety spun out of control. There are nights in my new place when I swear I hear faint tapping on the window. Not loud enough to be sure, just soft enough that I might be imagining it. Sometimes, just on the edge of sleep, I hear someone in my head say my sister's name in that practiced tone. The part that keeps me awake isn't the idea that he might find us again. It's the dawning realization that he didn't improvise any of this. The way he said, "I must have the wrong day." The way he knew her name, the rhythm of his knocks, the familiarity in his voice outside my bedroom door. He acted like this was something he'd done before. Like our house was part of a route, a loop he walked now and then. Except this time, for once, someone was actually home to notice.
When my father died, he left the lake cabin to my sister Claire and me. We hadn't spoken in 3 years, not since the night before my engagement party, when Claire had an affair with my fiancé. I told them both to get out of my life. The anger didn't fade overnight, and now, weeks after Dad's funeral, we were stuck sharing a cabin neither of us remembered fondly. Driving up the winding road, memories of summers long gone clashed with the resentment still burning in my chest. Claire kept chatting in the passenger seat about redecorating, planting flowers, maybe even repainting the deck. I only nodded, staring out at the mist over the lake. The cabin looked like Dad had left in a hurry, or like someone had been living there secretly. Couch cushions were disturbed, cupboard doors left open, cans stacked in odd patterns. Muddy footprints led from the back door straight to the master bedroom. Claire laughed it off. "Maybe Dad had a caretaker, or someone came to check on the place," she said, brushing her blonde hair behind her ear. That night, though, it became impossible to ignore. As I lay in bed, I heard slow creaking from the attic above. Step after step, deliberate, like someone testing the planks. The air smelled faintly of pipe tobacco. Dad's scent, but I knew he was gone. Claire was asleep beside me. I considered waking her, then decided against it. Something about the sounds didn't feel random. It was familiar, too familiar, and deep down, I knew the cabin held secrets. Secrets Dad hadn't told us, or maybe, secrets he had tried to hide. On the 3rd morning, we searched the cabin, hoping to explain the smell and creaking. Nothing. No source of smoke. No one hiding. But while inspecting Dad's old desk, I found a loose floorboard. Beneath it was a box of letters. Claire and I opened them together, hesitating. Some letters were addressed to me, some to her, some to neither of us. Many were never sent. But the content was disturbing. Dad had written about Claire, ruining everything. About me being too blind to see her true nature. About hearing footsteps at night, seeing someone standing on the dock at 3 a.m., whispering outside his door. I read one aloud, voice shaking. She comes into my room at night now. She says she wants what I stole from her. I was wrong to leave her behind. Claire gasped. Dad, hallucinating maybe? I don't know. I whispered. That night, the attic creaking returned. This time, it was slower, more deliberate. Someone was descending the steps, testing each plank. My heart raced. I nudged Claire awake. Her eyes widened as she heard the steps approaching. We hid behind the kitchen counter, frozen. A low, familiar female voice whispered, asterisk, asterisk, I want what's mine, asterisk, asterisk. The footsteps turned sharply toward us. We didn't wait to see more. We bolted, packed a bag, shoved our feet into sneakers, and drove through the night, leaving the cabin and the lake behind. Claire cried silently, gripping the steering wheel. I tried to reassure her. It's just Dad's old fears. Maybe the wind, shadows, memories. She shook her head. You don't get it. It was her voice. 2 days later, my phone buzzed with a single message from Claire. I braced myself, expecting panic or anger. It was a picture of the cabin's bedroom. The bedsheets were pulled back. On the pillow, a lock of Claire's hair arranged in the shape of my initials. I dropped the phone, my stomach twisting. She's back, I whispered. Claire didn't respond to my follow-up texts. Not once. I called her, left voicemails. Silence. I told Mark about the cabin story, trying to find logic in the terror. Maybe it's a prank, he said. Maybe someone found the letters and is trying to scare you. But his voice lacked conviction. At night, I slept with the lights on, checking every corner of my apartment, every hallway, every window. The creaks of old pipes became footsteps. Shadows along the walls stretched like fingers. Then, last night, it happened. A muddy footprint appeared outside my bedroom door. I froze. It wasn't mine. Not Claire's. I stepped back, breathing shallow. The smell hit me first wet earth, lake mud. Then I heard it. A slow, deliberate shuffle. Someone was pacing just outside, testing the floorboards like Dad's letters had described. I grabbed my phone to call the police. Signal weak. Nothing. The voice came then, clear, low, and chilling. Asterisk, asterisk, you can't hide what's mine. Asterisk, asterisk. I realized it had followed us. It had left the cabin behind, and now, it was here. I spent the night in the corner of my living room, phone in hand, flashlight under my chin. Every sound, the hum of the fridge, the creak of the floor felt amplified. At 3:13 a.m., the footsteps paused right outside my bedroom. My breath caught. Then, silence. Too perfect. I whispered to myself, maybe it's a burglar. Maybe it's nothing. Then I saw it. A shadow stretching along the hallway, tall and humanoid, but moving wrong, like a marionette. I could almost make out the shape of long hair. I tried to move. My legs refused. The shadow advanced, each step deliberate, echoing in my skull. You took what wasn't yours, the voice whispered, dripping venom. The phone slipped from my hand. The flashlight flickered. I grabbed a chair and held it between me and the shadow. Then it stopped. For a heartbeat, there was nothing. Then, a whisper from the corner. Asterisk, asterisk. I've always been here. Asterisk, asterisk. I scrambled to the door, flinging it open. The hallway was empty. Footprints in the mud led nowhere. I realized the terror wasn't supernatural. It wasn't magic. It wasn't Dad or Claire. It was something human, patient, observing, waiting, and it wasn't finished. I couldn't sleep for days. I stayed awake, lights on, doors locked, yet every shadow, every creak, made me jump. I avoided calling Claire. There was no answer, just silence. Her disappearance mirrored in the eerie presence that had followed us home. I researched the cabin, Dad's past, Claire's old friends. Nothing concrete, but one thing was clear. Someone had been in that cabin before us, hiding, waiting. Someone obsessed, someone meticulous enough to follow us across town. Last night, the muddy footprint returned, outside my bedroom door again. I opened it slowly. Nothing, just silence. Then I noticed a folded note on the floor. My handwriting, not mine. It read, asterisk, you can't protect what's mine. I've been patient long enough, asterisk. I realized the horror of the letters. Dad hadn't been paranoid. He had known, in his own way, that someone, or sometimes thing times, was watching, waiting, and now, it had a new target, me. I stayed awake the entire night, flashlight in hand, heart hammering. Every floorboard creak was deliberate, every shadow a threat. The moral hit me hard. Secrets aren't buried. Betrayal leaves echoes that can't be erased. My past, Claire's past, even Dad's mistakes, they all followed me here, tangible, alive. I know one day it will come for me fully. I just hope by then, I'm ready. Secrets left unspoken and betrayals hidden have a life of their own. They fester, follow, and demand reckoning, sometimes in ways that cannot be controlled. Truth and honesty are not just for closure, they are for survival.
My name is Jasmine, but everyone in the neighborhood called me Miss J. At 15, house sitting for extra cash felt like a pretty good gig, especially on a Tuesday afternoon in July. The sun was pouring over the Halversons' manicured lawn, the scent of freshly cut grass hanging heavy in the air, and down the street, I could hear the rhythmic thwack of a tennis ball. The atmosphere was disarming, aggressively normal. I was watching 8-year-old twins, Max and Sam. Their mom, Mrs. Halverson, had called me around noon, apologizing profusely. "Jay, I am so sorry, but I have a last-minute emergency meeting with the school board. It's unavoidable. Can you cover until 7? I agreed immediately. More hours meant more money toward the used car I desperately wanted. She seemed rushed, maybe a little stressed, but nothing out of the ordinary. She gave the boys a quick hug, told me the pizza was already paid for, and sped off in her SUV. The boys and I were sprawled out in the family room, building some ridiculously complex Lego spaceship. Max was arguing with Sam about the placement of a fin when I heard it. A soft, metallic shh. It was the sound of the sliding patio door opening, followed by a quiet thud as it slid shut. "Did you guys invite anyone over?" I whispered, putting down my piece of Lego. Max shook his head, his eyes wide. Mom said no one was allowed. The Halversons were very strict about that. I told the boys to stay put and silent. I crept toward the hallway leading to the kitchen, my heart starting to pound not from fear of a ghost or a slasher, but from the sudden, jarring intrusion into our quiet afternoon. I figured it was a neighborhood kid, or maybe a thief. I peered around the corner of the banister, looking down into the kitchen. It wasn't a stranger. It was Mr. Lyle Halverson. Lyle Halverson was an imposing man, usually quiet and polite, a retired professor who always wore a blazer. But the man in the kitchen now was different. He was standing perfectly still, his back to me, and he was covered in blood. It was dried, rusty brown blood spatter on his shirt and across the back of his neck, but it wasn't gushing. He looked utterly calm, methodical, as though he were performing a tedious household chore. He wasn't rushing, wasn't looking for valuables, and wasn't making a sound. He simply walked to the kitchen window and slowly, deliberately, pulled the blind down. Swoosh. Then he moved to the deadbolt on the garage door, flipped the lock, and engaged the top security chain. Click. Clack. I pulled back from the banister, retreating silently until my back hit the wall. The true horror of the situation hit me. The emergency meeting was a lie. Something had happened, something violent given the blood, and Lyle was home, but he wasn't well. He was locking us in. I crept back to the family room. Max and Sam were still whispering, confused. "Boys," I mouthed, "we have to be absolutely silent." I picked up the landline phone, dead air. He must have cut the lines before coming inside, or maybe I was just praying that the storm had knocked out service. I checked my cell phone. No signal. The neighborhood security bubble had burst. We were trapped in a silent house with a man who knew every hiding spot and every creak. He believed he was saving his family from the outside world, and I was just an obstacle, or maybe tragically, part of the family he intended to save. Lyle had disappeared from the kitchen, and the entire house had fallen into an unnatural silence. We had retreated to the master bedroom upstairs,
the one room with a door that had a small, old-fashioned bolt lock. It wouldn't hold him for long, but it gave us a moment. The boys were crying silently, and I held them close, trying to project a calm I didn't feel. "We have to get out," I whispered. "The windows. Can we open the windows?" The window was old, heavy, and painted shut. It took all my strength to shove it up just enough to create a gap. The cool breeze on my face was a jolt of reality. We were on the second floor. It was a rough drop, but not impossible if we could break the fall. The problem was getting to the window without being heard. Lyle knew this house intimately. I pictured him downstairs, the hammer I had briefly glimpsed tucked into his waistband, waiting patiently. I knew that the second-to-last step on the main staircase always squeaked, and the third floorboard outside the master bath always groaned. I moved first, pulling Sam after me. "Step lightly. Exactly where I step," I instructed. We navigated the obstacle course of the upstairs hall in slow motion. Creak. We froze. It wasn't the floorboard. It was the sound of a door opening downstairs, followed by a heavy padded thud from the landing. Lyle was now on the staircase. I pushed Sam and Max into the laundry room, which had a small window overlooking the roof of the garage. "Hide in here, under the linen basket. Don't make a sound no matter what you hear." I moved back toward the master bedroom, trying to draw him away from the boys. I stepped onto the infamous third floorboard. It gave a loud, agonizing groan. Too late. The floorboard had worked. It had bought me a moment. The methodical footsteps in the hall paused, then rerouted toward the master bedroom. I sprinted back into the room, slammed the door shut, and slid the bolt home. I didn't hide. I went straight for the window. I needed a distraction, something to make him believe I was still in the room. I snatched a heavy antique lamp off the nightstand and hurled it against the far wall. Crash! Almost immediately, the sound was followed by a heavy shoulder hitting the door. Bam! The old wooden frame groaned, and the bolt threatened to give. Bam! Again. The wood around the bolt cracked. I didn't have time to hesitate. I wrenched the window open wider, shoved the thick area rug underneath the sill to soften the edge, and looked out. The drop was 15 feet to a flower bed, but just beside the window was a thick, robust rose trellis climbing up the wall. I raced to the laundry room, pulling Sam and Max out. "Quickly! Out the window! The trellis is right there!" Max, being the braver twin, went first. I lowered him out, supporting his weight until his sneakers found purchase on the crossbars of the trellis. "Go down fast. Keep going until your feet touch grass. Don't look back." Sam was next. He was crying and scared, but the sheer terror of the repeated BAM from the master bedroom was a powerful motivator. I lowered him too, watching until he was halfway down. I could hear the master bedroom door splintering behind me. I looked back. The door was buckling. Sam was almost at the bottom. Max was already running toward the neighbor's yard. Safety. They were safe. I had to go. I climbed onto the windowsill, my legs already dangling outside, searching for the trellis. I could hear the final, desperate cracking sound of the door frame giving way. I was halfway out when a piece of the door exploded inward, and I heard the heavy thud of the door hitting the wall. I froze, heart hammering. I hadn't looked back, but I knew he was there. I heard his breath, not frantic but slow and deep, right behind me. He wasn't rushing. He didn't need to. I was framed perfectly in the window, my back to him, one leg still inside the room. "Leaving so soon, Miss J?" His voice was a calm, low whisper, entirely devoid of anger or panic, which made it the most terrifying sound I had ever heard. I felt the sudden, chilling pressure of his finger on the back of my shoulder, the lightest touch imaginable. I turned my head just enough to see him. He was standing in the doorway, the shattered wood frame framing his figure. The hammer was now held loosely at his side, dripping slightly. His eyes were wide and focused, completely lost in his own reality. He had an expression of serene disappointment, like a father catching a child trying to sneak out after curfew. He raised his bloody hand to his own lips. His eyes held mine, conveying a warning that needed no words. He simply said, "Shh." The screen cut to black. I used to believe homes kept the memories we couldn't hold ourselves. Echoes in floorboards, shadows in corners, whispers in the drywall. That belief didn't come from superstition, but from growing up in a house that never felt empty, even when everyone was gone. After my mom passed, I learned how silence can feel heavier than sound. Maybe that's why I convinced myself I was ready to stay alone again. Months after the breakup, months after anxiety clawed its way into my sleep, my roommate Jenna was flying to Seattle for a 3-day conference. "You gonna be okay without me?" she asked, half teasing as she zipped her suitcase. "I'll be fine," I told her, giving Jasper's head a pat. "He'll protect me if anything weird happens." Jasper, my aging golden retriever, wagged his tail, though slower than he used to. That first night was supposed to be simple. Frozen pizza, a dumb movie, a glass of boxed wine. Nothing dramatic. But Jasper refused to settle. He stood stiff in the hallway, facing the front door with his fur raised. His growl was low, shaky, like he wasn't sure if he wanted to warn or run. "Buddy, what do you see?" I whispered. At 2 a.m., the knocking started. Not knuckles. Something dull, rhythmic, like a pebble tapped gently against wood. 3 taps, a pause, then 3 more. I peeked through the peephole, hard hammering. No one. Just the porch light flickering, swaying like something had passed beneath it. By morning, the door stood wide open. My breath stalled. I knew I had locked it. Jasper wouldn't go near it. And on the floor, muddy prints. Too small for a person, too large for an animal. And I knew something was wrong. Saturday night, I tried to convince myself the door incident had an explanation. Maybe the latch hadn't caught. Maybe the wind pushed it open. Maybe Jasper had startled himself, and everything fed off that panic. "Okay," I told him as we ate dinner. "No ghosts, no intruders, just us being dramatic." But Jasper didn't buy it. His ears kept swiveling toward the ceiling. At 11:47 p.m., I heard footsteps above me. Slow, steady, measured. We live in a 1-story home. I froze mid-step, gripping the back of the sofa. "Hello?" I called out, instantly regretting it. The footsteps paused, then resumed, pacing in the same rhythm as last night's knock. Jasper whined, pressing himself against my leg, trembling. I tried calling neighbors, but every call went straight to voicemail. I tried Jenna, same result. I told myself the storm outside must be messing with reception, but the lie didn't land. The lights flickered at 1 a.m., plunging the house into stretches of pitch-black silence. Every time the lights returned, the footsteps were closer, not above me anymore, around me, parallel, stalking the hallway. At 3 a.m., the house died completely. No power, no hum of the fridge, no furnace kicking on, which made the tapping on my bedroom door unmistakable. 3 soft taps, a pause, 3 again. "Maya," a voice whispered. My name, but sounding eerily like my own voice, spoken through someone else's throat. When I cracked the door, Jasper bolted past me, snarling into the dark hallway at something invisible but unmistakably present. A cold gust slid past me, whispering along my neck. Something unseen moved through the house, and the doors began slamming. Fast, slow, random, like someone testing how well the house was nailed together. And then drawers opened in the kitchen. Someone, something, was exploring. By Sunday morning, I hadn't slept. My nerves were shot, my eyes gritty, my hands trembling. Jasper wouldn't leave my side, not even to drink water unless I walked with him. I checked the front door again just to prove I still lived in a world with rules. It was cracked open, just an inch. I had locked it. I was certain. I shut it, engaged the deadbolt,
and placed a dining chair underneath the knob. "Try getting through that," I muttered, though I didn't believe the chair would stop anything. Jasper sniffed the threshold, then backed away, whining. Another muddy print had appeared, this one pointed inward. By afternoon, paranoia crept in like mold. I searched every inch of the house, pantry, closets, under furniture. Nothing. No signs of forced entry, no broken windows, no footprints across the hardwood beyond the door. At sunset, I called my dad. "Hey, kiddo," he said. "You sound rough." "I think someone's been coming into the house." "You need me to call someone?" "I don't know," I admitted. "I don't know if it's someone or something." Dad paused. "Is Jasper acting strange?" "Very." "Well," he sighed, "dogs don't lie." I set up my phone to record the hallway overnight, propping it against a bookshelf aimed directly at the door. I lay in bed fully clothed, Jasper pressed tightly against me. The house felt alive, breathing around me, listening. In the dead stillness before dawn, the tapping returned. 3 knocks, a breath, another 3. Jasper growled but wouldn't move. When I finally checked the recording, the footage made my blood run cold. The door was slowly swinging open, but not onto my porch. It opened onto a darkness deeper than night, a void. And from that void, a pale hand reached in. Just before the recording cut to static, I replayed the video until my phone overheated, as if watching it enough times might force a rational explanation to form. But logic wasn't the problem. Belief was. I couldn't deny what I saw, and the more I accepted it, the more the house seemed to change around me. The air felt heavier, colder, damp like a basement. The walls creaked in patterns. 2 knocks, then 3, then 2 again. By noon, I packed a bag. Clothes, laptop, chargers, Jasper's leash. I didn't care if it was dramatic. I just needed to leave. When I stepped into the hallway, Jasper suddenly froze, muscles locking as he stared toward the kitchen. "What is it?" I whispered. A drawer slid open, then another, then the cabinet doors. Not violently, slowly, like someone was choosing. I grabbed Jasper's collar. "We're leaving. Now." As we reached the living room, something clattered in the kitchen, silverware scattering across the tile. Then a voice, soft and breathy, whispered from behind the refrigerator. "Maya, don't go yet." I ran. I threw the deadbolt, yanked open the door, and nearly fell backward. Outside was bright, sunny, normal. Birds chirping, the neighbor's sprinkler running. A perfectly ordinary suburban morning. It felt wrong, like stepping out of a nightmare too fast. I carried Jasper to the car, hands shaking so badly I dropped my keys twice. Just as I opened the driver's door, I heard it behind me. 3 taps on the front door. I didn't turn around. I floored the gas and didn't stop driving until I reached a hotel on the far side of town. I didn't go back for 3 days, and when I finally returned with Jenna, the house was spotless. Nothing moved, nothing wrong. But the recording was gone, deleted. I never moved back into that house. Jenna supported the decision immediately. "If your dog's scared," she said, "I'm scared. End of story." We found a new apartment downtown, a top-floor unit with bright windows, thin walls, and neighbors close enough that silence never feels oppressive. But some things followed anyway. The first time I heard it in the new place, it was a Tuesday around midnight. 3 soft taps against the door. I froze in the kitchen. Jasper whined and hid behind my legs. I checked the peephole. No one there. Just an empty hallway and the faint buzz of the exit sign. I stepped back, heart pounding. Another 3 taps. Soft, patient. I whispered, "I'm not opening it." Something exhaled through the crack beneath the door, and a thin draft slid across my feet, cold as the hallway in my old home. The knocking stopped, but ever since I hear it some nights. Always the same pattern, always gentle, as if whatever stands on the other side isn't in a hurry. Jasper refuses to sleep anywhere except right beside my bed now. And sometimes, when the lights are off and the city grows quiet, his ears perk up. He listens, he trembles, and he waits. I don't know what I brought with me when I fled that house. Maybe nothing. Maybe something old, patient, and willing to wait longer than I can hide. But I know one truth now. Some doors don't stay shut just because you close them. When something feels wrong, trust your instincts, even if you can't yet explain the danger. Ignoring fear doesn't make you brave. Listening to it can keep you alive. People always ask why I chose to live alone in a Victorian rental, one with crooked floors, narrow hallways, and a staircase that moaned louder than an old porch swing in winter. The honest answer? It was cheap. Too cheap. And when you're trying to rebuild your life after a messy breakup, square footage matters more than common sense. My partner, Elise, traveled often for work, but this was the first time she was gone for a full week. I tried to convince myself it would be good for me, a chance to prove I wasn't as dependent or anxious as she claimed. The only company I had was Willow, my black cat, who strutted around the house like she owned the place. She acclimated immediately. Me? Not so much. The landlord, Mrs. Hollis, was in her late 70s and always wore oversized sunglasses, even indoors. During the walkthrough, she paused at the heavy antique mirror bolted at the top of the stairs. "You can repaint, replace fixtures, rearrange anything you want," she said. "But this mirror stays. It's original to the house. You must never take it down." Her tone was too stern for a request, too uneasy for a rule. I laughed nervously. I wasn't planning on redecorating anyway. She didn't laugh back. The first 2 nights were normal enough. A few creaks, some cold spots, but it was an old house, and I wasn't about to let my imagination win. Then Willow began hissing at the mirror. Not at her reflection, at the mirror itself. Her back arched, tail puffed out, pupils blown wide. "Willow, knock it off," I muttered, scooping her up, but she wouldn't stop staring. And that's when the footsteps started. Slow, steady, coming up the stairs toward a floor that should have been empty. The footsteps were too heavy to ignore. They creaked up the staircase like someone weighing at least twice my size. When I flicked on the hallway light, no one was there, just the mirror, catching the glow and reflecting a distorted stretch of the railing. Willow slunk behind me, her fur bristling. She stared at the top step, growling low. "Seriously?" I whispered. "Don't do this to me tonight." I pressed my palm to the mirror. It felt colder than the air, wet almost. That's when I saw them. Fingerprints. Huge ones. Smudged across the glass like someone had pressed both hands flat against it, trying to see through. "I didn't touch this," I muttered. I wiped the prints away. Immediately the surface fogged up again. From inside, like someone was breathing behind the glass. That night I slept downstairs on the sofa, or tried to. Around 3 a.m., something moved above me. Slow, dragging steps. Willow paced for hours, tail twitching, ears pointed upstairs. Morning didn't bring relief. When I went up to grab fresh clothes, I found the mirror slightly tilted away from the wall, bolts strained, as if something had pushed from the other side. I called Mrs. Hollis. "Hi, the mirror's loose," I said. Silence. Then her voice, flat and sharp. "You must not touch it. Do you hear me? Do not try to take it down. Not for anything." "Okay, but..." "I won't come out there. Just leave it alone." She hung up. That evening, I found a new smudge on the mirror. Not a fingerprint. A streak. As if something inside had dragged a hand downward. Willow sat across from it all night, staring without blinking. I couldn't shake the feeling something was watching us back. By the fourth night, Willow refused to leave my side. When I carried her to bed, she perched at the foot, ears pinned forward, eyes fixed on the hallway like she was tracking something I couldn't see. At 4:13 a.m., a whisper threaded through the dark. Liam? My name. Drawn out. Quiet. Wrong. I snapped the lamp on. Willow leapt off the bed, clawing frantically at the bedroom door like she was trying to keep something out. A crash thundered from upstairs, so loud dust drifted from the ceiling. Jesus, I breathed, grabbing my phone. No service. Not a single bar. I opened the door. Willow shot down the hall ahead of me. The house wasn't freezing, but the air around me felt like it had been drained of every bit of warmth. The mirror was tilted even farther outward, at least an inch. The top bolt had torn halfway out of the plaster. What the hell? I whispered. Willow hissed at the gap between the mirror and the wall. I pressed my ear to the plaster. Tap, 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 knuckles, inside the wall. I staggered back. Nope. No freaking way. I tried the landlord again. Straight to voicemail. I left a message anyway. Something's in the wall or behind the mirror. I don't know. But this isn't structural. It's... Please call me. An hour passed. No call. Willow meowed sharply, staring at the mirror with a desperate, confused sound I'd never heard from her. I grabbed my toolbox with shaking hands. I know you said not to touch it, I muttered, but you're not here. The tapping behind the mirror grew louder, faster, like something knew I was coming. And for the first time since moving in, I was sure I wasn't alone. By evening, Willow was gone. One moment she was weaving between my legs while I heated leftovers. The next, she bolted up the stairs like someone had called her name. I heard her yowl, a sharp, panicked cry, from behind the mirror. I dropped the plate. Willow! Her cries echoed again, muffled, desperate. I pressed my hand to the glass. Hold on, girl. I'm right here. It vibrated faintly beneath my palm. Not from the house, from something behind it. I grabbed a pry bar and wedged it under the frame. The first bolt popped, sending a crack through the plaster. Cold air blasted out, strong enough to sting my eyes. The second bolt screeched free. Come on, I whispered. Willow's paw pressed against the other side of the glass, inside the mirror. But the room behind her wasn't mine. It was darker, vast, like she stood in a hallway that stretched forever. Willow! I shouted. The mirror rippled outward like disturbed water. A hand, pale, stretched thin, too long, pushed through the glass. Its fingers brushed my wrist, ice cold. I stumbled back. The pry bar clattered down the stairs. The hand pushed farther, followed by an arm, a shadowed shape behind it. Then the mirror snapped shut. The bolts slammed back into the wall on their own. The glass sealed. Silent. Motionless. Willow's cries faded, as if moving down a tunnel. I stood shaking, staring at the mirror that no longer showed my reflection. Just empty black. Then, slowly, my reflection seeped back into place. But Willow's didn't. I didn't sleep. I sat on the hallway floor, back against the wall, staring at that mirror until sunrise. Every so often, I thought I heard faint tapping, 3 light scratches like paws. At dawn, I made my decision. I packed a suitcase, called Elise, told her everything. Liam, you sound terrified, she said gently. I am. I'm leaving. I can't stay another night. She promised to come help after her flight landed that evening. I dragged my suitcase toward the door, only to find the mirror leaning against the wall beside it. Not upstairs, not bolted in place. Just there, perfectly intact. I hadn't moved it. I knew I hadn't. I bolted outside without grabbing my bags. I didn't even lock the door. I drove to a hotel and stayed there until Elise arrived. When we returned the next morning, the mirror was back at the top of the stairs, bolted tight, no cracks, no damage, as if nothing had ever happened. I put in a notice to vacate. The next day, my packed boxes sat ready by the door. When I woke, the mirror stood in the doorway of the living room, blocking the exit, bolted to the wall again, like the house had decided I wasn't leaving. That night, at 3:17 a.m., I heard Willow, tap, 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 soft, rhythmic, from the other side of the mirror, waiting. Some things in life demand boundaries, and if you ignore the first signs that something is wrong, you may find yourself trapped by what you refuse to face. Trust your instincts, protect your peace, and when something feels off, never wait for it to get worse. People think a quiet life is boring, but after the chaos I grew up in, quiet was all I ever wanted. My childhood home was the kind where arguments cracked through the walls like lightning. My parents loved each other the way storms love the coastline, beautiful from a distance, destructive up close. I learned early that noise meant danger. Silence meant survival. So as soon as I could afford it, I bought a small house on a cul-de-sac in a sleepy Colorado suburb. It was the kind of place where nothing ever happens. Kids leave their bikes on lawns, sprinklers come on at 6 a.m. sharp, and neighbors wave at you with the same two-finger salute they've done for 20 years. Predictable, safe, quiet. Exactly the opposite of the life I ran from. The house was old but sturdy. Dark hardwood floors, a narrow hallway, a porch swing that creaked when the wind hit it just right. I spent my evenings reading on the couch or cooking something simple, sometimes watching the local news until I drifted off. I had no partner, no kids, no pets. Just me, a job I didn't hate, and a routine that felt like a blanket tucked around my life. I installed a smart doorbell system mostly because my mom nagged me about single people and safety. It worked flawlessly for months. Crisp video, instant alerts, motion detection that could pick up a squirrel 10 feet away. Honestly, it felt excessive, but it made her sleep better, and it made me feel like I had a second pair of eyes. For a long time, nothing happened. No weird visitors, no missed packages, no reason for concern. And then, at 1:40 a.m. on a Thursday, my doorbell rang for the very first time, and my life's quietness shattered like glass. The first ring pierced my sleep, sharp and cheerful in a way that felt wrong for the hour. I rolled over, grabbed my phone, and checked the live feed. The porch lights were on, yellow and steady. The camera had recorded the moment the bell was pressed. My phone even replayed the click. But no one was standing there. No late-night delivery driver, no teenager pulling a prank, no shadow moving across the frame. Just the empty porch swing swaying gently like someone had brushed past it. I told myself it was a glitch. Tech fails sometimes. I muted the alert and crawled back into bed. 10 minutes later, it rang again. This time, something in me tightened. The camera again showed the bell depress, clear as day, but the frame was empty. I felt the kind of cold that doesn't come from winter air, the kind of cold that starts inside your bones. I got up, walked to the door, and pressed my eye against the peephole. Nothing, but the air felt thick, like someone had been standing there a moment before and stepped out of sight. I locked the door. Then I locked the deadbolt. Then I turned on every light in the house, like brightness alone could push away whatever was happening. At 2:03 a.m., the bell rang a third time, but my phone stayed silent. No alert. No recording. The camera showed nothing. The chime echoed inside the house only, like someone had cut the connection between the device and the outside world. My breath hitched. This wasn't just a malfunction. This was deliberate. The bell rang again. Faster, harder, like someone was leaning on it. Then the sound stretched, warping, the chime slowing into something long and distorted. A low, humming groan filled the house. And then, a whisper, soft, human. Let me in. My doorbell didn't support two-way audio. I bought the cheap version that only recorded video and sent alerts. There was no mic, no speaker, no way for anyone outside my home to talk through it. But the whisper came again, this time clearer. I don't want to stand outside anymore. I stood frozen in the hallway, feeling every hair on my arms rise. My phone lit up with a notification. Front door camera offline. Device disconnected. The bell chimed once more, one final haunting note, and then silence swallowed the house. I backed away until my shoulders hit the living room wall. I didn't move for almost a minute. My mind raced, flipping through explanations that didn't exist. Maybe someone hacked the system. Maybe the wiring was damaged. Maybe I was overtired hearing things. I forced myself to speak, my voice cracking out loud. Who's there? For a moment, nothing. Then a whisper came again, but not from the porch. From the living room speaker behind me. I know you can hear me. I spun so fast I almost fell. The speaker was dark, no power light, no Bluetooth connection. I unplugged it, threw the cord across the room, and shoved the speaker under a blanket like it was an animal I needed to trap. I called the smart doorbell support line, straight to voicemail. I texted my neighbor Mike, "Are you awake? Something weird is happening." No response. The rest of the night was an unending stretch of waiting. Every sound felt suspicious. A creak, a breath of air, the hum of the fridge. I didn't sleep, not even for a second. When dawn finally bled across the street, I opened the door to check the porch. That's when I saw them. Muddy footprints. On the inside of my screened porch. Between the locked screen door and my front door. Right where someone would stand if they'd been there all night. I didn't want to get close to the footprints, but my brain needed confirmation. I crouched down and touched the dried mud with one finger. It smeared. Real. Human. Fresh. My stomach dropped. I checked the screen door. Locked tight. The latch wasn't broken or bent. No signs of prying or tampering. So unless this person had a key to a door I'd never given anyone access to, they had gotten inside without opening anything. That made no sense. Shaken, I checked the app's event history. All logs were gone. Every recording stored over the past 2 months erased. Not corrupted. Deleted. My finger hovered over the call button for the police. But I hesitated. What would I even tell them? A ghost hacked my doorbell and stood on my porch all night? I needed something more concrete. That night I stayed awake intentionally. I sat on the couch with every light on, clutching my phone like a lifeline. Midnight passed, 1 a.m., then 1:30. At 1:40 a.m. sharp, the exact minute from the night before, the doorbell chimed again. But this time the sound didn't come from the front door. It came from my bedroom. I jumped up and ran down the hall. The chime echoed softly, muffled, like it was coming from inside the walls. "Stop!" I yelled, voice cracking. "Just stop!" The ringing stopped instantly. A beat of silence followed. Then, tap, tap, tap. 3 slow knocks on my bedroom window. I backed away, shaking so hard my teeth clicked. The window blinds were down. I couldn't see outside, but a voice came through the glass. Quiet, almost sad. "Why won't you let me in?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. The knocking stopped. Then footsteps crunched along the side of the house, slow, dragging footsteps like someone was pacing, over and over. I stayed awake until sunrise again, too terrified to move. By the 3rd day, exhaustion felt like a physical weight. I hadn't eaten. I hadn't slept. Every noise set me off. Every shadow felt like a person. I finally broke and called the police. Officer Daniels came out, kind guy in his 40s with tired eyes. He checked the porch, took photos of the footprints,
and examined the screen door latch. "No signs of forced entry," he finally said, "but we'll add extra patrols in the area." "What about the voices?" I asked quietly. He paused, his expression tightening. "We can't investigate a malfunctioning speaker, but keep your doors locked, okay?" He didn't believe me. Not fully. That night I begged a friend, Evan, to stay over. We set up 2 chairs facing the front door. He joked at first, but when the clock hit 1:40 a.m., he went completely silent. We waited. 1:41, 1:43, 1:48. "Maybe it's over," he whispered. Then the porch light flickered. Once. Twice. Then the doorbell chimed. I grabbed my phone. The app opened. And for the first time, there was someone on the porch camera. A man. Tall. Face obscured. Head tilted in a strange, unnatural angle. Motionless. He wasn't pressing the doorbell. The doorbell was ringing on its own. "What the hell?" Evan breathed. Then the figure lifted one hand and pressed it against the lens. The screen went black. A whisper came through the living room speaker, soft and almost relieved. "I knew you were awake." Evan bolted for the door, but I screamed for him to stop. Something slammed against the other side, hard enough to rattle the frame. Another slam. Another. Another. Then the voice whispered right behind us. "Let me in." We turned. No one was there. The front door went quiet. The house went silent. The porch camera flickered back online. The porch was empty. The man was gone. Evan left at sunrise and hasn't returned my calls since. I'm writing this as the sun goes down again. I know the doorbell will ring tonight. I don't know what happens if I finally open the door, but the whisper always sounds more desperate, and desperation always escalates. Sometimes we ignore the first signs of danger because we don't want to disturb the quiet life we worked so hard to build. But safety isn't found in silence. It's found in paying attention to the things that don't feel right. Trust your instincts. Fear isn't always irrational. Sometimes it's the only warning you'll ever get. I grew up in the kind of rural American neighborhood where adults had this odd obsession with basements. Tornado shelters, canned food stockpiles, concrete walls painted beige. Basements were supposed to make you feel safe. But they never did for me. Even as a kid, I used to stand at the bottom of my parents' stairs, staring into that half-lit cavern, convinced something was watching me from behind the furnace. My dad said it was childhood imagination. My mom said I watched too many scary movies. I said nothing, because back then, I learned quickly that adults didn't want the truth, only reassurance. Fast forward 20 years. I thought those childhood fears stayed buried. But when I moved into a small rental house on the edge of town, they came crawling back. The house was nothing special. 1 bedroom, a creaky porch, and a half-underground basement I only used for laundry. The landlord bragged about how efficient the basement's design was, with those low ground-level windows letting natural light in. They didn't feel like windows to me. They felt like eyes, round, unsettling portals in the concrete wall. During the day, they showed the legs of passing cats or drifting leaves. At night, they reflected back a warped version of the basement behind me. I avoided looking at them directly. I avoided going down there at night altogether. Still, life was simple. Quiet job at the hardware store. Even quieter evenings. I wasn't running from anything or looking for anything. I just wanted a place that felt stable. But storms in this part of the state tend to change things quickly. 3 weeks ago, lightning rolled through like a freight train, and the power cut out. Everything went black at once. I remember thinking it was just another storm, nothing unusual. But that was before I saw the girl's face pressed against the basement window. Nothing prepares you for a moment your brain can't rationalize. Nothing prepares you for a truth you spent a lifetime pretending wasn't real.
The storm hit with a kind of violence that felt personal. Thunder cracked so hard the window frames rattled. I grabbed the only light source I could find, an old candle I kept for emergencies, and headed downstairs to check for leaks. The basement smelled like damp concrete and detergent. Shadows stretched across the walls, smooth one second, jagged the next. As I turned to go back upstairs, lightning flashed bright white, and that's when I saw her. A girl, face pressed flat against the glass, hair streaming with rainwater, eyes wide and hollow, staring straight into mine. It lasted barely a second before darkness swallowed her image. I froze halfway up the stairs, candle shaking so hard wax spilled onto my hand. No scream came out, no thought formed, just a cold, paralyzing certainty that she had been real. Then the rational side of my brain fought back. The basement windows sat at ground level. Anyone could crouch down and look in. Maybe it was a lost kid, a soaked teenager, someone who needed help. That explanation wasn't comforting, but at least it made sense. Lightning struck again. The window was empty. I whispered to myself. It was a reflection. It had to be. Because if it wasn't, if it really was a girl outside in that storm, why didn't she knock on my door instead of crouching in the mud? Knock, knock, knock. 3 gentle taps on the glass. Polite, calm, wrong. My breath hitched. The candle flame spasmed in the draft rolling through the basement. I turned slowly toward the window. The knocking stopped. Then it came again. But from the window on the opposite wall, she had moved. Fast. Too fast. "Hello?" I called, though my voice shook. "Do you need help?" No answer. Only the storm, roaring like it was trying to bury the sound of something worse. I backed up the stairs without taking my eyes off the windows. When I reached the top step, I felt the temperature drop behind me, like something had followed me up. I didn't look back, not yet. I locked myself in the upstairs bathroom, heart slamming against my ribs like it wanted out. I sat on the cold tile with the candle still flickering beside me. Every time I tried to calm down, another sound drifted up from below, soft tapping, moving window to window, like she was pacing along the wall, mapping the perimeter of the house, not trying to come in, trying to understand it. Around 3 a.m., the tapping stopped. The silence felt heavier than the storm. I cracked open the bathroom door and listened. The house creaked normally again. The storm softened. I stayed awake until sunrise, every muscle wired tight. When the lights finally returned, I forced myself downstairs. Every step felt like a dare. All 4 basement windows were fogged from the outside. Wet condensation streaked across the glass. But it wasn't rain. These streaks were shaped, thin lines, curved smears, finger trails, small hands, as if someone had pressed palms against the window, dragging them slowly downward. My stomach turned. I called the police. Officer Hale came out, took one look, and frowned. "Looks like fingerprints," he said, leaning close. "Kid-sized. Did someone break in?" I asked. "No sign of it. Mud's undisturbed." He stepped outside and shined his flashlight over the yard. No footprints, no depressions, not even a scuffed patch of dirt. "That's impossible," I whispered. He shrugged. "Storm probably washed it away." "But the fingerprints are still here," I argued. He paused, but didn't have an answer. Before leaving, he gave me a look that hovered between concern and doubt. "If anything else happens, call us." But he didn't believe me. Not fully. That night, after convincing myself I'd imagined more than I saw, I went to bed early. I kept the light on, checked the windows twice. Still, near 2 a.m., just as I was drifting into uneasy sleep, a tap echoed against my bedroom window. Then another. Then one more. Soft, polite, patient. I didn't move, because I knew she'd found the next window on her list. I don't know how long I lay there, holding my breath as the tapping continued. 3 slow knocks, a pause, then 3 more. Like she was introducing herself, or waiting for me to respond. Finally, gathering what courage I had left, I slipped out of bed and crept across the room. I didn't open the blinds. Instead, I pressed my ear against them. Nothing. Just the storm's fading drizzle. "Hello?" I whispered, barely audible. "Are you hurt?" Silence. I lifted the blinds a half-inch and peeked outside. Nothing but the empty yard. No girl, no footprints, no movement, just like the basement. The next morning, I tried to rationalize everything. I went to work, tried to keep busy, told myself stress was making me hallucinate. People don't just appear at windows with no tracks. But when I got home, I noticed something new. A faint handprint on the outside of my bedroom window, and another, lower, like she'd crouched, and a third, almost insignificantly small, right near the edge. 3 sizes, 3 shapes, all aligned, like a family, or something that didn't keep the same form twice. I scrubbed the glass until my arms ached, but the prints wouldn't fully come off. It was like the moisture had seeped into the paint itself. That night, I went to bed early again, trying to ignore the tension stretching across my chest. Around 1:15 a.m., I heard movement. Not outside, inside. Soft footsteps at the bottom of the stairs. Slow, deliberate. My heart stopped. I grabbed my phone, dialed 911, but the line didn't ring. No call connected. My service was full, but nothing went through. A whisper drifted up the stairwell, faint and careful. "Are you awake?" Not a girl's voice. A woman's. Low, steady, too calm. The bedroom light flickered once. Then the tapping started again. Not on the window, on the bedroom door. I braced my back against the wall, phone clutched, breath sharp and uneven. The tapping on the door was slow at first, gentle, almost rhythmic. Then it shifted. The knocks moved up the doorframe, like fingers tracing along it, feeling the grain of the wood. I whispered through the crack in my voice, "Who are you? What do you want?" The tapping stopped. Then, through the door, a soft sigh. "I don't know this place." I froze. The voice wasn't angry. It wasn't hostile. It sounded lost. "I don't know this house," she repeated, voice trembling. "But you do." I didn't answer. Couldn't. The doorknob twitched. Just a millimeter. Enough that I heard the metal shift. I lunged forward, gripping it tight before it could turn further. "Please don't," I breathed. Her reply was almost a child's tone this time. "I need to see how it fits." "What fits?" I whispered. "The rooms," she said simply. "Your house is warm. Mine is dark." My lungs tightened. "Where is your house?" Silence. Then, behind the glass. A cold burst of air swept under the door, carrying the smell of wet earth. My eyes watered. My hands shook uncontrollably. Then everything stopped. The footsteps retreated. One step, another, another. Down the hall, down the stairs. The house grew still. A heavy, suffocating stillness. I stayed by the door until sunlight crept through the blinds. When I finally went downstairs, the basement windows were fogged again. This time, a single phrase was smeared across the largest pane in uneven streaks. "Let me learn it." My blood ran cold.
because the handwriting wasn't childlike. It was mine. I still live in the house. I still hear tapping some nights. And sometimes when lightning flashes, I swear I see a reflection pressed against the glass. Only I can't tell if it's her or if it's me. Fear is often a warning we train ourselves to ignore. But when something feels wrong, truly wrong, it's better to trust your instincts than dismiss them. Not every threat makes footprints. Not every danger announces itself. And sometimes the things we fear most are the ones we try hardest to convince ourselves aren't real. I used to think my life was finally calming down. After years of juggling a full-time job, night classes, and 3 roommates who treated quiet hours like a cute suggestion rather than a house rule, I convinced myself I deserved a peaceful weekend. So when my roommates, Brooke, Alana, and Christy, planned a girls' trip to the mountains, I practically shoved their suitcases into the car for them. The moment they pulled out of the driveway, I locked the door, kicked off my shoes, and breathed in that rarest of suburban luxuries. Silence. Real silence. Not muffled chatter through the walls or someone blasting music while cooking eggs at midnight. Just calm. I spent that Friday doing everything I never got to do without noise crashing through the house, long shower, good movies, cleaning the kitchen without it immediately being destroyed again. I even cooked pasta just for myself and actually sat down to eat it while it was still warm. By 11:30 p.m., I curled into bed with the window cracked open. The air smelled like early autumn, cool, a little sweet, and full of the false promise that nothing bad happens in quiet neighborhoods. But at 2:14 a.m., the first knock came. 3 soft taps. Not urgent, not demanding, almost polite. My eyes snapped open. Nobody knocks at 2 in the morning unless they're drunk, confused, or dangerous. Maybe all 3. I waited. Then 3 more taps, a little louder, a little less polite. Every ounce of comfort I'd felt earlier evaporated, replaced by a cold pinch in my stomach. Something didn't feel right, and that was the moment my peaceful weekend started to unravel. I slipped out of bed and crept toward the front door, staying quiet like the house had taught me to all these years. When I pressed my eye to the peephole, a wave of something deeper than fear washed through me. No one was there. Not a shadow, not a porch light reflection, nothing. "Who is it?" I called out, trying to keep my voice firm. Silence. I double-locked the door and backed away. I tried to convince myself it was probably some drunk guy from the next street over. But when the knocking didn't return, I managed to settle back into bed. 15 minutes later, the knocking came again. This time, from the back door. Precise, rhythmic. 3 knocks. Pause. 3 more. My breath caught in my throat. The back door wasn't visible from the street. It was tucked behind a cluster of overgrown bushes my roommates always swore we'd trim but never did. No stranger should even know it existed. I grabbed my phone, hands trembling. The screen displayed a mocking message. No service. Perfect. Just perfect. The knocking grew faster, more insistent, like whoever was out there was losing patience. And then, nothing. Total silence. I stood completely still, trying to hear past the pounding of my heartbeat. That's when I heard it. A faint creak from the living room, the kind of sound old wood makes when someone steps on it. But this creak wasn't random. It was slow, weighted, deliberate. I felt my skin tighten. Someone wasn't knocking anymore. Someone was inside the house. I backed down the hallway, each step softer than the last. The living room doorway cast a long rectangle of darkness across the hall floor, and in that darkness, a shadow shifted. A human outline. Broad shoulders. Still as a statue. I didn't think. I ran. I darted into my bedroom, slammed the door, locked it, and shoved my desk chair under the handle. I crouched behind the bed,
Phone clutched so hard my fingertips went numb. The house settled into a suffocating quiet. No creaks, no footsteps, no breaths besides my own. Then the floorboards groaned again. Slow, heavy footsteps, coming down the hall, coming toward my door. I pressed myself tighter into the corner, trying not to cry. I heard the shadow stop right in front of my door. The air felt wrong, like it thickened around me. A soft whisper slid through the crack under the door. "I know you're awake." My stomach turned to ice. I didn't recognize the voice. It wasn't deep or high. It was hollow, like someone who hadn't spoken loudly in months. My phone suddenly buzzed as a signal returned. I didn't question it. My thumb trembled across the screen as I dialed 911. 911, what is your emergency? I whispered. Someone's in my house. Please, please send help. For the first time in my life, hearing a stranger's voice brought me relief. The footsteps retreated, soft and slow, as if the person already knew police were coming, as if they were familiar with the timeline. Minutes felt like hours. Then, sirens, lights, pounding on the front door. But when police entered the house, guns drawn, they found nothing. Absolutely nothing. No intruder, no forced entry, no open window, nothing to explain the whisper that chilled my bones. Police swept the house room by room. I followed close behind, shaking but refusing to be alone. There were no footprints on the tile, no smudges on the doorknobs, no sign that anyone had touched a thing. "You sure you heard someone?" one officer asked, and I hated the suspicion in his voice. "I didn't imagine the whisper," I said, "and I didn't imagine the knocking." The younger officer clicked on his flashlight. "Let's check the attic, just to be thorough." Attic? Our house technically had one, but none of us ever used it. The hatch was in the hallway ceiling, paint-chipped, stubborn, and sealed with a latch I'd always assumed was rusted shut. Except, the latch wasn't shut. It was slightly open. "Did any of you use this recently?" the officer asked. "No," I said. "We didn't even own a ladder." He pulled the string. The hatch groaned open, blowing down a gust of stale, dusty air. As his flashlight beam swept across the insulation, something caught the light. A blanket, a crumpled grocery bag, a stack of empty food wrappers, a small, hollowed-out space, carved deliberately, lived in, recently. "Oh my God," I whispered. The younger officer knelt and picked up one of the wrappers. "This hasn't been here long. Someone's been staying up here." The older officer sighed, shoulders tightening. He probably came down through the attic hatch, moved around the house, and went back up when we arrived. I tried not to pass out. Someone had been inches above our heads, eating, sleeping, listening. Someone who knew the house better than we did. Someone patient enough to wait for the perfect moment. And that moment had been when I was alone. The police stayed until sunrise, searching the block. They never found the intruder. No fingerprints, no footprints, no signs of forced entry anywhere. Maybe he slipped out while I was calling 911. Maybe he'd been watching for sirens. Maybe he knew exactly how much time he had. My roommates got home the next morning to find me on the couch, wrapped in a blanket and surrounded by police tape. They listened in terrified silence as I told them everything. Brooke asked, "Did he take anything?" "No," I said. "He didn't want things. He wanted time." We moved out 2 weeks later. None of us argued. None of us suggested staying. The landlord claimed he'd never heard of anything like that. But I could tell from his face he wasn't surprised. Sometimes I wake up at 2:14 a.m. without meaning to. Sometimes I think I hear steps on the ceiling. Sometimes I swear I hear that same whisper when the house settles at night. I know you're awake. I lock my windows now. I never ignore a knock, and I never assume quiet means safe. People talk about ghosts and monsters and supernatural threats, but the scariest thing I've ever known was real, alive and patient enough to hide inches above my head, waiting for the house to be empty, waiting for me to be alone, waiting for a moment that would have changed my life forever, or ended it. I used to think living off campus would make everything easier. No more paper-thin dorm walls, no more midnight fire drills, no more shared bathrooms with half the humanities department. Just me, my roommate Jess, and a tiny house that leaned a little to the left and made noises like it remembered the 1950s too vividly. Jess and I split everything: rent, chores, even the weird little quirks of the place. The creaky hallway, the windows that rattled when the wind pushed too hard, the boiler that sounded like it sighed whenever it kicked on. None of it bothered us. Honestly, I kind of liked the character the house had. It felt lived in, like an old friend muttering to itself. So when Jess told me she was heading home for a weekend trip, something about her mom's birthday and a surprise dinner, I didn't think much of it. I practically shoved her suitcase into her back seat. "Go, have fun. I'll hold down the fort," I said, waving her off like I wasn't already planning a weekend of shameless relaxation. Saturday night was perfect. Microwave pizza, fuzzy socks, a dumb horror movie I'd seen 5 times. I stretched out on my bed, laptop open, the house humming quietly around me. Every once in a while a floorboard popped like it was settling, but that was normal. Around 1 a.m., I paused the movie to grab a drink. That's when I heard it. Shh, shh, shh. It sounded like someone dragging their sleeve along the hallway wall. Slow, long, measured. I froze, listening hard. Then it stopped. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was the furnace or the wind brushing through the old siding. Houses make sounds, especially old ones. But 10 seconds later, I wasn't so sure. Back in bed, I restarted the movie, trying to sink back into the story. But my ears stayed alert, tuned to every tiny noise in the house. A few minutes passed quietly. I was starting to feel silly for being jumpy. Then I heard it. Not a shuffle, not a house groan, breathing, soft, slow, too close. Right outside my bedroom door, the kind of breathing you hear when someone's leaning in, listening. My chest tightened like a belt was wrapping around it. I realized, too late, that I never actually locked my door. I'd gotten too comfortable with this house, too trusting. "Jess?" I whispered before my brain caught up and remembered she wasn't here. No answer. Just breathing. Closer now. I lunged for my phone, but it was dead. I'd forgotten to charge it after class. The blank screen stared back at me like it was mocking me. I sat completely still, my heart pounding so loud I wondered if whoever was outside could hear it through the door. Then, a whisper slid through the wood like a blade. "Are you sleeping?" I slapped both hands over my mouth to stop the sound I didn't mean to make. My whole body shook. I moved slowly, so slowly, slipping off the bed and lowering myself onto the floor. Then I crawled across the room, keeping low, keeping quiet. I squeezed behind the dresser, the dust coating my hands and face. I tucked my knees to my chest, praying I'd disappear into the shadows. The doorknob turned, clicked, jiggled, and then the door inched open. Just a sliver. I saw fingers curl around the edge of the doorframe, long, pale, purposeful. Someone was in my house. The door opened wider, slow enough to make every second feel like a scream that wouldn't come out. A tall, thin silhouette slipped inside, careful with each step. I couldn't see a face, only a shape, a human outline moving in the dark. They stood in the middle of my room for a long moment, breathing, listening. The air felt heavy around them, like they were deciding something. I pressed my back harder against the wall, trying to steady my own breath. Every tiny inhale felt too loud. The figure walked toward my bed. The mattress sank as they sat down, the springs groaning under their weight. They let out a long exhale, like they had been waiting for this exact moment. Waiting for me. I stayed frozen behind the dresser. Minutes passed, slow, agonizing minutes that stretched like hours. My legs cramped, my throat went dry, but I didn't move, didn't blink, didn't dare. From the bed, the figure whispered again, "I know you're here." I bit down hard on my lip until I tasted blood. Anything to keep from making a sound. 10 minutes, 15, 20. Then, the mattress shifted. The figure stood up. Their steps moved toward the door. They paused at the threshold, as if listening for one last sign of life. And then they slipped out. The door clicked shut behind them. I didn't wait. The second the hallway quieted, I crawled out, grabbed the first shoes I saw, and ran to the window. The cold glass burned my hands as I shoved it open. I climbed out barefoot, dropping into the wet grass, and sprinted down the street toward the neighbor's porch like the house was on fire behind me. Because in a way, it was. My neighbor, Mrs. Keller, nearly had a heart attack when I banged on her front door at 1:40 in the morning, sobbing and shaking like I'd just escaped a nightmare. I tried to explain, but the words tangled together. Breathing, door, someone inside, until she finally pulled me in and called the police herself. It took the patrol car less than 5 minutes to arrive. I watched from Mrs. Keller's living room window as officers circled my house with flashlights, guns drawn. Everything felt surreal, like I was watching someone else's horror. 20 minutes later, one officer approached the porch where I sat wrapped in a blanket. His expression told me something before he even opened his mouth. "Miss, you said you heard footsteps inside your room?" "Yes." "And someone sat on your bed?" I nodded. He exchanged a look with another officer, a look that twisted my stomach. "There are signs someone's been staying on the property. Underneath it." My jaw tightened. "Underneath?" The officer motioned for me to follow. They led me around to the side of the house where a small hatch sat partially hidden behind bushes. I'd never noticed it before. The younger officer tugged it open. A sick smell of damp earth and stale sweat drifted out. His flashlight beam swept across what was inside. Blankets, food wrappers, empty water bottles, a backpack with no wallet, no phone, no ID, a pair of filthy boots. "Someone's been living in your crawl space," he said quietly. "For a while." My knees nearly buckled. Then I saw the final detail. Dirty footprints leading directly from the hatch, around the house, to my bedroom window, and straight to my door. I spent the rest of that night on Mrs. Keller's couch, my hands shaking every time a car passed or a branch scraped the siding. The police stayed on the street until sunrise, but they never found the man. Somewhere between me fleeing the house and them arriving, he'd vanished. Jess drove back first thing in the morning. She hugged me so tight my ribs hurt, apologizing over and over like any of this was her fault. She went pale when the officers showed her photos of the crawl space. "We're not staying here another night," she said, and for once, I didn't argue. We moved out within 2 weeks. The landlord tried to insist the crawl space had always been locked, but even he avoided looking directly at me when I asked how long it had really been since he checked it. Even now, months later, the memory clings to me. When I close my eyes at night, I still hear the whisper, "Are you sleeping?" I still picture the fingers curling around my doorframe, the quiet silhouette on my bed, the 20 minutes of waiting in the dark, while a stranger breathed in my room like he owned the air. I double-check locks now. I keep my phone charged. And I never ignore unusual noises. Not creaks, not whispers, not anything. Because sometimes it isn't the house making those sounds. Sometimes it's someone who's been living closer than you think, waiting for a moment when you're alone, tired, and vulnerable. Someone who knows you're awake and is waiting for you to fall asleep. Trust your instincts, secure your home, and never assume strange sounds are harmless. Safety often depends on paying attention to the small warnings your mind tries to dismiss. Staying alert can be the difference between danger passing by and danger stepping into your room.
Living out in rural Montana had always been a comfort to me. Quiet roads, endless pines, and more sky than a person knew what to do with. But winter had a way of reminding you who was really in charge. Our county could get buried under snow overnight, and the most you could do was dig yourself out and hope the power stayed on. That particular week, a blizzard rolled through like a freight train. By evening, the wind had carved drifts up to my knees and swallowed the fences whole. I spent hours clearing off my steps and digging my car out, my breath freezing in my scarf. My nearest neighbor, old Mr. Halden, lived nearly a mile away. Most nights this far out, it felt like I had the whole world to myself. By 9 p.m., I figured I'd done enough for one day. I stepped outside with a bucket of salt to keep the porch from turning into an ice rink. That's when I noticed them. Shovel tracks. Not mine. These were wider, deeper, dragging trenches through the snow from the tree line straight toward my porch. My boots couldn't make prints like that, and neither could the small aluminum shovel I used. I scanned the forest. My breath caught when something dark shifted behind a pine, tall enough to be a person. But before I could process what I saw, the shape slipped out of sight. A cold I couldn't blame on the wind crawled up my spine. I backed into the house, locked the doors, and tried to convince myself it was just wildlife, or fallen branches, or anything sensible. But deep down, I knew better. I tried distracting myself with a book, but every gust of wind rattling the siding made me jump. Out here, storms made sounds, moans, rattles, little scratches against the windows, but nothing prepared me for the noise I heard at 11 p.m. Scrur, scrape, scrur, metal on wood, slow, intentional. I turned off the TV and listened, my heart thumping. The sound came from outside. Someone was shoveling, but not clearing snow. It sounded more like dragging. I crept upstairs and peeked through the bedroom window. The world was white and dimly lit by the porch light, and for a second I saw nothing. Then he came into view, a tall figure in a coat, shoulders hunched, dragging a long shovel behind him in steady, unforgiving pulls. He carved a line across the yard straight toward my house. The wind whipped snow around him, but he moved slow, deliberate, like the storm didn't touch him at all. Then he stopped, lifted his head, looked directly up at my window. I ducked down so fast I scraped my elbow on the wall. My breathing turned shallow. I counted to 10 before peeking again, just enough to see he had moved. Closer, only a few yards left between him and the porch. I whispered to no one, "Please, just go." But he didn't. He climbed my steps, each footstep groaning, and paused right outside the door. Another scrape, metal against the wooden boards. Then, silence. I grabbed my phone and dialed the sheriff, but dispatch said the roads were ice slick and officers were delayed. So I sat there in the dark, waiting, praying the sound wouldn't come again. Minutes stretched like hours. I sat on the floor with my back to the bed, phone clutched in both hands, listening so hard I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. The house around me creaked from the cold, but nothing, no footsteps, no shoveling, no breathing, just silence thick enough to choke on. At some point, I forced myself to crawl toward the window again. I lifted the curtain an inch, terrified of what I'd see. At first, nothing but swirling snow. Then, there he was, standing on the porch, facing my door, shovel in hand, held upright like a walking cane. He didn't knock, he didn't speak, he didn't move a muscle, just stood there, still as a carving in the stormlight. I whispered, "What do you want?" Even though he couldn't hear me, my mind scrambled for explanations. A lost hunter, a stranded hiker, but none of them made sense. No normal person drags a shovel through someone's yard and stares at their door in the middle of the night. I tried calling the sheriff again, but it went straight to the same dispatcher. "Ma'am, stay inside. Keep your doors locked. Deputies are on their way." 30 minutes crept by, then 40. The storm eased into a slow drift, but the man didn't move. I kept staring until my eyes burned. Finally, I saw him shift one careful step backward, then another. He descended the porch steps without turning, shovel still upright. He stepped into the yard and disappeared behind the snow haze. I didn't sleep after that. I couldn't. I waited for dawn, clutching the phone, terrified that if I blinked, he'd be back at the door. Red and blue lights flashed against the snow at dawn. 2 deputies stepped out, their boots sinking halfway into the drifts. I met them on the porch, my voice shaking as I tried to explain what happened, what I saw, what I heard. They didn't treat me like I was crazy. Not out here. Folks in rural counties learn fast that strange things can happen in the dark. "Show us the tracks," one said. I led them into the yard. The storm had softened some of the edges, but the shovel grooves were unmistakable, 2 deep, unbroken trenches leading from the forest straight to my house. They followed them with careful steps. "Ma'am," the deputy called. "Was this here before?" I stepped closer and saw what he meant. The trenches weren't just tracks. They were deeper now, uneven, gouged in places as if the shovel had been dragging something heavy behind it, something weighty enough to sink into the snow like an anchor. A chill rolled up my back. What would he be pulling? The deputies didn't answer. They followed the trail to the tree line, scanning the woods. One of them called out, "We've got something here." My pulse hammered as I approached. Lying half buried in the snow was a second imprint, a long, narrow indentation running alongside the shovel trail. Too big to be an animal, too straight to be fallen branches. It looked like the outline of something wrapped or bundled. One deputy shook his head. Whatever it was, he took it back with him. Or someone, the other muttered under his breath. They marked the area and called for more help, but all I could do was stare at the forest, where the tracks vanished into white shadows. The deputies stayed for hours, combing the woods as far as their ATVs could handle. They found no footprints other than the single set, no signs of a camp or a vehicle, nothing that explained why a man would come out of the forest dragging a shovel toward my home in the middle of a blizzard. Just those long trenches in the snow, and that strange indentation. When the deputies finally finished their search, one approached me. "We'll keep patrols near this area for a few nights. Keep your doors locked, stay alert, and call if you hear anything." I nodded, but the reassurance didn't hold. Nothing about the situation made sense. That night, I sat in the living room with every light on. The storm had passed, leaving a quiet so sharp it felt wrong. I kept replaying the image of him standing on my porch, motionless, shovel held upright, like he was waiting for an invitation he didn't need. I didn't sleep. Every time the wind brushed the siding, I flinched. Every rustle outside felt like footsteps. By morning, the deputies returned for a final sweep. They found the shovel marks leading back into the forest, now even deeper, as if he'd dragged something heavier on the way out. But the man himself? He was gone. No one matched the description in missing persons or local arrest records. No footprints ever led away from the forest. I still live here, though I thought about leaving. Sometimes at night, when the snow falls quietly, I imagine hearing the scrape again, and I can't help thinking, whatever he brought with him that night, he never meant to leave alone. I never thought much about living alone on the far edge of town. People warned me it could feel isolated, but that was the part I liked, the quiet nights, the wide backyard, and the woods stretching behind the house like a soft, dark wall. I grew up in places where neighbors argued through paper-thin walls and sirens never stopped. Out here, all I heard was wind and the occasional owl. When I first moved in, I treated the house like a project. Fresh paint, new locks, security lights, and a motion-activated porch lamp that flicked on every time a stray cat strutted by. I joked about it with coworkers. If anyone wants to murder me, at least I'll get a light show first. They laughed, I laughed, and that was that. Most nights I fell asleep on the couch with the TV murmuring in the background. It felt cozy, safe. So when I drifted off during a late movie that night, nothing felt unusual. The glow of the screen blurred, my mind slipped toward dreams, and the world around me softened, until it didn't. At nearly 3 a.m., the porch light snapped on with a click so sharp it jerked me awake. I sat up slowly, rubbing my eyes. Probably a raccoon, I thought. They loved knocking over my flower pots. I reached for the remote to mute the TV. Then I heard it, a tap on the sliding glass door. Not random, not clumsy. A clean, deliberate tap like the tip of a fingernail. A cold, thin line ran down my spine. Something or someone was standing on my back porch. When the second tap came, I muted the TV without thinking. The whole house fell silent, and in that stillness I heard my own heartbeat thudding like footsteps inside my chest. I turned my head slowly toward the sliding door. The porch light cast a weak glow, barely reaching the edges of the glass. But in that faint light, I saw him, a tall figure, standing so close his breath fogged the pain, his forehead pressed against the glass, pale in a way that didn't look right. The rest of his face was swallowed by shadow, except for the suggestion of dark hollows, where eyes should have been. I froze. He didn't move. We stared at each other, or maybe he stared at me, and I stared at the space where his eyes should have been. I couldn't tell. Then he said my name. Soft. Quiet. Like he'd practiced it. I didn't breathe. I didn't blink. My name isn't common. It's not something a stranger would guess, and I hadn't told anyone I was home. My car wasn't in the driveway. The house looked empty. No lights on except the TV glow, yet he knew. His fingers touched the glass, sliding in slow arcs, leaving thin trails of fog like he was drawing something. I whispered, "Who are you?" But my voice didn't carry. Then he spoke again, calm, measured, like he was commenting on the weather. "I've been here before." The porch light suddenly clicked off, plunging the figure into darkness. I gasped and scrambled backward on the couch, listening for footsteps, for movement, anything, but nothing came. No footsteps, no gate, no sound at all. When I finally looked again, he was gone. The smart thing to do would have been to call someone, friends, police, anybody. But fear does something strange to your logic. It whispers, "Stay quiet. Stay still. Don't draw attention." So that's exactly what I did. I sat on the couch, clutching my phone, staring at the dark sliding door while the house hummed around me. Every now and then, the refrigerator clicked on, or the heater rumbled, and each time I flinched so hard my teeth rattled. I kept replaying his voice in my head, how soft it was, how sure. I've been here before. Had he? I tried to recall anything. Strange noises, missing items, weird shadows. But I couldn't tell if my memories were real, or if my brain was inventing them to make sense of the fear. Hours moved like cold syrup. The house felt too still, too aware. I swear I could feel the air shifting near the sliding door, like someone was standing on the other side, breathing against the glass. By 5 a.m., every light was on. I stood once, thinking I'd check outside, but panic shoved me back down. I stayed put. I waited. When the sky finally faded from black to gray, I forced myself to move. I unlocked the sliding door, slid it open an inch, and let the morning air wash over me. No footprints, no marks, no signs anyone had been there at all, except for one thing. A perfect oval of fog lingered on the outside of the glass, too high to be an animal, too clear to be imagination. A forehead. His forehead. I didn't go to work that morning. I didn't even shower. I went straight to the kitchen table, opened my laptop, and pulled up the footage from my security camera. The porch light had definitely been triggered. I remembered the timestamp. So the camera had to have captured something. But when the video loaded, my stomach twisted. Motion detected. Porch light on. Time. 2:57 a.m. The camera showed the empty porch. No figure. No movement. Not even a flicker. Just the sliding door fogging up on its own. I replayed it 6 times. Same thing every time. Nothing there. Yet I saw him. I heard him. He said my name. I pulled up the audio feed. It was nothing but wind and static. No tapping. No voice. I tried convincing myself I'd fallen asleep and imagined it, but the fog print on the glass was still there. I wiped it with my sleeve, stepped back, and felt a shiver crawl through me. My phone buzzed, my friend Dana checking in. I almost told her everything but stopped myself, because what would I even say? Hey, someone stood on my porch at 3 a.m., calling my name but somehow didn't show up on camera. She'd think I'd lost it. Around noon, I checked every lock in the house twice. I kept the curtains open, lights on. I walked through every room whispering, "He can't get in. He can't get in." But the truth was simple and heavy. He had gotten close enough to fog the glass, close enough to speak to me, close enough to know I was awake, and now I had no idea if he was gone. That night, I debated staying at a motel, but some stubborn part of me refused to let fear drive me out of my own home. I told myself it was a one-time incident, maybe someone passing through, maybe a hallucination from being half asleep. I locked every door and window and left the living room lamp on. I tried not to look at the sliding door, but the memory of his silhouette kept pulling my eyes back. By midnight, exhaustion dragged at me. I curled up on the couch, telling myself I'd stay awake, but sleep crept in anyway. Sometime later, a click snapped me awake. The porch light. Again. My lungs froze. I didn't move. I waited for tapping, for whispering, for the soft shape of a face pressing to the glass. But nothing happened. I counted to 20, to 50, to 100. Still nothing. Finally, gripping my phone, I slid off the couch and approached the door. My legs trembled so hard the floor creaked beneath me. I reached out and touched the curtain. Before I pulled it back, a voice whispered through the glass. Asterisk, asterisk, you're awake again. Asterisk, asterisk. I stumbled backward, heart slamming against my ribs. When I finally worked up the courage to look, the porch light was still on. The snow was untouched. No footprints, no figure, no shadows. The light clicked off. Silence returned. He had spoken, but he hadn't been there. I haven't slept properly since, because he knew my name. He knew I was awake. And most terrifying of all, he didn't need to be seen to be there. Winter in northern Vermont was supposed to be quiet, peaceful, almost poetic. That was the idea I clung to when I bought my little 2-story house on the edge of town. It had creaky floors, drafty windows, and the kind of charm only someone used to old houses could love. I liked that. I liked being alone. Most people drove out to stay with relatives during storms, but I stayed. I liked the isolation, the wind whipping through the trees, snow piling higher than my front porch, and the silence that followed. Last year, a blizzard hit hard. The roads iced over, and I was stranded for 3 nights. I made a routine of it. Shovel the driveway, keep the fire going, make tea, and watch the storm through fogged-up windows. The first night was peaceful, if exhausting. The second night, though, something changed. Around midnight, the power flickered. The hallway lights pulsed in time with my heartbeat, or at least, that's how it felt. I paused the TV and listened to the usual creaks, groans, and whines of an old house. Then I heard it, a voice. Faint, distorted, almost buried in static. It came from the attic above my bedroom. At first, I thought it was the storm, maybe whined through the shingles or an animal trapped somewhere. But it didn't fit. The sound rose and fell like someone speaking to another person, pausing, waiting for a reply. I froze. My stomach turned. No one had keys to my house. The attic had no vents, no pipes, no insulation that could carry sound from outside. And yet, someone or something was there. I tried to rationalize it. It's probably the wind, I whispered to myself, but my voice sounded small, thin, and wrong. I kept listening. The voice repeated, almost in rhythm with my racing heartbeat. I couldn't understand the words, but the tone was unmistakable. Someone was speaking, waiting for me to answer. I grabbed the flashlight from the hall closet, my hands trembling. Slowly, I pulled down the attic ladder, just far enough to peek inside. My apartment-sized attic had no flooring, just the bare beams and rafters. I shone the light in, and froze. Nothing. Dead silent. No static. No murmuring. Just darkness. My heart thudded so hard I thought it might burst. I was about to push the ladder back up when something changed. It wasn't sound or movement, it was the air. A sudden wave of freezing cold rolled down from the opening, a cold so sharp it burned through my sweater and made my breath fog up instantly. My fingers tightened on the ladder. I backed up, expecting the cold to stop, but it didn't. It poured out like the attic itself was exhaling. Then the voice returned, closer this time, so close I could almost feel it brushing against my face. Clear, calm, controlled. Why did you open it? The ladder slammed shut on its own. Metal rattled in the latch, locking it into place. Hallway lights blinked out. My chest felt like it was being pressed by ice. I stumbled backward, heart hammering. I knew one thing for sure. I was not safe in that house anymore. I didn't sleep in my bed that night. I didn't even try. Instead, I bundled up in my coat, grabbed blankets, and climbed into my car with the engine running. Heat blasted the interior, but it did little to calm me. Every flicker of the dashboard lights made me flinch. Every whisper of wind on the roof sounded like footsteps. I kept the doors locked and stared at the house from the driver's seat. The windows reflected back an empty house, yet I couldn't shake the feeling someone was watching. That voice haunted me, soft, almost casual, yet undeniably real. Asterisk. Why did you open it? Asterisk. I tried calling a friend, but the storm had knocked down cell service. I couldn't reach anyone. All I could do was wait for daylight, listening to the house creak and settle around me. I imagined the attic opening, Imagined the cold rolling out again. Every time the wind gusted, I held my breath, sure it was coming for me. Morning couldn't come fast enough. When the sun finally peeked over the snowdrifts, I forced myself out of the car and slowly approached the house. My flashlight in one hand, I dared to reach for the attic ladder. There, in the dust, was a handprint. Not mine, not human-sized. My stomach sank. I pressed my palm against it, half expecting it to burn. The dust was dry, undisturbed by snow or wind. Someone, or something, had been in my attic while I slept, and now the space was warm, uncomfortably warm, like it had been inhabited recently. I backed away slowly, heart hammering, and made a decision. I would not go near that ladder again. The next few days were a haze of fear and denial. I stayed awake most of the time, obsessively checking the attic from the bottom of the ladder. Every sound made me jump pipes, wind, even the cat across the street. Friends called, asking if I was okay. I lied, said the storm had me on edge. They didn't know. I couldn't tell them. Every night, I double-checked locks, set extra lights, and left the TV on in every room. I even installed motion sensors near the attic door, hoping for some rational explanation. The sensors never went off. Nothing appeared to move. Nothing showed on the cameras. Yet the attic remained warmer than the rest of the house, like an invisible inhabitant had taken residence. I tried talking myself into logic. Maybe a raccoon? No, too warm, too deliberate. Maybe a trick of the mind from isolation? The voice was too real, too human, too threatening. I stopped sleeping. Coffee and adrenaline became my lifelines. By the fourth day, I realized I couldn't live like this. I considered leaving town, but obligations kept me tied to the house. I had to endure, but I refused to open the attic again. Each creak, each groan, each flicker of power reminded me that whatever had been in that attic knew I was watching, and that knowledge alone was dangerous enough. Weeks passed, snow melted, roads cleared, and I returned to some semblance of normalcy. I never opened the attic ladder again. I never tried to confront whatever had been up there. My house felt different now, warmer, quieter, and heavier, like it carried a secret I wasn't meant to see. I left the motion sensor active and cameras running, but they showed nothing. The handprint in the dust faded over time, but the memory never did. Sometimes, on still nights, I swear I hear faint murmurs from above. My skin prickles, my stomach knots, and I retreat to the couch, lights blazing. Some places, some spaces, have rules we cannot understand. Some warnings are real, even if we don't see the source. And sometimes, survival isn't about courage, it's about knowing when to stop. I've learned to respect the unknown. I've learned that not all doors are meant to be opened. Some secrets belong to the dark. Not all curiosities are harmless. Sometimes, the act of opening a door or a mind can invite dangers beyond understanding. Respect boundaries, trust instinct, and know when to step back. Survival is often rooted in caution, not bravery. I never expected a farmhouse in the middle of nowhere to feel so alive. When I bought the property, the realtor described it as quaint, full of character. I was 28, single, and craving distance from the city's noise. I thought the creaks, drafts, and peeling paint were charming. Wedge, my shepherd mix, seemed to approve, sniffing every corner as though marking his territory. The first week was peaceful. I unpacked boxes, cleaned cobwebs, and reveled in quiet nights. Then, on the third evening, I noticed it. A faint scratching, like wood shifting under pressure, from the walls. I shook my head. Old houses creak, I told myself. Wedge, however, seemed less convinced. Every time we walked down the hallway, he froze at the crawlspace hatch, growling low. I dismissed it as paranoia until one morning I found the hatch slightly ajar. I never touched it. No one had keys except me. Later, I hired a maintenance worker to inspect it. Halfway through, he bolted, insisting something moved behind him, though no one else was present. Night by night, the noises became patterns. 3 deliberate knocks, long silences, soft tapping near my bedroom floorboards. I began waking with dirt under my nails, though I had no memory of leaving my bed. Wedge refused to sleep anywhere near the hatch, tail tucked, growling at nothing I could see. Something was inside the walls, and I was beginning to think it was waiting for me. Curiosity became obsession. I combed through town records and visited the local library, hoping for some explanation. A neighbor finally told me the house had belonged to a reclusive man named Harold Kessler, who vanished decades ago. He had obsessively recorded voices he claimed lived between the walls. People thought he'd lost his mind. That night, I lay in bed, listening. The usual creaks and taps were there, but beneath them, I thought I heard something else, my own voice. Whispering fragments of things I had only thought privately. My blood ran cold. Wedge's unease worsened. He refused to enter certain rooms, growling at shadows that didn't belong. I tried to explain to myself that fear was contagious, that perhaps I was imagining things, but when I shined a flashlight at the walls, faint shadows seemed to move along the floor, away from the light. The taps became more insistent. 3 knocks, then pauses, then a series of raps that seemed to mark steps toward my bedroom. I started leaving my doors open, just in case something needed to leave on its own. One night, I awoke to a scraping sound beneath my bed. Dirt under my nails again. Wedge whimpered, pacing, ears back. Something was not only living between the walls, it was interacting with me, anticipating me. I realized the house wasn't empty. It was inhabited. It was late October when it happened. I had grown used to the nightly disturbances, though I never relaxed. Wedge refused to leave my side, ears flattened and eyes darting. I was lying awake when I heard the hatch slam open. The sound echoed through the hall like a gunshot. Before I could move, Wedge bolted down the hallway, charging into the crawlspace. I ran after him, heart pounding. Inside, the air was cold and heavy, and I heard frantic scratching, claws against dirt, followed by a bark that was unmistakably Wedge's, but louder, distorted, almost wrong. Then silence. I shone my flashlight across the dirt floor. Wedge's collar lay there, still warm, but he was gone. The earth was disturbed. Footprints stretched across the floor, bare, elongated, toes too long to be human. My stomach turned. A whisper came from behind my ear, my voice, calm, clear. "You shouldn't have followed." I stumbled out, breathing hard, heart hammering. The hatch closed behind me, leaving the floor silent, untouched. I couldn't comprehend it. Wedge was gone, and something had taken him or claimed him. I stayed awake the rest of the night, refusing to go near the crawlspace again. The walls creaked, the floorboards tapped, and a faint whine echoed from the hall like my dog calling me. Something had learned to mimic. The next morning, I called the police. Officers arrived, flashlights and cameras in hand. We opened the crawlspace. It was spotless dust, undisturbed, the floor empty, no footprints, no collar, nothing. Wedge was gone, and nothing in the dirt indicated he'd ever been there. The officers shook their heads. "It's an old house," one said. "Animals, settling, the wind," but I knew better. The house had played tricks on me, or worse, had a life of its own. That night, I barely slept. Every corner, every shadow, every floorboard felt alive. I left lights on, doors locked, but the crawlspace's presence was heavy, palpable. I began packing. I couldn't stay. Not after Wedge vanished, not after hearing my own voice call from the dark below. The house was no longer a home. It was a cage, and I was its prey. As I stacked boxes, I heard the faintest scratching behind my bedroom wall. My blood ran cold. The sound shifted, growing louder. Then it formed a whine, my dog's exact whine, the one he used to get my attention. I froze. Somehow, Wedge or whatever had taken him was still inside, and it had learned my voice too. I left the house at sunrise, locking the doors and dragging boxes into my car. I didn't look back. The air smelled faintly of earth, of old wood, of something breathing just beyond the walls. My phone buzzed with messages from friends, but I didn't answer. I didn't need witnesses. I just drove, keeping my eyes on the road, praying the house would fade behind me. That night, miles away, I swore I heard a scratching, faint, deliberate, coming from my bedroom wall back at the farmhouse. A whine followed Wedge's exact whine. My stomach dropped. Some doors should never be opened. Some voices should never be heard. And some presences, once invited even unknowingly, never truly leave. I've learned that curiosity can carry consequences far beyond imagination. The house remained standing at the edge of town, silent to the eye, but alive in ways I can't explain. I never returned, and I never will. Some boundaries exist for a reason. Curiosity can uncover truths that are better left hidden, and ignoring instincts or the signs of something unnatural can invite danger that may never let you go. Respect your intuition. Survival sometimes depends on caution, not courage. I didn't plan to be alone in the mountains, but that's how it worked out. The cabin belonged to my uncle, a rickety two-story lodge perched on a ridge where cell service never reached, and the nearest neighbor was miles away. Nimbus, my 12-year-old cat, was the only other occupant. I had thought a week alone would be a welcome escape: books, firewood, and the storm rattling outside. The first night, the wind blew so hard I thought the windows would shatter. Nimbus huddled by the fireplace, occasionally lifting his head to scan the dark corners of the cabin. I reassured myself that old houses groan in the cold, that cats are jumpy creatures. The third night, it happened. I was curled up reading when I heard it. 3 soft knocks at exactly 1:13 a.m. Slow, polite, intentional. My heart skipped a beat. I jumped up and opened the porch door. Nothing. Snow piled thick, wind whipping around, but not a person in sight. Only one muddy boot print faced the door. Beside it sat a small wooden figurine, a human shape with its hands over its eyes. My stomach churned. I tossed it into the fire, watching it blacken and twist. Nimbus hissed, arching his back, tail fluffed high, refusing to leave my side. I tried to laugh it off. Probably someone playing a prank, I said, though my voice sounded weak, even to me. The storm raged on outside, and the cabin felt suddenly smaller, more vulnerable. I didn't sleep, not that night, or the nights after, as the storm howled and the sense of being watched settled in like a shadow I couldn't shake. The fourth night, I woke to Nimbus staring at the cabin door, his low growl vibrating through the floorboards. Outside, barely visible under the porch light, a tall, thin silhouette stood perfectly still. I shouted, "Nothing, just snow and shadow." My pulse pounded as I leaned against the doorframe. Nimbus pressed against my legs, trembling, eyes locked on the figure. By morning, snow revealed only one set of footprints circling the cabin in tight, endless loops. I checked every lock. Everything had been secured the night before. Yet, the front door was unlocked, and there it was, a new figurine, carved to depict a human with its hands covering its ears. I froze. I remembered the first one, hands over the eyes. The new figure's gesture made sense. It wasn't random. Someone had placed them deliberately, in sequence. Each evening, at 1:13 a.m., the knocks continued, gentle, polite. Each time I found a new figurine, each one more unnatural than the last. I couldn't explain it. My phone had no service. The generator sputtered and died, leaving the cabin in the low hum of the storm. Nimbus refused to leave my side, hissing at shadows that didn't belong, stiff and wary of corners where I saw nothing. I tried to tell myself it was a prank or some local eccentric, but the methodical nature, the timing, the gestures was too precise.